for the acting chair.
Good morning, Kileka. I've raised my hand. It's Kanjo.
Yes, Honorable Kanjo.
Morning, Kileka, and good morning to everyone in the meeting and compliments of the season. I would like to nominate the name of Honorable Ndibi Modise to be the acting chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mbata, your hand is up.
Yes, Honorable Chileka. I'm seconding the name of Honorable Modise. Thank you.
All right. Honorable
apologies, I'm driving. Ne?
All right, no, it's fine. Honorable Kappa, your hand is also up.
Yes, Chair, it's done. I was going to second the nomination.
Oh, all right. Thank you, sir. Honorable Modise, you have been nominated. Do you accept the nomination? Thank you, Mr. Modise. Members, are there any objection to the nomination of Honorable Modise? None. Okay. Thank you, honorable members. Mr. Modise, you've been elected as the acting chair for this meeting. Once I get the name of the person that is coming to chair the committee, I will share with the committee members. Over to you.
Dumelang bagolo.
Dumelang Ntate Modise.
Dumela Morena Modise.
Morning, honorable members. Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again. Welcome to Hollywood. We're continuing to act like we did last year in 2022. Welcome to 2023, a great morning this in Gauteng. Special greetings to all the ministers who are here. We're expecting the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. I hope she's here. The Deputy Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. The Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. And the Minister of Labor and Employment. And I see the Minister of Labor and Employment, Honorable Nesi Molo Dade.
Thank you.
Great greetings also to the Minister of Health. Oh, there's Mam Togo. Sawubona Mam Togo.
Sawubona Chairperson and amalungu committee wonke kanye no Xabam o Minister bakhoyo.
Wonderful. Minister Chrissy. Is Minister Chris here? Okay, Deputy Minister Soju.
Morning, Chairperson and the members of Parliament, and also to the ministers. Yes, I'm here full force. I think the minister is still coming. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Wonderful. Welcome to 2023. The Minister of Health, Minister Patla. The Deputy Minister of Health. All right, that's fine. Let's assume that they are still trying to log on. Welcome to all of you ministers. Welcome to all deputy ministers and all members of Parliament. Welcome to everybody who takes interest in the debates and the proceedings of this meeting. Thank you very much once again for showing interest in the proceedings of the meeting of the Portfolio Committee of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. It is my belief that all of us have the agenda. I did not really prepare the opening remarks of the chairperson as per agenda because I did not know that I was going to be nominated to chair. But it is only safe to welcome you and hope that today's meeting and its proceedings are fruitful and helpful as we want to advance the gains of democracy and continue to help the country to the better world. Are there apologies, Chileka?
Yes, Mr. Matisa, we do have apologies from Honorable Singh and Paulson. Thank you.
Through you,
Thank you.
Chair.
Further apologies, Minister Didiza.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wish to apologize to the committee that I will be leaving the meeting after I make an overview. The team of the department is there. Unfortunately, there was a meeting I could not come off. I'm actually on the road in Piet Retief as we speak right now. Thank you very much to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister Didiza. It is noted. Further apologies, Honorable Ngesi.
Thank you, Chair. I am in the same situation as Minister Didiza. My officials will also be here, but I will stay until our item comes. I'm engaging in the different meetings as we speak now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister Ngesi. What a way of starting a year with all the meetings and all the traveling and all of that. Honorable Ganjo.
Good morning, Chairperson. Compliments of the new season. Chair, at 1 o'clock, I will be experiencing load shedding. I just want to report so that you don't see me just disappearing, but I will remain in the meeting and try by all means to connect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ganjo. Further apologies.
Mr. Matisa, I got a message from the official from the Department of Health. The minister and the deputy minister won't be attending the meeting. They've sent an apology.
Okay, are there representatives from the Department of Health?
Yes.
Who's leading that delegation?
Sakani Furumele.
I can't hear you.
Sakani.
Sakani.
Furumele. Apologies for the pronunciation.
That's fine. Minister Didiza, who are you going to leave us with?
There are 3 officials from, actually 4, the Director General, the Acting Deputy Director General, Mr. Serache, who's responsible for production. There's also Dr. Molife, as well as Dr. Mamabulu. So there are 4 members from the team.
Wonderful. You are very strong. You brought doctors. We would expect the Department of Health to bring doctors.
Well,
Minister
we do look after animals. They need doctors.
Oh, I see. I see. Minister Ngesi, do you have doctors for us?
Chair, I'm bringing Kimoilwa. She is the Inspector General. She is coming with a team, but I'm not sure the team, but she is the main person. Thank you, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, honorable members. Can we then move? I saw Honorable Mbata's hand. Honorable Mbata.
Chair, I have said that I'm driving. I've got another commitment urgently, so I'll be in and out of the meeting. Thank you.
Noted, Honorable Mbata. Chileka, do we have the required quorum?
We do, Mr. Mutise.
Wonderful. In that case, let's proceed. Honorable members, can we then move for the adoption of the agenda? I believe it is circulated. Well, it is being flighted as it is. We're expected to start at 9:30 and finish at 6 o'clock this evening. So, yeah. Can we get the mover of the adoption of the agenda and the seconder? Honorable Kapa.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the agenda as proposed. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kapa. Honorable Mkunu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to everyone. I second the adoption of the agenda.
Great, thank you very much. With that being the case, can we then move to the next item, which is the consideration and the adoption of the first quarter, the first term committee program. Chilega, can you flight that? Chilega?
Yes, Mr. Mutise. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Oh, thanks.
Honorable members, that is the draft portfolio committee program, the first term program from the 24th of January, which is today, until the 6th of April. Today's meeting is the first bulletin and item. The Friday, the 27th this week.
Sorry, Acting Chair, can I just raise something on Friday's meeting?
Certainly, Honorable Bryant, compliments to you too.
Thanks very much, Acting Chair. Just in terms of that, I see we only have 2 items on the agenda, but the meeting is scheduled from 9:30 until 6 p.m. Is there, is there going to be a lot more, within each of those 2 bullet points? Because it doesn't appear to me that those 2 items would take up the entire day. I'm just in terms of our scheduling, because I know on Fridays some people are flying and all of that. Maybe Tileka can help, I don't know.
I see she has just changed the time. I suspect that there was an error of typing.
There's a typo.
Excellent, thanks so much.
Right, we covered then from 9:30 until 1. Honorable Mkunu.
Yes.
Great.
Chair.
Honorable Kanjo.
Yes, I think also Kileka needs to correct the time on today's program. It's 9:30 to 5. Oh, okay, she has just corrected it. Thank you.
On today's program.
Yeah, it was saying that 9:30 to 5, 1700, but now she has corrected it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Kapa.
Chair, can I please ask if it's possible for the font to be increased a bit for some challenges we have on site? I think.
Can you accommodate us, Chilega, in terms of the font? Is it better, Honorable Kapa?
I'm trying to. Okay. Is it better?
It should be much
Yes.
better.
Yes, it is better.
Okay.
Honorable Nkunu. Is it the legacy head? Okay, that's fine. Let's proceed then to the 31st. Consideration and adoption of the National Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill on Tuesday until 12 o'clock. We are expected to conduct public hearings on climate change bill in Mpumalanga as the first province from the 3rd to the 5th. On the 7th, we're back here. Is that a physical meeting?
Yes,
Please
Mr.
note-
Mutise.
Please note that, honorable members, physical meeting, I suspect, is in Cape Town. Briefing on the stockpiles management by the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. This is a meeting that we had postponed from last year. Hopefully the itinerary and all the details will be communicated soonest.
Yes.
The athlone cleaning of Swart Rivier, we have been there before. So it's just to go and finish what we had started from 2 o'clock until 5, Tuesday the 7th. I'm sure Minister Soch, Deputy Minister Soch is going to be there. It would be quite interesting to also have Minister Didiza and Minister Ngesi there. On Tuesday, the 14th of February, on Valentine's Day, and then the 17th to the 19th will be descending to Limpopo on climate change public consultation. Honorable members, you would notice that this is a very packed program. And I'm sure all of us understand why. On the 21st, Nofoskral. Minister Didiza will be back here. Minister Ngesi will be back here, joined by Minister of Public Works and Water and Sanitation in Kokta. We want to confirm your permanent status in this meeting, honorable ministers. Tuesday the 28th, the first and second quarterly reports of the 2022-2023 financial year by our entities. The 3rd and the 5th, KwaZulu-Natal. The 10 to the 12th, Gauteng. The 14th of March, Forestry Master Plan. Oral submissions on climate change, Friday the 24th. Oral submissions and the briefing on the state of the environment. Our municipalities are very dirty. The environment is rather dirty in the country. Deputy Minister Sochu, I'm sure you are taking note of that. Tuesday the 28th. Ocean Master Plan. and working for programs, working for forest, working for fisheries, working for fire, working for land, waste and water. 31st March, public hearings, Northwest. Oral submissions will continue. So there's a lot of work that is being done in terms of the climate change bill. The country and the world anticipates this bill. So I guess it's against that background that we are so much under pressure. Can we proceed down, Chilega? We were at the Northwest. Okay. So on Tuesday, the 4th, the last day of our quota will be the oral submissions on climate change. Honorable members, that is the draft program of the somebody Matabelo Matabuch. Host, can you please mute Matabelo? Thank you. Okay, honorable members, we present to you the draft program for the first term of the portfolio committee. Can we get a mover? Honorable Kanjo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I moved for the adoption of the program, of the draft program as tabled. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kancho. Can we get a seconder? Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. I support the adoption of the agenda as presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbata. Honorable members, that is what is going to guide the work of this portfolio committee for this particular term. Can we then quickly move to the clause by clause presentation on the National Veld and Fire Forest Amendment Bill? Is the state law advisor here?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. I just tried to put on my video. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but can't see you. Now we can see you.
Yes, Chairperson. I'm not sure if everyone have the proposed A list in front of them, Chairperson. I did provide the latest copy yesterday afternoon around 5 o'clock.
Is it the one that has 4 pages?
That's right. It has 3, with the cover page, 4 pages, yes, with the cover page.
That's fine, that's the one. This is the one.
That's right, that's right.
Sure, let's proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. As the committee will remember, at the previous meeting, the department took the committee through the individual clauses of the bill and then proposed certain amendments. So with the department and with the parliamentary law advisor, we have proceeded to draft the proposed A list, which basically encapsulated those amendments for the committee's consideration. So I will proceed to the first item, which is the proposal of a new clause. A new clause are being proposed, members, which reads as follows. Amendment of Section 1 of Act 101 of 1998 Section 1 of the National Veld and Forest Fire Act of 1998, Act number 101 of 1998. Hereinafter referred to as a Principal Act is hereby amended by the substitution for subsection 1 of the following subsection. The purpose of this act is to prevent and combat veld fires throughout the Republic. This proposed amendment is basically deleting the words veld, forest, and mountain fires, and it is a technical or a consequential amendment, Chairperson, based on the fact that there's an amendment to the definition of veld fires, and that definition of veld fires has deleted as well the words veld, forest, and mountain fires. So this is basically just a consequential amendment following the amendment to veld fires. And then we'll proceed to clause 1. On the amendments proposed here is on page 2 of the bill. From line 4, we propose to omit National Veld Forest Fire Act, hereinafter referred to as a Principal Act, and we propose that Principal Act be substituted. And this is also just a consequential amendment because we are proposing a new clause, and the full reference is given in the new clause, or will be given in the new clause, Chairperson. Then on page 2, from line 6 of the bill, we propose the omission of the term communal land or the definition of communal land. And the department has discussed this at the previous meeting. Basically, the reason therefore was to correct the referencing, which was outdated, Chairperson. And then we have renumbered certain paragraphs in the proposal that be renumbered consequentially because we have now deleted the definition of communal land. Then I'll move to number 4, which is on page 2 from line 12, to omit the definition of fire in the open air and to substitute the following definition. Fire in the open air means any fire not within a building or structure, but does not include a fire in an area specifically designated for such fire, protected against wind and spreading and maintained by the owner. And then from item 5 to 9 to 8, basically again, this is renumbering of paragraphs C, D, E, and F to B, C, D, and E respectively, Chairperson. Then on item 9 on page 3 in line 4, after the to omit Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act and to substitute Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. This is just to correct the referencing. And then on page 10, on page 3 from line 5 to omit the definition of Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act and to substitute the following definition. Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act means the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act of 2019, Act number 3 of 2019. Again, this is to correct the referencing. And then number 11, that is to correct the, to renumber the paragraphs G to F instead, Chairperson. And then the last number there, number 12, is on page 3 from line 10 after area to insert, including any vegetation along any rural urban fringe of a city, town, and its adjoining industrial or residential area boundaries. Yeah, so that concludes the proposed amendments to clause 1 of the bill. I'll move to proposed amendments on clause 2 of the bill, which is on page 3, from line 14, to omit subsection 3 big A and to substitute the following subsection. the municipality concerned and a traditional council established in terms of Section 16 of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, if any, may facilitate the formation of a fire protection association process as contemplated in subsection 3, if the minister is of the opinion that a fire protection association is required. This basically proposal is in view of the deletion of communal land and because of the correct referencing of the act that had to be revised, Chairperson. Then clause 4, the following amendments on page 3 in line 41 to omit chief fire officer and to substitute fire protection officer. So that will be the new term, Chairperson. Proceeding to clause 6, the following amendments on page 4 in line 2 to omit Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act and to substitute Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. Again, that's for correct referencing. And then lastly, there's a proposed amendment to the long title. And this is on page 2 of the bill in line 3 of the long title to omit or and to substitute and the reason for this one is because the consequential amendment that's required to clause 2 of the bill. So there's a amendment that was done in clause 2 of the bill, and now to make sure that that is getting through right through the bill, we had to also change the long title to reflect similar wording, Chairperson. Yeah, so that basically will conclude the A list of the National Veld and Forest Fire Amendment Bill, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grootboom. Honorable members, those are the amendments to the A list. Are there questions for clarity or comments? Comments or questions for clarity on the A list to the amendment of the National Veld and Fire Amendment Bill? Okay, whilst honorable members are still thinking about it, Ms. Grootboom, on clause 2, 3A, just wanted to check the municipality concerned and a traditional council established in terms of section 60 of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, if any, may facilitate the formation of a fire protection association process as contemplated in subsection 3, if the minister is of the opinion that a fire protection association is required. Do we still stick by the initial submission that the minister must be consulted by either the traditional council or the municipality? Is that what it means? Is that my understanding of jurisprudence? You are muted, Ms. Grootboom.
That's correct. It can either be the municipality or the traditional council, Chairperson, or it can be both. So it's both would have jurisdiction in this instance, the way that the clause is currently reading to consult.
But what I'm checking is that do they have to do consultation with the minister? Because the last part of it, it says if the minister is of the opinion that the fire protection association is required. So on their own, they can't do it without consulting the minister. Are we understanding it together?
That's right, Chairperson.
That's fine. Honorable members. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Grootboom. Can we get the the views of the parliamentary legal advisor on the A-list amendment?
Mr. Matisa, she's in a meeting.
In this meeting?
No, in another meeting.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, yeah.
We just did not record that apology. That is why I'm asking if she's in this meeting. Yeah, that's fine. Ms. Grootboom, do we know when are we finalizing this bill? I mean, we have been talking about this bill for a better part of the year. When are we finalizing it? After all these amendments, when are we having the final paper?
So now that if the committee is adopting and agreeing to these amendments, Chairperson, then we will draft the final list.
And it will still have to come back here, right?
That's right, Chairperson.
Next week, hopefully.
So it could be,
Schedule it
yeah,
for next week.
that will be in order. That will be in order, Taileka.
Okay, Honorable Brian.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to find out about this legal advisor that we're supposed to have in our meeting. What are they double booked? What's the story? Do we not have a legal advisor then for our meeting? I'm just a bit confused here.
Chilis.
I didn't get the question.
Honorable Brian is asking why are people double booked? Were they not supposed to be in this meeting? Or how did they prioritize that meeting over this?
Yeah, it's the committee for the public protectors meeting today. So that's why our parliamentary advisor is not with us. She's also serving that committee.
Chair, acting chair, just going forward, if I may, I mean, are there enough of these advisors to go around to ensure that we don't end up in a situation next time where people get double booked again? Because it is a bit of a challenge for us if we are asking for legal opinions. It's going to be quite a lot of stuff discussed today as well.
Perhaps, Honorable Brian, we should just resolve that it be noted that in the next meeting we will not accept that apology.
Thanks.
Yeah, Chileka, let it be noted that Ms. Grootboom, together with the parliamentary legal advisor, will be here in the next meeting so that we finalize this bill. It has been coming to us for a longest of time.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, can we then adopt this A-list? Honorable Ntunu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move that we adopt it, but also whilst we adopt, knowing that there is a legal advice that we are still waiting for, so that we can be finally saying that this bill is complete. I move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ntunu. Honorable Kapa.
Thank you, Chair. I second the move by Honorable Ntunu as she stated it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kapa. Honorable members, it is my conviction that in the next meeting we will then be finalizing, as per Ms. Grootboom, they will be presenting the final draft for adoption. From there, we'll then take it to the National Assembly and for processing. Thank you very much. It is also noted that the state law advisor will be here together with the parliamentary legal advisor in the next meeting so that we finalize this bill. With that being said, can we then move to the next item of the agenda? The briefing on the management of handling, breeding, hunting, and trade of lions in South Africa. Pertinent amongst other reasons why we have Minister Didiza, Minister Nglesi, expectedly Minister Chrissy on her behalf. I want to suppose that's why Deputy Minister is here, but
I'm here, Chair.
Invite you, Deputy Minister, because I got a message that Minister Didiza will be entering in another meeting in a short while, same as Minister Nglesi. I want to invite you, DM, just to welcome
Chair,
them home.
Chair,
Oh,
I'm here.
I can hear the voice now. Okay. Minister.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I've got load shedding. Maybe I'm not.
Minister Chrissy.
Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Chair, yes.
I wanted to suggest, because there is a request that we release Minister Didiza, that you just give a bit of an overview just to welcome her, and then she'll say one or two, and then give to her team, and then you are home. You will remain with us, and then we'll release her.
Chair, it would suit me if you can take her first, because I'm expecting my power to come on any minute, and then I will be more able to participate. So take Minister Didiza first.
Wonderful. Minister Didiza, it is our singular honor and privilege to welcome you to our meeting. Over to you. It is now your time. You will introduce the DG who's expected to lead the team. We'll also go to Minister Nglesi because he has also made a request to be released. And then Honorable Chrissy is home. She's not going anywhere, unfortunately. Even if she was to submit an apology, she will not be released. Minister Didiza.
No, thank you very much, Acting Chairperson Modise, members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as other representatives who are here, our senior officials. And I would like to also recognize Minister Chrissy, Minister Nglesi, Deputy Minister Soju, who are also in this meeting. Chairperson, I will give an overview, but I think it's important for me to indicate that the presentation was done jointly with Environmental Affairs and Forestries, because on this matter, we have been working very closely together. But I just thought it's important to just give a brief background on the legislative framework that we usually use in agriculture that affects animals. For instance, a number of those legislations relate to animal production, genetic improvement, which you can call breeding, disease management, animal welfare, and meat safety. And these assist our various players, such as our scientists, veterinarians, and technicians, as well as welfare organizations, to actually act in terms of this legislation. The Animal Improvement Act, Chairperson, provides for the breeding, which is one of the issues that we are raising that you want addressed in this discussion. It also provides for identification and utilization of genetically superior animals in order to improve the production and performance of animals in the interest of the Republic. What we then do is that through this act, the Animal Breeders Society, because a majority of breeders will belong to a breeders society, where they would share knowledge and experience. So these societies are registered authorities for the purposes of the legislation. They must be registered with our department in order to ensure that we issue certificates concerning their breeds as well as the pedigrees, so that people would know exactly that if I'm buying, for instance, a Bonsmara, this is a Bonsmara, and this is why it is called a Bonsmara, not a Brahman, and this is how it performs, so that when I decide to make a cross of a Bonsmara and an Inguni, for instance, for better meat quality, I know exactly what these animals are about. We then have the Meat Safety Act of 2000, number 40 of 2000, which provides for the measures to promote meat safety and the safety of animal products. This is really done to ensure that we protect the citizens in terms of the meat quality that they eat. The Act applies for animals that have been listed under Schedule 1 of this Act, which therefore means if an animal is not listed under this schedule, there is no legal requirement that such an animal must be slaughtered through an abattoir system, and as a result, there cannot be assurance that the meat therefore is safe for human consumption. You would recall, Chair, that there was some debate earlier about whether bush meat or what is known as game meat can be safe for humans and can be utilized. And our responsibility in this regard relates to every animal that is supposedly proposed for consumption, that it must follow a particular procedure in terms of our act, that there must be an abattoir, and that abattoir will be, regulated. We would also test that it complies with the standards before we can actually talk about certifying whether that meat is safe for human consumption. We also have another legislation, the Animal Diseases Act, as it says, it really assists us in the management and the promotion of health of our animals. This act protects the animal population, particularly agriculture, but also humans, as you know that some of the animal diseases do affect human beings, such as rabies and others. And it is therefore important that as the department, we take into consideration the health of those animals because of those interface between human beings and animals. And therefore, farmers have a duty to report some of these controlled diseases to the state veterinarians if they observe that there is a particular disease which is indicated as controlled that must be protected at all costs. The other legislation is the Animal Protection Act of 1962, which provides for measures to regulate the prevention of cruelty to animals. This includes the prohibition of animal cruelty on all domestic and wild animals in captivity under the control of humans. Chairperson, I want to move to deal with the other issue that has been raised by the committee that requires engagement about the trade in animal and animal products. In terms of our responsibility as the department, we do need to give a certification on all traded animals or even animal products. Particularly if somebody would like to export an animal, we need to make sure that the receiving country, one, accept that animals, and that we look at their requirements in terms of what they accept, particularly when it relates to the health of those animals. And we as a country must ensure that the said animals meet those requirements, and therefore we can put our signature to certify that indeed this animal is healthy, it can be exported, it complies. That would also relate to meat quality and meat safety and how that can actually be traded. I thought it's important for me to just give this broad overview. Obviously, Chair, there will be those areas between the Department of Environment and environment of agriculture that relates to the management of these animals, particularly when it comes to game. And that's where we work together with the departments. And I'm sure when the Department of Environment makes a presentation, they would also have our team to actually support that presentation and elaborate, but also respond where there may be questions that arise from the committee. For me, I thought it was important to just give that broad overview in terms of what is the legal framework that we utilize in the space of animal health, animal trade, animal meat safety, as well as breeding in improving the quality of the said animal from maybe one inferior quality to a high performing animal. Thank you very much, Chair. I hope that broad overview will enable the committee to get a sense of where the interface lies between our department and the Department of Environmental Affairs and Forestry. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister Didiza, for the overview. Honorable members, let me check with you if you want to engage the overview by Minister Didiza, as we all know that she's about to leave, and then we'll invite Honorable Mwesi, Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair, Acting Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister Didiza Uswaka. I think you have touched on all the issues that affects the issue, that the acts that needs to be utilized when we deal with the issue that we have raised of the animal breeding and the consumption of such meat and how it should be slaughtered. It should be slaughtered in a registered abattoir, and it should be inspected by the meat inspectors. I think you have covered us on everything and those pieces of legislation. So now it also gives us the light that this breeding was not done properly, and the slaughtering of the meat, of such meat, and when they were giving it to the community, because it was not safe, it was not checked by the meat inspectors. So that means we have a case to stop such act, because it's a non-compliance to all of those acts. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Acting Chairperson, sorry. Acting Chairperson, just in terms of the overview given by Minister Didiza, thank you very much for that, Minister, through you, Chair. I'm just asking in terms of, speaking specifically here around the protection of lion, and we, that is the point of having this overarching discussion. How does the minister see her role in complementing what is being undertaken by the DFFE in terms of the protection of lions and potential interventions when it comes to unethical practices, and whether or not she would deem it necessary for there to be further amendments made in terms of Section 10 of the Animal Protection Act? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Further takers? Honorable Phillips.
Good morning, Acting Chair. Good morning to everyone, and compliments of the new year. Thank you for that presentation. And what I'd just like to expand on my colleague's comment is, the Animal Protection Act of 1962 was drafted in a time where it wasn't even comprehended that big cats like lions would actually be captive bred and then sold off as commodities. So I would like to know if there's any amendments that her department would actually like to see being made to that act. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Phillips. Honorable Weber.
Sorry, Chair, I know there's not something like stupid question, but this might be one, but good morning, everyone, and a great 2023 to all of you. I would like to ask the Minister, in May 2019, our animals, lions included, now were classified as farm animals. But in line of everything that is happening now, no farming, no breeding, no hunting, no nothing. What would the chance be of diverting that back, that lions that are wildlife can become wildlife again, as I don't see the reason for them being farm animals? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. Honorable Mbata, is that a heritage hand?
Chair, I think it's an heritage hand. Sorry.
All right. Further takers? Okay, just before I invite you, Minister Didiza, the context of the resolution of Parliament on captive lion breeding for hunting and lion bone trade was that this practice was harming the well-established conservation image of the country and the actual brand South Africa. And in the fifth administration, I think Minister of Tourism, Minister Derek Hanekom, argued against this practice, calling for its total ban, considering the impact that it had on the tourism sector. And to a larger extent, there was consensus amongst executive members of cabinet and parliament, which was basically that this practice should be banned. So it is therefore reasonable for us to expect that captive lion breeding for hunting and lion bone trade should have been halted in the interim while a lasting solution was being found through the reviewing of policy. This does not appear to be the case. Do you know why? And it is also my view that our focus is being shifted to wild lions through this reviewing of legislation, whereas wild lions are not a problem here. Why don't we just go straight to the issue? Why does it look like we're trying to defer this matter beyond the scope of this cycle of the sixth parliament? It is my view that this matter is now in our table, and it must be resolved. I would like to get your views pertaining to this. Over to you, Honorable Minister Didiza.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. Once again, I would like to thank you for the reflections that you have made, some of them being questions, some of them being statements. The reason I actually gave the broad overview in terms of the legislation that governs how we work with animals, be they domestic or wild animals, and that's why there's that interface between us and the Department of Environment and Forestry. I've taken note that members are saying, given that the legislation currently that we have may be dated, is there no possibility for amendment? That's one. The other view is that should we actually even consider domesticating some of the wild animals such as the lions or maybe other cats or any other that might actually pose danger to society. And I think that's a debate, in my view, Chairperson, that maybe as a committee we'll have to reflect on, looking both at the pros and cons and also the background that you are giving about how some of these measures might harm our tourism as a country. And where, you know, irregularities have happened without any compliance, particularly when it relates to issues of meat safety. Yes, there must be, you know, investigations and consequence management thereafter should people are found to be, you know, broken the law in this regard. But on the matter that you are raising directly, Chairperson, presently, I don't think I'm kicking the can down, but I would actually say it's a matter that between the portfolio committee, maybe the two portfolio committees engaging with the executive to really reflect on whether or not should we go to a state where domestication of certain wild animals is permissible, you know, and therefore the breeding and their security to make sure that there is no danger to society is taken care of. And if so, how do you amend the legislation to take into consideration of that? With regards to animal health, that I don't think there may be any need to amend any legislation because already it provides for how we determine meat safety and what processes must be followed when an individual, you know, wants to actually have meat, and therefore the slaughtering must be done in a particular way, which also takes into consideration the, you know, the protection of cruelty of animals in that instance, particularly on how you slaughter. Appreciating, of course, that there are also issues that we need to be sensitive about in terms of customs and respect those. But the issue, I think, at hand, Chairperson, I may not give you a direct answer as of now to say, is it the right way or not the right way to consider domestication and therefore proliferation of breeding of lions in particular, as this is very direct to that species. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister Didiza. Honorable Bryant.
Thank you very much, Acting Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister again for those comments. I'd also like to thank her for the suggestion and commitment to having a joint discussion between DFFE and DALRRD in terms of the way forward when it comes to animal welfare. I know it is something that we have been requesting. I know my colleague, Honourable Phillips, in particular, has been requesting on numerous occasions, and I know our committee did resolve to try and set that up. It was then passed across to DALRRD, and I think there was maybe just a little bit of a loss, perhaps, of the finer threads of getting that together. So to hear the Minister suggest that we get this up and running to discuss, you know, all of these matters, I think is very, very welcome. And I would just like to suggest, Acting Chairperson, that we look at setting up that joint colloquium for the second term of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. That suggestion is noted. We'll just look at it perhaps towards the end of this term. Before we adopt the second term, let it be noted that we might need to exhaust the possibility of having a colloquium. With that being said, would it be fair to release Minister Didiza?
Maybe, Chairperson, before I move, it is important for me to indicate that the current act in terms of Animal Improvement Act, it actually declares wild animals as animals. So it's not like there's a distinction between domestic and wild. All of them are regarded as animals. The issue, therefore, is with regards to the species and maybe other, do we want to encourage the breeding and the improvement of those species, even of the wild, because you may want to improve your wild lion in the Kruger Park to be much stronger. I'm just saying that the debate might then be on the breeding and for what purpose. We might need to then engage and say, how does that happen in the current context, and take into consideration all other views that are being expressed by our society. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you once again for you to allow me to be the first, and thanks to Minister Barbara Christie for allowing me, and for the committee. The team will remain to engage with the committee going forward as the presentations are made from DEFF.
Thank you very much. You are released, Minister Didiza, temporarily. You know that you are coming back. All the best in today's meetings. Minister Ngesi.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Modise and the members of the Portfolio Committee. Let me also greet my colleagues who are here, the two ministers and the deputy minister, and the senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen. Just briefly, Chair, thanks for this opportunity, because occasions such as this, where we appear to answer questions posed by MPs, is part of democracy in which Parliament holds the executive and officials to account. The officials, of course, are having some detailed presentation on the role of the labor inspectors in the agricultural sector. They can be able to share that with the members. I just want to briefly highlight the following. Labor inspectors are appointed to do the following: advise the employers and employees of their rights and obligations. They conduct inspections of workplaces and investigate complaints in terms of the labor laws and thereafter. They work with other law enforcement agencies. We also do it to ensure enforcement. And the wider vision of the department is for the employment creation and promotion of decent work. This in turn requires regulations to ensure labor standards, health and safety, and sound labor relations. Looking specifically at the role of the labor inspectorate in the agricultural sector, the labor inspectors have a program of inspection of the farms nationwide to strengthen compliance with the labor laws to promote the sound labor relations and labor practices and improved working conditions. This is part of the broader program focusing on the vulnerable sectors, which is headed up by the National Roving Team of Labor Inspectors. So we have that team which moves from one province to the other. So in relation to the occupational health and safety, the specialized labor inspectors, what do? They seek to establish what hazards are attached to any work which is performed or substances utilized. Also to further establish what precautionary measures should be taken with respect to such work or substances. And they also advise on the means to apply such precautionary measures. So the onus is always on the employers to provide and maintain the working environment that is safe and without risk to the health employees. This involves the implementation of precautionary measures, training and protective personal equipment where it is required. The officials, of course, will indicate that in 2021-22, some 17,000 inspections were conducted nationally, but it's never enough. But bear in mind that many of the inspections are targeted where we already know there are problems or there are complaints that have been received. You will see that the majority of the employers in the sector are compliant, and the task is then to advise and encourage the rest to comply whilst targeting the rogue employers, because we do have rogue employers. In the light of the limited resources, the department is partnering with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to develop innovative ways to increase and strengthen the labor inspections on farms. I'm not sure whether you'd allow, Chair, my team to do the short presentation which they have, which can throw the light on the various areas, or you want to raise issues with me, and then after that I can still stay for another 30 minutes. Thank you.
Perhaps let me tap on the wisdom of the members of the committee, Honorable Minister. So for them to guide us, giving the overview, because there's a presentation that has been prepared from your department, and you have given an overview. Perhaps we should allow them, honorable members, to make the presentation. Whilst the minister is here, we'll then take all the questions and matter of concerns also flowing from the presentation that will be made. If we are agreeable, Minister, I suspect the team is led by the Inspector General.
Egi? DDG Egi?
Yes, Minister. Yes.
Yes, you are given the chance by the chair to make the input and try and condense it.
Okay, thank you, Minister, and thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, senior officials of the departments, various departments, ladies and gentlemen. Minister, you sort of made our task a lot easier, because what you've provided in terms of overview basically covers about 70% of the presentation. So in the spirit of saving time, I'll just add a few pointers without necessarily going through the presentation, which has only 19 slides, and will then probably enrich the information through questions that are going to come forth as we answer them. If I'm allowed to take that route, Chair, I would rather go that route. Just to say that in terms of the work that we do as the inspectorate, we almost exclusively come in where there is a relationship of employer-employee, and with a biasness towards focusing towards the vulnerable sectors, of which agriculture is one of them. So also in the context of the brief that was given, our role will come in the instance of the wildlife and so on, looking at people or personnel that will be employed in that space, and whether or not we will test the level of compliance with various legislations that are within our administration. So basically we regulate employment standards, and this we do through the following laws. Number one, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, put together with the National Minimum Wage Act. So basically, this is where we look at things such as a provision of contracts to employees, looking at how leaves are administered, and just basically to safeguard the rights of workers so that they know what it is that they're employed to do and how they get remunerated and so forth. And we also have the Employment Equity Act, which in its inherent nature, it's transformational, just to look at the labor market and determine the extent to which there is equity in terms of distribution in the various.
Chair,
Yes, Chair.
there is a request that you flight the slides that you're presenting, although you are condensing them, but there is a request that you flight it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try and share from my side. I don't know whether Chair, I can be assisted by the Secretariat. We have submitted the presentation. I'm sort of struggling to share the screen. I don't know whether I've got the rights to do so.
Okay, let's check if you can be assisted. The host.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mutisa, I've given DG the right because I have not saved it on my side. But if not, I can just give me a minute to save it so that I can be able to flight it.
You don't have it, Egi, with you?
I do. I'm trying to share through you if I can get an indication of whether the slide is visible.
Yes. The indication is yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna jump a few slides and try and recap. In terms of introduction, you're saying that the national agricultural sector comprises of the following. We've highlighted areas that we feel are relevant to the discussion of today, that is around animal production as well as game farming. So in the context of the Labour Inspectorate work, what we're saying is that the management of the handling, breeding, hunting, and trade of lions in South Africa will fall within, I think we should have said, it's agricultural sector, yes, and also probably the areas that various government departments that are relevant to this will play. And then just in terms of background, I just want to indicate, Chair, we've got in, excuse me, in our employ, we've got, sorry for that. We've got just around 2,200 labor inspectors that are specializing in nature. And I spoke about the laws that are administered by the department. And you'll see that there is a basket of legislation that I've highlighted there. The Basic Conditions of Employment Act, read together with or including the National Minimum Wage Act. This is where we try to test compliance with regard to set standards of employment. Like I was saying earlier, it will revolve around issues of whether or not workers are provided with employment contracts, and issues around leave administration and the tasks that they're expected to do, and also the amount of money that they're supposed to be paid. And we do have the National Minimum Wage Act, which is an extension of the BCA. We also have Compensation of Occupational Injuries and Diseases Act, and this act is in the core of it. It is meant to safeguard the insurance of employees that would suffer either injuries or diseases in the state of doing their work. So it has got to be occupational in its nature. We've got the Employment Equity Act, which inherently seeks to contribute towards the transformation of the labor market. We all know that we're coming from historically, and it's still the case, that our society, in particular, the labor market environment is unequal. So the Employment Equity Act, through looking at how the distribution, occupational distribution is looking, and in just looking at the demographics of the various areas. And then we have the Occupational Health and Safety Act, which puts the owners on the employer to make sure that as far as possible and practical, the working environment should not have any health and safety hazards. And that is embedded in the primary law. We have about 22 regulations that are linked to the OHS Act. And then we have the Employment Services Act, which talks to how we would look at issues around employment dynamics, looking also at our role in the space of employment of migratory labor. And then with regards to the Unemployment Insurance Act, that's where we look at the whole issue around employers making sure that they first of all are registered with the Unemployment Insurance Fund. And there is a requirement that they need to declare on a monthly basis the number of employees that they have, because we know that that space changes from time to time. And they also have to make payment as well. Payment for, which will include part payment from the employees as well. And that safeguards instances in which employees could lose their jobs temporarily, either through illnesses or maternity, in the space of maternity benefits and so on. And then I'm gonna jump slide number 5 because I think the minister spoke to it. And I think I'm gonna jump a few slides, Chair, because I think the overview was sort of enough in that regard. And I'm going to take the committee to specifics in terms of the work that we've done in the financial year 21-22 in the space of agriculture. As you can see in that slide, we did in total, we did in excess of 17,000 inspections. So that is a breakdown in terms of all the employment laws that we've covered, Chairperson. And the slide that follows is just a graphical representation of the information that I have provided earlier. And the slide that follows is really looking at the breakdown in terms of various provinces. And I'll just spend a minute or so talking about what happens in instances where we pick up non-compliance with our laws. Depending on the labor law that is being flouted, we're going to issue out a notice. So we've got a range of notices. We've got notices that are improvement notices, then we have contravention notices, compliance orders, as well as prohibition notices. So it will depend on the area and also the law that is being flouted. So when we pick up non-compliance, we issue out those notices. Our notices have got a lifespan of about 14 days to 60 days, also depending on what law is being flouted. In instances where workplaces or employers have failed to comply with the notices that have expired, we then refer those for prosecution. And you'll see that in the financial year 2021 and 2022, we picked up that out of the 17,291 inspections that we've done in this sector, the non-compliance, we had about just over 3,000 workplaces that didn't comply. So you'll also notice that only 347 were referred for prosecution. What will that mean? What that would mean is that by implication, out of the 3,000, it's only that number, 347, that would have failed to comply with notices that would have expired. And in that regard, we then go on to refer them for prosecution. And in this regard, we work with various agencies that are law enforcement in nature, the CCMA being one of them, the NPA, and so on, Chair. And I think that will bring me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Egi. Honorable members, that is the condensed presentation from the Department of Labor and Employment. Can we engage the presentation, including the overview by the Minister, Honorable Mercy, Honorable Phillips?
Thank you so much for that. I'm just a little bit confused about this. You know, the high-level panel has recommended that the captive breeding industry be stopped. And here we are talking.
Honorable Phillips?
It's just gone 11 o'clock. She may have just hit load shedding. I'm not sure.
Was it scheduled?
I'm not sure.
Okay, let's take you, Honorable Bryant, in the meantime. We'll take her when she comes back.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, Acting Chairperson. Just in terms of the presentation and you know, there's some interesting stats that came through there. My only concern is, you know, and I think perhaps Honourable Phillips was about to allude to this, we are wanting to speak specifically around lion and lion breeding and you know, the can hunting and all of these things that go along with it, and the recommendations of the HLP. So I think perhaps, you know, we were looking for more specific details in terms of that. So, you know, just to ask you know, a more pointed question, how many people are currently employed by the lion breeding, farming, ranching sector, and how many inspections have been carried out in that particular sector since the publication of the high-level panel report, just as a start. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Weber, followed by Honorable Mbata, followed by Honorable Ganjo.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I want to ask it in a different way. With all the, how can I put it? Sorry, I'm just trying to look for my words. With all the inspections that has been done, and with the possible to criminal charges or charges and not adhering to the law, and can we maybe ask if they can shorten it out of those 3,000 non-compliance, which ones are more specific, did not adhere to animal welfare, to well-being, and to what the HLP has expected of them to do, but specifically how many were not adhering to the animal welfare and the well-being of the animals, if that is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get a clear understanding on what is the role of the OHS inspectors in the issue of lion breeding and how the animals are being brutally killed, and the non-compliance on the issue of meat inspection and the slaughtering in the abattoir, including the issue of meat that is not inspected that end up being donated to the nearby communities, because I think that's the most important role, a role that you want to understand as the portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. Honorable Ganjo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I am covered by Honorable Dave Bryant. We are more interested in wildlife sector. So we just wanted to have a better picture of how the captive lion breeding sector is doing in terms of their conducted inspections. And we are also interested in their findings from the inspection. So if they can stick to this and be clear on issues of wildlife sector. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kancho. Is Honorable Phillips back? Okay, not yet. Oh, there she is. Honorable Phillips, welcome back.
Thank you, Chair, our acting chair. Apologies for this. Load shedding is just a nightmare. That was actually my only question, was to find out if there is any thought being put into reskilling these people who are currently working on these lion breeding farms. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Phillips. I'm not too sure if they were able to capture your question, Egi and the Minister. Egi, did you capture the question of Honorable Phillips?
Yes, Chair, I did.
Wonderful. Should I give the Minister first?
I would request Peggy to start.
Okay, Egi, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I think I need to emphasize that probably one of the reasons, or the main reason, that our presentation could be seen to be far-fetched from what has been required in terms of looking specifically in the area of lion breeding and the handling of those animals, is that our employment laws, at the core of them, regulate relationships between the employer and the employees. So that's the nature of our laws. We look at human rights in terms of making sure that the working environment as well as the working standards are safeguarded. So that is why we will not be able to provide statistics that or information that is around the handling of animals and so on. In our roadshow, we'll look at the people that are working in that environment and assess the degree to which there is compliance with our laws. So that's the first thing that I want to mention. But just to answer some of these questions specifically, in terms of the number of people employed in the lion breeding sector, we do not have that information, Chair. The way we report and keep information is in line with our core mandate. And therefore, when we talk sectors, we also report them in terms of the scientific, what is it called? SIC. I just forgot the acronym. I just forgot the translation thereof. So we will club activities that have got an element of doing activities in the space of agriculture together. So our statistics are therefore provided in that way. As you can see in the slide that I have previously beamed, I think it's this one. It talks to the inspections that you've conducted in the agricultural sector. We would have similar information for instance, wholesale and retail, domestic, and so on. So this is how we do the reporting and we package the work that we do. And therefore, by implication, it will also mean that we will not be able to say specifically how many inspections have been done in the area of lion breeding, because we don't keep our statistics in that way, Chair. I think the one question also said the role of inspectors, OHS inspectors in the space of lion breedings. The role of OHS inspectors will be determined by the offerings of the OHS Act and the various regulations that are tied to it. So for instance, an OHS inspector will look at things like when they go to a workplace to assess the degree to which there is compliance with the Act, will look at, is there a risk assessment that has been adapted to various environments in terms of health and safety. So an employer has got to be able to look at their own workplace and environment and say, what could be the potential risk linked to the work that the employees are doing, and how can that be mitigated against? So we look at things like that, like the provision of proper PPEs, people that work, for instance, in highly cold environments, we'll look at whether they're provided with body suits, etc., etc. And then we look at also the working environment itself in terms of housekeeping, in terms of how in the space of, if I was to take the electrical regulation, how the electricity is installed. We've got people that specialize in that area. Things like the DB box, whether they're properly tabled and so on, Chair. So in a nutshell, I'd like to stop there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Minister?
No, Chair, thank you very much. What I can say, just judging by the questions which are coming from the honorable members, it's very clear that our report was too general. And we have been categorizing this part, which you are focusing on, as part of the agriculture in general, which therefore says we might have to pull the information through the officials, which is relevant to this particular debate. But what is important is very clear that this issue of lion breeding falls outside us, except the issue of the employment relations. And I think what is important is for our officials to be able to go and pull that information, no matter how little it is, and we can submit it in a written form back to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
No need to worry, Minister. This is our first engagement. At least we are drawing the line. As I've assured you that you are invited back. I'm sure after revisiting your homework, when you come back, you'll be more focused. But we really appreciate the fact that you came and gave what you thought we had asked. Now the scope has been broadened, and there are areas of focus that you just need to go and rekindle and panel beat. And certainly when you come back, and we'll ensure that as and when we invite you again, your scope is much clearer on what exactly do members of the portfolio committee expect from the Department of Labor and Employment. Honorable members, with your permission, I see there are follow-ups, Minister. Can we take Honorable Weber and then take Honorable Bryant?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, Chair. Minister, thank you for that. Thank you for being open and willing to come back and do a more thorough or more focused presentation, more on the line that we need is really appreciated. Minister, can we send through our secretary questions on this, for instance, in your inspections? One of the things I would like to know, and maybe I have to send the question to you through Talika, but is that, for instance, of those 3,000 inspections, and it is a question that was in our written question here on the chat, how many of those were lion breeders and how many of them, you know, adhere to that? So if we can send these questions to you more specifically in detail, my focus is I would like to know the inspections that you have done, what the results of that was, and where that is going. I think that is for me quite important to have those answers. So if we can do that through you, Chair, and the Minister can answer in writing to us regarding that, it will be appreciated. Thanks.
Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chairperson. Just to follow on from Honorable Webber's comments there, just for the sake of clarity to the Minister, one of the reasons that this is such an important aspect for the members of the committee is that one of the consistent criticisms that is leveled against many of these breeding facilities is that the people employed at those lion breeding facilities are not treated well, and that they are often in breach of certain elements of labor legislation. And this is one of the reasons why it's quite concerning to hear from the official that no information on how many people are employed at those facilities is available to them, and that they don't have any idea how many inspections have in fact been carried out at those breeding facilities, which makes it very difficult to make an objective assessment as to what state the industry is in when it comes to how it treats its employees. So it is really quite difficult for us, and I suppose a little bit frustrating as well, that to hear from the official that they don't have access and they don't keep a record of those specific stats. So if there's a way for us to get that, as the Minister has committed, that'll be fantastic, and we will certainly write and see if we can get that information. But it is frustrating not to have access to that now, at the beginning of these discussions. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Minister Nxesi.
Just a parting shot, Chair. We would also request the members, the honorable members, to refer to us or to refer us to some of these breeding farms where there are problems. Whilst we'll be doing our own homework, but they must refer us so that we can be able to go to them, because some of the inspections are as a result of complaints which are coming either from the workers or from the communities and so on. So we'll be ready, but this will also help us once we get that information. We will deal with that information as requested. Thank you very much, Chair.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think we are, there's consensus on what is expected from us, and more follow-ups. I think we will be much clearer in the next invite, Honorable Nxesi, in terms of the specifics, the facilities, etc., all these farms and all of that, the required information, so that we don't speak past each other. We don't speak to the left and you respond to the right. I'm certain that the next invite will be much clearer and more specific. Let me take this opportunity to thank you, Minister, for availing yourself. I hope it does not happen just because it's the beginning of the term and the first day and you're still fresh. I know you're always fresh, and you'll be fresh and more rejuvenated when you come back in the next meeting. Thank you very much, Minister Nxesi.
Thank you, Chief.
Let's go home, honorable members. Minister Barbara Creecy.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure why my video is not working. Let me see if I put this light on, if it helps, or if I... Chair, while I'm just trying to sort out my my camera and my background. Let me start off by, first of all, wishing all the honorable members very well for this particular year. I hope that all of you had an opportunity to enjoy some time over the festive season with your families, and I hope as you wish the Minister of Labour that everybody is rejuvenated in this particular year. Honourable Chairperson, I think that we do have a presentation, and I think that it's important, just by way of background, to first of all acknowledge the recommendations that were made by the high-level panel with regard to trade in, with regard to captive breeding and trade in lion derivatives. I think that it's also important to acknowledge here that last year we put out a draft policy document which received more than 9,000 comments. And I think that flowing from that process, we then took a decision to begin with a white paper. I'm sure honourable members have seen the first and the second versions of the white paper, both of which were published for public comment. And I can say to you that the third version of the and final version of the white paper is currently in the cabinet system. And when we conclude with that process, it will be very important that we take an opportunity to share the white paper with this committee. But what the white paper tries to do is to deal with, I think, 3 or 4 policy issues that really would form a basis for future work in this area. The first issue is to try and have a clearer definition of sustainable use. The second issue is to talk about how we understand transformation and community beneficiation in the biodiversity and conservation space, because in our situation, we are one of the few departments where there is no regulatory imperative to implement transformation and community beneficiation, and we feel that this is a significant policy gap. The other areas would relate to our understanding of the importance of biodiversity management in our context, and we also have a definition of animal well-being. So these would be issues which I think have been in the public domain, and as I say, the final version is in the cabinet system, but members would have seen some of the debate that has gone on and would have seen the first 2 iterations of this white paper. And then, of course, we get to the issue that I have appointed the panel to advise me on those who wish to voluntarily exit the industry. I should mention that I do know that the chairperson of the panel, Mr. Chetty, is online, and what is important to say is that I have appointed that panel, and that panel has begun its work. And I think that many of the issues that honourable members have been raising as to how many breeders are there, how many workers are employed, how many lions are there, what conditions under which the lions are being kept, and so on and so forth, the panel would be looking into some of those issues. And one of the fundamental and important issues that the panel has given attention to is the whole question of a labor expert on the panel. And I think that that has been very important, because we do understand that there will be labor matters that could arise, and those matters would need to be appropriately attended to within the regulatory environment of the country. I also, Chairperson, thought it was important just to say something about the issue of tigers, because although this is not on today's agenda, I have no doubt it might arise following the rather sad events that took place in Midrand last week. And there has been, I think, a significant public outcry about the keeping of these animals as pets. You would understand that I'm Minister of Environment, not Minister of Pets, and that some of these matters would fall within the domain of local government and provincial government. And accordingly, I have asked our officials. We have working groups that form part of the structured relationships that we have with subnational government, both provincial and municipal. And we have what's known as Working Group 1. And that working group will meet on Thursday. And I have asked our officials to raise this issue of tigers in this meeting, because I think that what we saw in this whole incident that took place last week is that it's probably easier to have a tiger as a pet than it is to have a dog as a pet, because there doesn't seem to be an appropriate regulatory environment. So I have asked that this matter be given due attention in Working Group 1, and I'm sure municipalities and also provinces within whose domain this falls will do their best to follow up on that request. So I would make a plea that we don't derail, I think, a very important conversation on captive lion breeding with this other matter. So that is really what I would want to say by way of introductory remarks. Our presentation will be made by DDG Flora Mokholwa. She is online. She is at 1 p.m. going to need to leave for the airport. So if we could take her presentation and then allow her to respond to issues where appropriate, that would be much appreciated, Chairperson. And once we have concluded our input, I will also ask to be excused from this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Who's doing the presentation?
Good morning, Chair. I am doing the presentation. My name is Flora Mokholwa. I'm the Deputy Director General for Biodiversity and Conservation.
Wonderful. Welcome. Compliments to you. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and Minister Ngwesi, if he's still in the room, and members of the Portfolio Committee, and colleagues and external stakeholders, and members of the panel that the Minister appointed. Next slide, please. So the purpose is to provide a briefing on progress on the implementation of resolutions pertaining to the management, handling, breeding, hunting of, and trade in lion, with a focus on the following areas: on the policy and legislative review, on the status of lion conservation and captive lion facilities, ongoing collaboration between DFFE and DALRAD. Next slide, please. There are some abbreviations we have used in the presentation. DALRA refers to the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. DFFE refers to the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. EMIs refers to the Environmental Management Inspectors. HLP refers to the High Level Panel. IUCN refers to the International Union for Conservation of Nature. MOU refers to the Memorandum of Understanding. NEMBA refers to the National Environmental Management Act, Biodiversity Act 2004, which is Act number 10 of 2004. And NEMLA refers to National Environmental Management Laws Amendment Act 2022. And TOPS refers to Threatened or Protected Species. Next slide, please. So in terms of the African lion conservation status as categorized by the IUCN, there are generally 3 categories. One, it refers to where such species are threatened, and under the threatened list, we have those that are critically endangered and vulnerable. The high priority is in respect of those that are extinct or extinct in the wild. And we also have lower levels of status ranking, which refers to those species that are near threatened or what are referred to as least concern. And the status of African lion conservation status is rated as least concern, which means that we have stable populations and these are not threatened with extinction. Next slide, please. So there are 2 species of lions. Generally there's 1 species and 1 subspecies is the Panthera leo. That is the scientific name, which is the African lion. And we have a Southern and East Africa subspecies, which is the Panthera leo melanochaeta. And according to the most recent estimates that we have as at 2021, I need to indicate that we have subsequently received updates on these numbers, but as at 2021, wild populations that exist in national parks and large reserves is 2,630, and what we refer to as managed wild populations in smaller reserves is about 700 of them, and the total population is therefore 3,300. South Africa has a healthy and increasing wildland population that is not threatened with extinction. Next slide, please. And continuing in respect of land conservation in South Africa is that the expansion of South Africa's wild population is limited by availability of suitable habitat. And the South African wild lion population is managed in terms of meter population management plan, as part of the biodiversity management plan for lion, which was completed in 2015 under NEMBA. And to also indicate that there is no mixing of captive bred lions with the wild population. Next slide, please. So just to also indicate that there is no hunting that takes place in national parks, and that the following are prohibited methods of hunting. By any means of poison, traps, snares, flood or spotlights, or darting, with an automatic weapon or weapon discharging a cartridge with a rimfire of 0.22 of an inch or smaller, a shotgun or an air gun, or by layering it by means of a bait, smell, sound, or any other luring method. And if the lion is under the influence of a tranquilizing, narcotic, immobilizing, or similar agent, or if the lion is trapped against a fence or in a smaller enclosure where the lion does not have a fair chance to evade the hunter. And the minimum size of land onto which captive bred lions or lions in controlled environment must be released for hunting is regulated by provincial conservation authorities, and there's within a current minimum of about 1,000 hectares. Next slide, please. So captive breeding of lion requires a permit in terms of number, as well as registration in terms of the TOPS regulations. And Section 87A of NEMBA provides that MECs are issuing authorities for permits required for listed, threatened, or protected species, that is TOPS in terms of Section 57(1). And the MECs, or the provincial authorities, are the issuing authorities for permits for private persons, including for restricted activities carried out within provincial or municipal reserves, or officials from the provincial or local sphere of government, excluding officials from provincial departments or organs of state responsible for the conservation of biodiversity. And provincial conservation authorities are responsible for monitoring compliance with NEMBA and TOPS regulations and enforcement. And the DFFE, as and when requested, supports provinces in compliance monitoring and enforcement activities. Next slide, please. So the table that you see in front then provides statistics in terms of captive lion facilities as up to 2022. In Limpopo, there's a total of 1,084 lions in captive lion facilities. There is 91 of those facilities, and there is no facility that has been closed. There's 47 lions in breeding facilities. In 47 breeding facilities, there's about 832 lions, and in those facilities categorized as hunting, there's 7 of them with 60 lions. And those that are for exhibition and keeping of facilities, there's 37 facilities and there's 192 of them. And there's been no new permit issued since 2022. In Free State, there's a total of 3,251. And you can reflect on the stats: 109 permitted facilities, 3 closed, 85 breeding with 2,580 lions, and 16 for hunting, but that are not active, and 24 for exhibition. There's about 671. And Northwest, there's a total of 3,277 lions. We also received stats from Northwest that says 800 people that are employed in the industry. They have a total of 125 facilities, 9 are closed, 79 are breeding, 18 are for hunting, and 28 are for exhibition with 671. And number of new permits since 2020 is 4. Gauteng, there's 10 permitted, 1 closed, 2 breeding, none for hunting, 8 for exhibition, and there's a total of 131. Mpumalanga, there's 4 permitted, which are for exhibition, and there's a total of 24 lions. KwaZulu-Natal, there's 2 facilities that are permitted for exhibition with 34 lions. Eastern Cape, there's 12 permitted with 1 closed and 5 for breeding, and there's a total of 227 lions. In Western Cape, they have 155 lions with 25 in exhibition facilities. And Northern Cape, there's none, and Sanbi has got 2 facilities. Just to correct the stats, in those 2 facilities, there's 4 lions, and therefore the total will be 8,185 plus the 2 additional 2 from Sand, which is 8,187. Next slide, please. Then in terms of the colloquium resolution and how we have progressed, the first resolution was around urgently initiating policy and legislative review of captive breeding of lion for lion hunting and lion-born trade with a view to ending these practices. We have completed the policy and legislative review, or we have initiated that process rather. We have the HLP report, and we are in the process of implementing some of the recommendations, including the progress as reflected in the white paper and also in the draft policy position, which is pending the conclusion of the white paper. In respect of conducting a national audit of captive lion breeding facilities to ascertain compliance with TOPS regulations and other applicable legislation and indicate the existence of private lion and cheetah cub petting and working farms and state actions are taken against non-compliant facilities. This was will provide a status as at latest 2019-2020 in the next slides. And then on the collaboration between DFFE and DALRALT to address animal welfare and health issues, DALRALT is a member of Wildlife Forum, and they will also form part of the Wellbeing Forum, which is the process of which the minister has just signed off the terms of reference, and it will hold its inaugural meeting before the end of the financial year. We also have the MOU that has been signed and implementation is in progress. Next slide. Just to indicate the policy and legislative review progress, I have indicated the high-level panel report, and that was adopted by Cabinet in 2021. We have the draft white paper for conservation and sustainable use of South Africa's biodiversity, and as Minister indicated, this is in the Cabinet process. The policy positions on the sustainable use of elephant, lion, leopard, and rhino that has been developed, and these are pending the adoption of the white paper. We also prepared a draft prohibition notice, and that is also pending adoption on conclusion of the policy process. And we have worked on the number amendments to include empowering provisions pertaining to animal well-being, and that was in 2022. And there's also this ministerial task team for voluntary exit option that has been appointed. Next slide, please. On the high-level panel recommendation, the first recommendation was around reviewing the biodiversity management plan for lion for 2015. The review will be undertaken in this financial year, 2023-2024, and developing and implementing a national responsible sustainable hunting standard. We will be developing new norms and standards for elephant, rhino, lion, and leopard, initiating that process in the 2023-2024 financial year. The next recommendation was, where necessary, prevent the export of live rhinos to non-range states or export into captivity in any country. This has been suspended and it's pending the policy process in order to effect requirements in the regulation. And then regarding the halt and reverse the domestication of lions through captive breeding and captive keeping and breeding and commercial use by ethical and humane euthanasia of existing captive lion, and policy decision for immediate halt to the sale of captive lion derivatives, including the appropriate disposal of existing lion bone stockpiles and lion bone from euthanized lions, the hunting of captive bred lions, and tourist interactions with captive lion, including tourism, carpeting, etc. On progress on this one, the task team appointed by the minister will advise on the voluntary exit options for the captive lion industry. Next slide, please. So the next slide indicates the draft white paper process. We had the first draft that was released on the 8th of July for a comment period of 60 days, and the extension of a comment period by 14 days up to the 12th of September. From the 12th of September up to the 26th of September. And the revised draft was then published for comment for 14 days, and that was on the 28th of October. Next slide. So in the white paper, there are provisions for animal well-being in the definition, which refers to the holistic circumstances and conditions of an animal or population of animals which are conducive to their physical, physiological, and mental health and quality of life, including their ability to cope with their environment. There's also a definition of humane, which refers to any activities, methods, or actions involving wild animals that avoid or minimize pain, stress, suffering, or distress and consider their well-being. And sustainable use, which refers to the use of any component of biodiversity in a manner that is ecologically, economically, and socially sustainable, does not contribute to its long-term decline in the wild or disrupt the genetic integrity of the population, does not disrupt the ecological integrity of the ecosystem in which it occurs, ensures continued benefits to people in a manner that is fair, equitable, and meet the needs and aspirations of present and future generations, and ensures duty of care towards all components of biodiversity for thriving people and nature. Next slide. The white paper further has a goal 1, which is on enhanced biodiversity conservation, which is about conserve all biological diversity and its component. we've just reflected the relevant objective in respect of the subject matter. Objective 1.6 refers to promoting the well-being and humane practices, actions, and activities towards wild animals. And the output is to integrate well-being of individual animals and populations of animals into biodiversity policy and legislation tools and practices. And another output is ethical practices and standards incorporated into wildlife management and use in South Africa. And the outcome is the well-being of individual animals and populations of animals is realized and considered in biodiversity conservation and sustainable use practices. And objective 1.7 of goal 1 refers to support, complement, and enhance in situ biodiversity conservation through sustainable ex situ practices. And the output is the risk of domestication of wild animals assessed and mitigated. And the outcome is reduced negative impacts of cultivation and domestication of plants and animals on biodiversity. And goal 2 on sustainable use, which is to ensure that sustainable use enhances thriving land and seascapes and ecosystem livelihoods and human well-being while avoiding, minimizing, or remedying adverse impacts on biodiversity. And objective 2.5 refers to promote duty of care towards all components of biodiversity, and the output is to integrate the environment duty of care for practices, actions, and activities affecting components of biodiversity into legislation and other matters. And the outcome is improved well-being of nature. Next slide. Just continuing on the white paper is that the white paper will further be enhanced by the policy position, and the final draft white paper is currently subjected to the cabinet approval processes for implementation. Next slide. On the policy positions that is pending adoption of the white paper, these were published for comment for 30 days on the 30th of June, 2021, and the comment period was then extended by another 30 days on the 14th of September. And therefore, a decision was taken to first conclude the white paper process in order to provide a broad policy direction before we can then continue into the policy position on these species. Next slide. Then further on the policy and legislation, in respect of legislation, the NIMBA amendment on the well-being and the National Environmental Management Laws Amendment Act of 2022 was published in Gazette Notice 46602 number 2203 on 24th of June 2022 for implementation. And the NEMLA includes an amendment to NEMBA to empower the minister to prohibit activities that may have a negative impact on the well-being of wild animals and make regulations pertaining to the well-being of wild animals. And the NEMLA has not commenced yet to come into operation on a fixed date by the president by proclamation in the Gazette. Next slide, please. Then the ministerial task team. The minister appointed a task team to identify and recommend voluntary exit options and pathways for the captive lion industry. The task team was established in terms of Section 3A of the National Environmental Management Act 98, Act of 1998, Act 107. And the task team were appointed on 7th of December 2022 by notice in the Government Gazette number 47666, notice number 2846, and will conclude their work by 30th of June 2023. The members of the task team are the following: Mr. Kamalasan Chetty, who's chairperson, Ms. Priscilla Stickling, Mr. Obeid Katumba, Dr. Peter Caldwell, Dr. Louis Duval, Advocate Justice Munisi, who's the labor expert, Ms. Carla van der Pfeiffer, and Dr. Kelly Marnevik. Next slide. The terms of reference for this task team is to plan and oversee an audit of existing captive and captive bred facilities. That is to confirm, for example, the number of captive lions, the stockpiles, and the practices. Is to develop and oversee the initial implementation of a voluntary exit strategy and pathways from the captive lion industry for stakeholders who wish to pursue this option. To identify and mobilize and endorse potential funding mechanisms, sources, and procedures to support the voluntary exit strategy and pathways to undertake additional tasks as identified during the course of their work, and to provide advice to the minister on other matters related to the captive line industry on request by the minister or the department. Next slide. Just to indicate the compliance monitoring inspection undertaken. Last compliance monitoring inspection was undertaken in the 2019-2020 financial year in the Western Cape. 17 facilities were inspected, where approximately 95 lions were kept. In Gauteng, it was also 2019-2020, 8 facilities with plus or minus 158 lions kept. Mpumalanga 2019-2020, 4 facilities and 24 lions kept. Eastern Cape 2018-2019, 12 facilities, 227 lions kept. Northwest 2017-2018, 24 facilities inspected and 2,773 lions kept. And Free State 2016-2017, 2017 and 2018 financial years, 105 facilities have been inspected and plus or minus 2,844 lions kept. In Limpopo, the compliance monitoring inspection was undertaken in 2015-2016, 33 facilities that were inspected and 743 lions kept. Next slide. In respect of collaboration between DFFE and DALRRD, an MOU between DFFE and DALRRD has been developed and signed by both departments. And the MOU identifies the following priority areas of cooperation as far as they relate to the management of lions, respect of management of disease outbreaks, biodiversity and agricultural economy, animal welfare management, compliance and enforcement, and legislative alignment and reform. Next slide. Then on the Wildlife Wellbeing Forum, the minister has established the Wildlife Wellbeing Forum. When we developed the terms of reference, this was done in consultation, and the stakeholders met on the 28th of February 2022 and 6th of June 2022. And the terms of reference were developed together with these stakeholders in these meetings and have been approved by the minister. And the inaugural meeting will be prioritized before the end of the current financial year. Next slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Flora. Honorable members, that is the presentation from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. It is now our opportunity to engage. I have just been sensitized that in our midst and presence, we have the Deputy Minister of Labor and Environment, Labor and Employment, Honorable Boitumelo Moloi. Deputy Minister, please just greet us. Honorable Elizabeth. Are you still here, Honorable Elizabeth Moloi? Okay, maybe she's not here. Honorable members, let's take Honorable Phillips, Honorable Bryant, and Honorable Ganjo in that order. And then Honorable Mtunu in that order.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just have 3 questions, actually. The first one is on slide 7 regarding the baiting of lions while hunting. I'd just like to know, has the department received complaints in this regard? If they have, anywhere, what investigations were carried out and what were the findings and the repercussions? And then on slide number 9, the list of facilities in the different provinces, could we please have a copy of those? And then could the department then share that copy also with the Department of Labor?
How many actual lion cases have we got? Dockets in court or that have been submitted?
Supply them with the names of the different
please hold on, Honorable Phillips, hold on. May I request the host that you kindly mute all the participants except the speaker. I apologize, Honorable Phillips. Please proceed.
No problem, Acting Chair. Thank you so much. The last question was on slide 9, there was a number of the facilities in each province. And what I'd like is to be provided with a list of those facilities in each province. And then I'd also like to ask that that list be shared with the Department of Labour, because in their presentation, they actually asked us to let them know where the facilities are. So I think that they would then benefit from having that same list of facilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Phillips. Honorable Brian.
Thank you very much, Acting Chairperson. And thank you for the presentations. And it was good to have a presentation today that focused specifically on the issue at hand. And thank you to the officials and the Minister for that presentation. There certainly are a few questions that arise, and potentially some far more detailed questions. And I'd like to ask, if possible, with your indulgence, Chairperson, if we would be allowed to submit some more detailed questions to the Minister and the officials in writing at a later stage. But just in terms of a couple of questions I'd like to raise at the outset now. The first one is, we've had the outcomes of the HLP report, and that came out at the end of 2020, beginning of 2021, I believe. But we're still getting export permits for lines and line derivatives being approved up until last year, 2022. I believe there's over 40 such permits that were granted or issued. And I think it begs the question as to whether anything has actually changed since the publication of that report. Is there any intention to put a temporary moratorium on these practices until such time as the legislation is in place to actually deal with this? Or does one continue with the current status quo until that process is completed? And I'd just like to get some feedback in terms of that. Then when one talks about inspections, one of the key outcomes or recommendations of the HLP was that inspections of all facilities would be undertaken. Now, we've seen already in the presentation reports on a number of different provinces, some from as far back as 2015, 2016, some more recent. But how many inspections have been undertaken since the publication of the HLP report? And is there an intention now to go and start that whole process again? And, is it envisaged that that will be complete by the time that the task team has finished its work, which, as I understand, is now extended until June? Originally, I think, slightly ambitious target to have that all completed, by March. Is it envisaged that all those inspections are going to take place then? Because obviously those stats and those numbers are very, very important in terms of communicating with all of those involved in the industry. I think there has been concern from many people who currently employ people, who rely on the industry in a number of different ways, to say, what do we do? How do we actually approach this? And the task team is certainly a step in the right direction in terms of voluntary exit. But I think there's still a great deal of uncertainty, and we have to ensure that we have all of the facts nailed down, and those inspections are going to play a massive role. Just in terms of the discussion we had earlier as well with Minister Didiza, has Minister Creasy approached Minister Didiza in terms of the regulations for Section 10 of the Animal Protection Act. That's the section that allows her to make regulations in terms of issues relating to animal confinement and their treatment, etc. And is that something that's being considered? And then just one or two other short ones, if I may, Chair. I know I'm taking up quite a bit of time, but I think these are important questions. What is the specific exact measurement size-wise for captive hunting, breeding? These definitions seem a little bit vague, and it's hard, I think, for a layman like myself to understand exactly what the definition is in terms of an animal that is in an enclosure. And I think just for all of us to be on the same page here, to know what those definitions refer to specifically. I've heard numbers around 1,000 kilometers squared and all sorts of things, but I think those definitions are really important. And yeah, I think I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brian. Honorable Ganjo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me also thank the presentation from the department. I just few questions, Chair, and others I will submit them on writing. I just want to ask the department if the Department of Labor is part of the Wildlife Forum, and if it is not, I think they should be invited to focus on labor matters when there are plant inspections to lion facilities. And also, Chair, I think Department of FFE should be useful to the Department of Labor on questionable labor matters that were picked up when they were conducted in 2019, 2020 audit. And also, we expect Department of FFE to share the details of the report from such audits so that that can assist the Department of Labor. Chair, in the recent past, there was an engagement with traditional healers and churches and traditional leaders that were used leopard skin to switch to synthetic fur. And the agreement resulted in increased imports of synthetic leopard fur from China and significantly stabilization of leopard population. Is there a consideration of similar approach in the local lion demand to discourage a local demand for lion and lion parts, particularly farmed lions? And lastly, Chairperson, in October 2022, a report by the organized crime
Honorable Ganjo.
has uncovered that the bones and body parts of cattle traded in Asia in large numbers. Hello?
Yes, proceed. You got cut.
Can you
for
hear
a
me,
minute.
Chairperson?
Yes, you got cut for a minute, but we can hear you now.
Yes, my network is unstable, Chairperson. And I think other, I'm not sure which part was cut off. But I was on the
just proceed,
of
Honorable
2022. Okay, Chair. I'm okay. I was just on the report of 2022, Chair, the report of organized crime and corruption project that has uncovered new evidence that the bones and body parts of captive lions bred in South Africa are being traded to Asia in large numbers. The worrying finding is that nearly half of the lion bones exported from South Africa from 2016 to 2019 were supposedly destined for layers. According to export records from the OR Tambo Airport, no bones actually entered Laos, according to Laos Customs records. So instead, other data indicates that many of the shipments were rerouted to neighboring Vietnam. Is there a cooperative between SARS and the FFE in such cases? Thank you, Chairperson. I'll submit others because my network is really failing me. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Gancho. Honorable Mkunu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation by the department. I only have one question now with regards to slide 9 and slide 8, where it refers to the MECs or provinces being the issuing authorities for the permits, and also the number that those facilities that were presented. But firstly, who is the national department involved in these inspections, or are these inspections only done by the provinces? The second part is that in terms of DFFE, are they satisfied that these facilities are compliant and in terms of the land and everything, and in terms of the facilities being in a position to keep these lions, which are wild animals, but they are kept in a facility which is not which does not actually provide them with being wild animals. Are they satisfied as a department that indeed all these facilities are compliant? And in terms of the Act, the MECs are issuing authorities for permits. Where is the role of the minister, the national minister, in terms of the issuing of the permits? Do we have a role as the national department? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkunu. Before we get the responses, I perhaps just one or two views from my side. You know, we can review policies as long as it takes, but shouldn't we take bold steps on captive lion breeding so that South Africans can see that the conservation image of the country is protected? You know, certain short-term measures should be taken to ensure that the status quo does not continue. Why can't we use a two-pronged approach? One, on immediate addressing of this CLB, and another on policy review. I'm sure this can boost the confidence of the department. But lastly, who amongst all these industry stakeholders have taken up the offer to exit voluntarily, you know, to the offer of voluntary exit strategy and pathways from captive lion industry? I think this information can be very helpful to us. Meflora, are you responding first?
Chair, if I may just make some overview comments before Meflora comes in.
Sure.
Thank you. Chair, I think first of all, let me start with your question, because I think your question is an extremely important question. And it really puts on the table the issue of what are we doing in the short term while we are changing the policy. And what you would understand is that current policy permits certain activities to take place. If you want to change that policy, there's got to be a proper regulatory process. And I'm sure later on you're going to hear all sorts of arguments about why this is an important economic activity. You know that the position of the department is that we support the recommendations of the high-level panel, but we have to follow appropriate regulatory processes. And the first of those processes is the adoption of the white paper, so that there is an appropriate policy environment within which to introduce regulatory change. And I think as you and all honorable members have said, that is because we live in a democracy and because we cannot overnight just outlaw certain activities. That is a process which we are engaged in. And once we have concluded the white paper, we will then continue with looking at the policy position that we put out last year. We will also have to look at appropriate amendments to various laws, and you yourself know what kind of process it is. So what is the process that has happened in the short term? The first process is that I have not issued, since the end of the 2019 financial year, I have not issued a quota for the export of lion derivatives. So there has been no legal export of lion derivatives, although there is an illegal trade, as Honorable Gancho and Honorable Mkunu have indicated. And you would know that we have partnerships with Vietnam, with China, we work with SARS, we work with the Border Management Authority, and we have had a very good process with regard to intercepting wildlife trade, both rhino horn and a whole range of other animals that are traded illegally. The second process that we have introduced is the panel. And our understanding is that many operatives in this business have an economic model. They are in this particular field of operation because they wish to make money. And they are obviously facing policy uncertainty. And there are members of that industry that would like to exit voluntarily. Honorable Bryant, we are not going to inspect every facility. We are going to inspect those facilities where people are indicating that they want to exit voluntarily. I think that what you would understand, honorable members, is that this is a complicated process. Some people who wish to exit this industry voluntarily have arrived at the door of the SPCA and have said, please take our lions. Now, for the SPCA to engage in that activity would involve a cost. We've also had to have negotiations with the Department of Agriculture that is responsible for animal welfare, to look into under what circumstances we could euthanize animals. So these are complicated processes. If you want to make sure that the animals are properly treated, and if you also want to make sure that there is buy-in from members of the industry who would like to exit voluntarily. So this is what we're doing because we understand that there's hardship in this industry, and we also understand that that hardship is not in the interests of the industry, of the animals, or of the workers. So that is what the panel is doing. I don't think at this stage the panel would like to be interrogated about how many people have come forward. I think we must give that panel space to do its work in an appropriate manner. I think that it's also important, colleagues, to remember that environment is an area where there are many levels of government that have rights and duties under our constitution. My duty is to make policy. That's what I'm doing. The running of institutions, the inspection of the institutions, the registration of those institutions is a provincial government function. And my suggestion to Honorable Phillips is that you should write formally to different provincial departments through PAIA if you want to have access to what facilities there are. You would understand there's the Poppy Act, and you would understand that there are various regulatory requirements, none of which are operated by us, so we can't give you those lists. And if you were to put in a PAIA request to me, I would refer you to the provincial departments. So let's short circuit that process, go direct to the provincial departments and put in that PAIA request if you want a list of the facilities. Let me now hand over to Meflora to answer some of the other questions that would be relevant.
Thank you very much, Minister. Regarding complaints, that obviously will be information that will lie with the provincial authorities if any complaints have been received, and also to indicate further that the information shared with the committee on the compliance monitoring inspections undertaken were joint inspections that were undertaken between DFFE and the provincial authorities, and further information on what compliance monitoring inspection is being undertaken at provincial level. That information the provincial authorities can make available. Regarding the minimum size for keeping animals, I did indicate that is 1,000 hectares. As a minimum, and provinces do have further regulation or specific regulations related to that. And regarding the participation of Department of Labor in the Wildlife Forum, the Wildlife Forum is a consultative forum between government and wildlife stakeholders. Department of Labor is not yet part of the Wildlife Forum, and certainly it's a matter that will put on the table of the Wildlife Forum to consider, to look into the presence of the Department of Labor to be a member of the Wildlife Forum. I did not get or understand the question around the leopard fair, Honorable Gancho, and I was trying to understand what the issue was in that particular respect on the leopard fair and how that then relates to the lion issues also, and also the issue around the organized crime matter also. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Ganjo, you want to come back on the leopard fair and the organized crime?
I will make a follow-up and in writing, Chairperson.
Wonderful. Honorable Mtunu, is that the legacy end?
Yes, it is a legacy hand. My apology, Chair.
Okay. Can I check if there are follow-ups before we move on, honorable members? Honorable Bryant.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister and Flora for the answers, the responses. So it's just a question of clarity, just in terms of the inspections again. So just for clarity, because I know there was something in the HRP report, and I was trying to bring it up, but I can't find it at the moment. But there's a section in terms of the recommendations that that says that inspections of these facilities need to be carried out. So is there a new resolution now, effectively, that is that only the facilities that volunteer to exit or considering that option would be inspected? The others that effectively are going to continue to operate their own way would then not be inspected? It's a genuine just question of clarity. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Brian. Honorable Phillips.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the replies to the questions. I would also just like to welcome the Minister's comment on tigers. I think it's very topical at the moment, and I think it is something we really have to look at. And my question to that is that in the recent headlines, is there perhaps a possibility that we can actually change it to big cats and not just lions when we are looking at captive breeding? That's the first thing. And then the second thing is the Minister has said that she's not issuing any permits for export of lion bones or lion carcasses. So I just want to know, are the provincial governments issuing export permits, or should I also put a PIA in for that? Thank you so much.
Minister Chrissy.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just say to Honourable Brandt, maybe you and I were misunderstanding each other, because I understood you to be asking, is the high-level panel repeating the work that was done previously before they can begin on their own work? And the way I was responding to you was, I was saying that if somebody comes along and says, I'm Barbara Creasy, I have 200 lions, I wish to exit, and I want to discuss the terms and conditions under which I can exit with a panel. The first thing the panel would do is that they would obviously go and meet Barbara Creasy and have a look to see whether or not she does indeed have 200 lions. That doesn't mean, Honourable Brandt, that the provinces haven't been carrying out their responsibilities with regard to inspections. And my enforcement unit has told me that those inspections are taking place. And I think that there is no harm, because your party and mine have representatives in the provincial legislatures, and there's no harm in asking parliamentary questions in those legislatures. How many inspections have been carried out, on what dates, to what facilities? Then I think that you would then have all of that information. Honourable Phillips, I think that one must understand the difference between Indigenous and and indigenous species and non-indigenous species. So I think that our role is to be regulating the issue of indigenous species, because what we're interested in as a department is the conservation of those species in the wild. I think that what we also have to understand is that that the existing regulatory environment is twofold. So on the one hand, we have the TOPS regulations, which deals with lions and leopards. And on the other hand, we have CITES. Now, CITES puts very clear regulations for, because tigers are under Appendix 1 of CITES. So there are very clear regulations around the export of tigers in terms of CITES. And to the extent that there might be trade in exporting live tigers, that process would be regulated by CITES. But I think that what we understand is that there are a whole range of tigers being kept for various purposes. But in significant instances, they are being kept as pets. And I think there's been a lot of exposure of this. You will recall that there was a previous incident where a tiger that was being kept by somebody in a Ekurhuleni was seen looking over the wall, watching children in a creche. And I think that what the recent incident has highlighted is that there is an inadequate regulatory environment. And that is what we're taking to Working Group 1, and we're asking Working Group 1 to deal with. I think that we need to be careful about muddying the waters of the panel. The panel has a very specific task. And I think that you can see from the report that we have given and from the dimensions of the issue in the report that the panel has their work cut out for them. One of the reasons why sometimes you don't find things happening effectively and efficiently is because you keep changing the mandate. This panel is focusing on the captive lion trade, which is something that this committee has been insisting needs an immediate resolution for, and you are like me, you inherit responsibility. So I just want to say, let's leave the panel to do what they were set up to do. Let's go to Working Group 1 and say to the provinces and the municipalities, this current situation with regard to the keeping of tigers is not being handled properly and needs a proper regulatory environment. So let's handle it in that manner. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Minister Chrissy. I suspect that brings us to the end of the questions for clarity and engagements on the presentation. Thank you once again, Honourable Minister and your team. There's a hand of Mayor Egi. I suspect she wants to respond to some of the issues. Mayor Egi.
Chair, it's not really a question of responding to specifically in-depth information. It's just there was a question that was asked around whether the Department of Employment and Labour participates in the Wildlife Forum. The answer is we don't. And I'd like to take advantage of us being in this forum that maybe we should be assisted participate in that regard, Chair, and it will also assist us to be more focused in our response to the committee. And also, there was an issue that was raised around us getting hold of the database that is being utilized by the Department of Forestry with regards to those places that handle, breed, etc., lions, so that we can then go into that space and test compliance with our implement laws. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, then I suspect we're done now.
Yes, Chair. I think Honourable Phillips was trying to raise her hand on a point.
Okay, I don't see it. To proceed, Honourable Phillips.
Thank you so much, Chair. Sorry, there was just the other question about the permits being issued by the provincial authorities. And the Minister said that she's not issuing any export permits, but I'd just like to know, are the provincial authorities issuing export permits for lion parts and lion bones? Thank you.
Mr. Creasy?
I don't want to respond to that because I wouldn't know under what law they're doing that. But maybe DDG can assist.
DDG?
Thank you very much, Chair. As indicated, for permits for bones and derivatives to be issued, Minister has to issue quotas. There has been no quotas issued since 2019, and therefore there has not been any export of derivatives or bones since 2019. And if such evidence exists elsewhere, the authorities will be pleased that if that information can then be made available so that they can follow up on enforcement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Bryant?
Sorry, Chair, this will be, don't worry, the very last one here. But just in terms of that, I assume that when you speak about derivatives, you are excluding trophies, the export of lion trophies, correct?
Yes. If there are bona fide hunting trophies may be exported, and obviously there is still exports of live animals to zoos and to what do you call these things, nature parks or something like that in other countries.
Okay. Very complex matter. I wouldn't want us to to go to provinces and provinces refers to the minister, and we come to the minister refers to provinces. We might not get to the bottom of it, but we'll just take what we have for now and follow that route and see whatever we come up with. Thank you very much, honorable members. That brings us to the end of the presentation from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. Thanks very much, Minister Creasy, and your team and the Deputy Minister. Can I check if the Department of Health is here? We have 30 minutes to spare for the Department of Health. Are they here?
Yes, we are, Chair.
Yeah, we were told that the Minister of Health.
I'm going to leave you now. Sorry, my humble apologies to interrupt you. I just want to say I'm going to leave you. My team will stay online to listen, but if you need any responses to anything that's presented here, we will do that in writing. We're not going to be in a position to respond further in an oral format today. So it's myself and DDG Mokholwa that are requesting to be excused, but we're leaving a team with a listening brief And any further information or responses you would require, they will bring that back and we will address it in writing. Thank you, Chair.
It makes sense. That's fine, Minister. Thank you very much. Has the Deputy Minister left?
Chairperson,
Yeah.
I'm still here. I will be here until lunchtime, until you break for lunch. Then
Okay.
after lunch, I won't be joining you. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
That's fine. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Earlier, I had recognized the Deputy Minister of Labour. She's still online, but it would seem she left the bags and the gadget connected. She's probably attending another meeting. That's fine. The Department of Health.
I'm here, Chair. I'm here, Chair. I've always been here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for recognizing my presence. Thank you so much.
Sure. The Department of Health, the Minister and the Deputy Minister are not here. We do not know who is leading I think it's Tsakani. Tsakani, you are leading the presentation from the Department of Health.
Yes, Chair.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask the Secretariat please to put our presentation so that we can proceed?
Sure. You have been assigned the rights. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I think I will need assistance from the chair. I've got some problems with my gadget here. With due respect, if I may request them to just project it for me so that I can proceed. So while we are trying to get our presentation projected, I would like to thank you so much for having invited us. And I also would like to greet the honorable ministers, honorable members of the committee, as well as all the delegates who are joining us. I am Tsakani Furumele. I am the Director for Communicable Disease Control in the National Department of Health. And I am here with my colleagues. The first one is Ms. Bono Nomukula. She's the Deputy Director for Environmental Health in the Department of Health. And I also have Mr. Joe Hartley, who's our PLO. I don't see our presentation. Maybe I should just try to do this for myself. Let me see. Is my presentation visible?
Zoonotic diseases.
Yes, it is. Yes. Thank you very much. I will go straight to my presentation, but before I can proceed with my presentation, I just want to indicate that when we got the invitation, we decided we are going to come and talk about zoonotic diseases, as my presentation is saying. Why? Because we don't deal specifically with lions, but when you talk of zoonotic diseases, we're talking of diseases that are transmitted to human beings through the animals. So lions are part of the animals that can be transmitting zoonotic diseases. So my presentation is just a background on zoonotic diseases and what we are doing in the environment of zoonotic diseases. And as an introduction is just to say, diseases of animal origin can be transmitted to human beings. We're talking about diseases like the avian influenza. We know about the rabies, the Rift Valley fever, brucellosis. And I also should say, they don't just come to the public health when you recognize them. First, you have them circulating in the animals, and it's only on contact between the human beings and the animals that we get the transmission of the diseases from the animals to the human beings. And I think the delegates may be more aware of rabies. You have to be bitten by a dog that is rabid or that has infection.
then you get rabies. And this also includes Ebola viruses and the recent monkeypox that has been in the news. But the risks increase with globalization. We have issues of climate change, but also the change in human behavior, which gives the pathogen numerous opportunities to colonize new territories and evolve into new forms. And I think that may be referring, I can just refer to the issue of coronavirus, where we hear about the different subtypes. But 60% of the human diseases that we have, that we see when we see epidemics, or even if we get them notified, they are emanating from the zoonotic environment. And 75% of the emerging infectious disease of humans have original animal origin. And 5 new human diseases appear every 3 years. And 80% of the agents with potential bioterrorist use of zoonotic pathogens. Here we're talking about diseases like the anthrax and so forth and so forth. But when we talk of zoonotic diseases, we've had major outbreaks of zoonotic diseases in the past decade. And I think for South Africa, we're talking about Rift Valley. We have the West Nile virus, and they also account to global economic losses. And the South African population is mainly affected by endemic pathogens that cause diseases such as Crimean Congo fever, which is commonly known as the tick bite fever. We have Rift Valley fever, we have rabies, as I've said. But we're also concerned about the antimicrobial resistance, which usually comes from the point where antibiotics are used amongst animals. And sometimes, because they're not used prudently and they're not monitored, we have antibiotic resistance. And this may also be transferable to the human population. And I think when you're talking about the global security agenda, antimicrobial resistance is one of the issues that are taken into account when you talk of being prepared to respond. And as the public health system, the WHO and all the people who are talking about public health are now looking at the One Health approach. The One Health approach is referring to the fact that as public health people, we cannot be dealing with rabies, for instance, as health only. Rabies is occurring amongst the animal that brings in the people from animal health. And all this is taking place in an ecosystem, which is the environmental health. So there's no way one of us can operate alone to achieve any impact when it comes to public health issues or even in the animal health ones. So the One Health approach is the cornerstone of our strategies to deal with zoonotic diseases. Therefore, public health systems must be resilient and prepared to face existing and future disease threats and implement interventions at the human, animal, and plant environment interface. And that should be done in an integrated manner. Therefore, we'll have shared benefits across the sectors. When I'm talking about the One Health initiatives, in South Africa or in South Africa, let me say, we now have a One Health forum. In our One Health forum, we have invited all the stakeholders. Though they're not exhaustive, we still need to invite more. But currently we have One Health forum where we have our colleagues from the Department of Agri or DARLLD. We also have invited people from the Environmental Affairs Department and other people outside the 3 departments who are going to contribute to One Health approach in dealing with public health issues as well as animal health. And we are working together when it comes to outbreak response, when you develop guidelines or IEC material, when you're looking at research, communication, and our committees, as I've indicated, we have steering committees. We have the Rabies Advisory Group, which is led mainly by our colleagues from the animal health. There is also a brucellosis steering committee. We're now talking about the neglected tropical diseases and vector-borne diseases. And how we get the report of zoonotic diseases, We have our research arm, which is the National Institute for Communicable Diseases, that have a notifiable medical condition system, where all the cases that are detected that are of priority or which have been deemed to be notifiable are reported and are captured. So we get reports of those. So in case there is a case of rabies, we will be getting a notification from NICD. But I think before then, our colleagues from the animal health will have also given us data on their surveillance to say we have a high rise of maybe rabies amongst animals around Limpopo, so that we are prepared. Therefore, not all the zoonoses are reported by the Health or Veterinary Services, because I think, as Minister Didiza have alluded, there are those diseases that are controlled, and not all of the diseases that we see are reported. And I think only one case we can remember during the COVID was that there was a lion and a puma in Lorry Park that has been notified as having COVID-19. But the other diseases, whenever there is an outbreak like anthrax, like avian influenza, we get those reports from the Department of Agric. And this is what we got from our colleagues from agriculture. And I think it just highlights with the red arrows which of the diseases are deemed as controlled, and which we also share information which they usually give to us almost on a monthly basis. If not, if it's very urgent, they can just give us the notification ASAP. And that is the list. And for us, we have also, like Bruce Olesu says, I've shared, the arrows that you see on the slides are highlighting the zoonotic diseases. And the criteria used to determine whether we notify it medically include its potential for human infection, epidemic or pandemic potential in human, socio-economic burden of the disease, and the severity in human, or when we have high case fatality rate. And this is what we heard from our colleagues from the NICD from 2020 to date. We have no notification of anthrax, but it's unclear when it comes to cases of brucellosis because it's difficult to get people notifying. But we're working on strengthening our surveillance system. I've talked about the Crimean Congo viral hemorrhagic fever, which is tick bite fever. We have no case of plague. Rabies, we already have those numbers that are reflected. The highest was seen in 2021, where we've seen 19 cases. Up to so far, there's been no case of Rift Valley fever, Ebola, or listeriosis. But up to date, we also have only 5 cases of Mpox, which is the official name for monkeypox as directed by the WHO. But what we can say as a way forward as a Department of Health is that we need to strengthen our health system to be resilient and be prepared for detecting these diseases. And we need to adapt the One Health Joint Plan of Action, but we encourage collaboration and sharing of resources. And we need an integrated OH or One Health surveillance system, as I've indicated, as I've said, some of the diseases we cannot even account, but we know they're existing. And we need to stage a multi-sectoral response to food safety, hazard, risk from zoonosis, and other public health threats. While I'm at that, I think I should also indicate that we also have, as I've indicated, I have my colleague from the Environmental Health Directorate. They are involved when it comes to issues of food, when there's a notification probably of food or contamination of food. So that is where we can come into working with our stakeholders on zoonotic diseases. But we still need to conduct regular monitoring and evaluation, and our policies should also include risk assessment. But all in all, what I'm saying today is that we need to strengthen the One Health approach, nationally, regionally, and globally. But in South Africa, I think it's very, very important that we strengthen it and we deal with it as a team. And as I've indicated before, that's what we prepared. But if there's anything that the committee would like to get clarification of, we'll be able to answer. Where we cannot, we will be able to communicate or refer to others. But based on what we understood, we just felt we should come and brief you on what our role is when it comes to zoonotic diseases. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tsakani. Thank you very much, Mme. Honorable members, that is the presentation from the Department of Health. Can I invite you to engage?
Online. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Brian. Honorable Ganjo.
Thank you, Chair, and also thank you for the presentation from the presenter. I only have one question, Chair. I just want to ask whether there's not been TB cases that were transmitted between lions and human beings. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. I just want, thanks for colleagues for the presentation. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to get a guideline because, or an understanding of your role, because I know environmental health, it's very broad. You deal with meat safety, you deal with OHS, you deal with Meat Act and the other act that the Minister of DART has mentioned. I want to understand the clear role when it comes to your role when there's this slaughtering of the brutal killing, let me not say slaughtering, brutal killing of the lion due to lion breeding, when they brutally kill them. What is your role? Because you must deal with the safety of the environment and the community. And also, when there is this donation of the so-called meat that hasn't been inspected properly, and it hasn't been slaughtered properly in an abattoir, what is your role? Because I know one of the roles of the environmental health practitioners is the meat inspection. During your training as an EHP, you have to undergo the meat inspection practices. So practicals. And I need to understand, because we have a serious situation here with the lion breeding. I've asked this question again with the Department of Labor, because I need to understand your role for us, for you to assist us as a portfolio committee of environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbata. Metsakani, just in line with the question by Honorable Bryant on wild lions versus captive, perhaps I would rather say animals, not lions like him. I think that information is going to be very helpful to us. And I'm not cautioning you in your response, because that information we wanted. We want to know where are these animals kept and who is keeping them, and whether they are keeping them legally or illegally. There was some tiger roaming around Gauteng here last week or so. and we are told that it mauled a dog and a person. Perhaps as you respond to that question, or help us understand where can we get these people who are keeping these lions and whether they are legal or not. Metsakani?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members, for the questions. Starting with the very last one that you contributed to, I would like to indicate that as partners in the Department of Health, we're dealing with public health. We keep records of mostly human cases. However, I think my colleagues from the Department of Agri will be able to answer that effectively, because they're the ones who are doing the surveillance. They're the ones who are concerned mainly with the animal health. As I've indicated, that we are 3 partners. One is dealing with public health, one is dealing with animal health, one is dealing with environmental health. So this question I will be unable to answer. I apologize for that, but I believe our colleagues from animal health who are responsible for animal health may be the ones to answer that one correctly. Coming to the issues of cases transmitted between lions, more especially the TB cases, and human beings, we do get reports from our partners from animal health about TB cases. And when it comes to cases in public health or in human health, it takes good history taking for one to know where the person has gotten the infection. So I cannot dispute that we may have cases, but for now, what we got was the information from the animal health indicating what number of zoonotic diseases they've had amongst the animals. And we have a lot of TB cases amongst the human beings or our human or patients, but it takes good record or questions or history taking. So at the moment, I cannot also provide that information, and I apologize for that. I have our colleagues who are working in the TB program who could give us more reliable information for that. And if it is allowed, may I say we may revert back with the exact information regarding the number of cases of people who are said to have or who got infected from animals. The third one, when it comes to the issue of regulations again, or on issues of slaughtering, or the safety of the environment, or the donation of meat, I've indicated I have my colleague who is representing the Directorate for Environmental Health, Ms. Bonone Mukura. If we're allowed, I would ask Chair to allow her to respond to this one. Thank you very much.
Sure. She can proceed.
Ms. Nemukura.
Good afternoon, and to the chairperson, and thank you, Honorable. I think just for addition to what Zakani has indicated from the Honorable Mbata, the question that came from Honorable Mbata regarding what is our role as environmental health when it comes to issues of brutal killing of lions. And also donation. I think what I've picked up more was on the donation of meat which is not slaughtered in an abattoir. On the killing of on the brutal killing of lions, I think the role more lies with Department of Agriculture and Forestry. There's nothing much that from environmental health point of view, besides the fact maybe of looking at issues of meat safety, if that meat is to be consumed. And as Tsakani has indicated on her presentation, we have the One Health approach, which is assisting us a lot in terms of managing these areas, especially when now we have a lot of slaughtering that is happening and meat that is being slaughtered out of the abattoirs to ensure that there is issues of safety for human consumption. I can give an example of the One Health approach, which is helping a lot in the Gauteng region, where agriculture, I think the colleagues from agriculture can attest to that. Agriculture has introduced a program on mobile abattoirs, which then assist those who are slaughtering for the purposes of different functions, not necessarily to have the cows to be taken to an approved abattoir, but they can be able to assist depending on the areas where they are. So this is a system that is working very effectively. But at the same time, as environmental health, we are not removing ourselves from the responsibility of ensuring meat safety, where we still conduct meat safety inspections within the butcheries, within areas where meat is being sold, and also working also together with Department of Agriculture in abattoirs where meat is being inspected and be approved for human consumption. If maybe we did not respond to it thoroughly, we will definitely come back as what Tsakani has indicated. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I see hands. Are they legacy hands? Honorable Mbata, Honorable Bryant.
No, Chair, I think as Bono is saying, Bono knows me very well. I think she didn't answer it very well because she's responding broadly. But I want them to respond based on the crisis that we have on lion breeding and how they are being killed instead of being slaughtered correctly, and they're being taken to the community, because that's where they should come in as environmental health practitioners. But as she's saying that she will come back, and like Takane has said, it's fine. I'll take what she's saying. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. Following on a bit from what Honorable Mbata has just mentioned now, I mean, with all due respect, it's clear that the officials have not properly prepared for questions or the specific item, which is all about lions. And the first presenter is a director in terms of communicable diseases, speaking about animals and zoonotic diseases, but can't answer a simple question in terms of whether or not there's a higher case of zoonotic disease in captive bred animals as opposed to wild animals. It's just not good enough, Chairperson. I'm sorry, it really isn't. And I mean, it follows on from your question as well, in terms of, I think it was your question, in terms of the transmission between animals and humans of TB, etc. I mean, these really should be questions that the officials are able to answer in a public meeting. And if we can't get these answers in a public meeting, you know, how is the public supposed to have, you know, have faith that these things are being addressed properly? So, I mean, if they don't know the answers, they don't know the answers, and we're going to have to get them in a written format. But it really is disappointing, you know, all the people who are on this meeting, and we can't get, you know, basic, simple answers.
Tsakani.
Thanks, Chair. I'm taking note of the disappointment that we are not giving the right answers. And I think when I started presenting, I indicated we were not clear as to what is it that is exactly expected from us. We got an invitation just saying Department of Health. We even tried to discuss it amongst ourselves, but had we been given the right briefing and with possible roles to say exactly what is it that we need to come and present, I apologize that we didn't deliver as expected. But coming to the issues of the presence of diseases in lions, I indicated that we have mandates. The people who have a mandate over animal health is the Department of Agriculture, who have a unit. It's just unfortunate. I would have expected my colleagues from the Department of Agric to present this information because they are the custodians of information and control measures on animals. The Department of Health has a mandate on public health, and I'm just sorry, and I would like to apologize for that, but I thought our colleagues from the Department of Agric would have given their presentation on what their role is when it comes to zoonotic diseases. And I even indicated we have these zoonotic diseases because they start multiplying in the animal populations, then they flow over to human populations. But we have divided mandates. The Department of Agriculture, which is the vets or animal health specialists, are the ones that can come and talk about the cases. I've never been to maybe these places where they keep lions, but I can talk about patients in hospitals. So I'm sorry I didn't deliver as expected, but it was my mandate that I have delivered on. And the briefing was not very clear as to what is it exactly I mean deliver. Thank you, Chair.
Format of health.
Yes.
Now we resolve unequivocally that yourself and your colleagues in the Department of Agriculture should prepare us a presentation that responds to all the questions that have been asked by honorable members here today.
Yes.
And it be submitted to us in writing. So all these questions that arose from this meeting from honorable members must be responded to sufficiently in writing. And then at the right time, we'll engage. And if needs be, we will invite you back to come and clarify some of the aspects that we are not clear on.
Thank you very much.
I think that honorable members covers the expectations and aspirations of members of this committee. Are we agreed, Honorable Bryant, Honorable Ganjo?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Sure. Honorable Ganjo?
Chair.
Honorable members, it is now 1:05 o'clock. If my chronometer registers correctly, we did well. We're well on time. We just exceeded with 5 minutes. We would now take a break and come back at 1:25 So in 30 minutes, we'll reconvene, and then we'll get the briefing by the NGO on the management of handling, breeding, hunting, and trade of lions in South Africa. The conservation action, you'll have 30 minutes from 1:25 until 5:00. We'll be engaging you, and the National Council of SPCAs in 30 minutes. So let's come back, let's reconvene at 1:25. Thank you very much. We are now on item number 2.4. We are now receiving presentation from the Conservation Action. I'm not too sure who's presenting from the Conservation Action. Mr. Gerrans has just switched on his video. I suspect that it's him. Well, he's noting it is him. Mr. Gerrans, your time starts now. It is now 13:42.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you again to this committee on behalf of the Conservation Action Trust for remaining engaged with this issue of the fate of lions in South Africa, and also for the progress that is being made towards the phasing out of this industry. And thank you for the opportunity to address you again today. Our engagement as Conservation Action Trust on this matter in 2022 focused largely on concerns over the lack of progress implementing the policy framework for lions that was prepared by the high-level panel, adopted by the Minister and Cabinet, and was announced on the 2nd of May 2021. Mindful that we've covered some of this in November last year already, I will focus on information arising since that time and comment mainly on the information presented to this committee today by focusing on the report submitted this morning by the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries. I think there are a number of positives that come from that presentation. We welcome that there is a review of the Lion Biodiversity Management Plan scheduled for 2023-24, as the current version is now 7 years old, having been published back in 2015, and being largely based on data from 2013 or earlier. We're also pleased with the appointment of the Ministerial Lion Task Team and the extension of their tenure from March to June this year to enable them to complete their extensive body of work. The department also reported on the progress made with the white paper on sustainable use, which is welcome insofar as it recognizes the public policy imperative of wild animal welfare. The need to address animal welfare and wildlife policy has been confirmed by the courts, was also adopted in the high-level panel report, not only as a self-standing wildlife policy concern, but as an integral component of the adopted One Health, One Welfare framework. We're also pleased to note that the NEMLA amendments to operationalize these principles is welcome, as indicated in the department's report and also the comments of Minister Creasy earlier. Although it is encouraging that these matters have been addressed by the department in their presentation, we note that with the exception of the Lion Biodiversity Management Plan, there are no firm targets, though, indicated as to when these initiatives will be executed. The department's presentation also raises a few points that warrant further explanation or action, and I respectfully direct this committee and the department's representatives to the following issues that were raised by today's presentation. We remain concerned that elements of the department's policy that South Africa does not breed lions, keep lions in captivity, or use captive lions or their derivatives commercially, as set out in the high-level panel report, are not being timeously implemented. And indeed, a number of activities continue to this date that are inconsistent with this outcome. The high-level report sets out that no permits should be issued for any new entrants into the field of captive lion keeping and breeding. Yet the department table shown today on page 9 indicates that permitting of new facilities is continuing. There was 1 permit pending in the Eastern Cape and 4 new permits indicated for the Northwest Province in 2022. Similarly, the high-level panel report made public in May 2021 requires an immediate moratorium on the issuance of permits for hunting of captive bred lion. Yet prior requests on the provincial permitting authority show that large numbers of captive bred lion are still being hunted. Right? And I'm going to draw your attention here to some examples of that. Here is just a sample of many of the permits that HSI and other NGOs have been able to secure through the PIA process, indicating large numbers of captive bred animals are still being hunted as recently as last year. It's not clear to us how any hunting of lion is legal at this point since the NEMBA requirements of published provincial offtakes, a nationally announced annual hunting quota, and the associated public participation process have not been fulfilled for this species. Depending on their origin, South African lion is a CITES Appendix 1 or 2 species. Either way, a valid annual NDF is required in terms of the CITES regulations under NEMBA, even for CITES Appendix 2 animals, as is the case for South African lion. And this is not in place either. A short review of the hunts that are available online show that South African outfitters are continuing to advertise captive bred lion hunts aggressively and are marketing them internationally. Sorry, I'm going to stop for a moment. Yeah, are you seeing my slides?
No, we're not.
Oh dear.
Basically, that is why I'm trying to stop you, because you referred us somewhere and we're looking at you right in the eyes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let me try start the presentation again and see if you can see it then. Sorry for that. Do you see the slides now?
We do.
Okay.
They have read for danger.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm just going to leave it with the slide view on the left, if you don't mind there. What I'm showing here on the slide you didn't see was an example of some of the permits that have been issued indicating large numbers of captive bred lions hunted. And where I was, sorry, just before we fixed that problem, was to show that there is still widespread advertising of these captive lion hunts online. And this is, in fact, exactly the issue that the high-level panel sought to address, that this is the way South African brand is representing itself internationally in terms of our conservation identity. This really is inconsistent with the purpose of the high-level panel in recognizing that, and I quote from that report, the commercial lion business involving intensive and selective breeding, handling, canned hunting, and bone and other derivatives trade presents a threat to South Africa's reputation with associated political and economic risks, including negative impacts on the broader phototourism market and tourism to South Africa in general. That same HLP report indicated that the captive lion industry threatens South Africa's reputation as a leader in the conservation of wildlife and as a country and destination with iconic wild lions, as the housing of wild or captive bred lions is perceived, as the hunting as wild of captive bred lions is perceived as the domestication of this iconic species. We accordingly would like to call on the department to immediately implement the moratorium required by the HLP process without delay, both in terms of new facility permits and in terms of hunting permits. We also note from the DFFE report that it is the department's submission that a collaboration MOU has been signed between the department.
Can we move the slides, Mr. Gerrans?
Yes, sure.
The slides are not moving.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have a slide for every point that I'm going to raise. So,
okay. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. We note from the report this morning that that the collaboration MOU has been signed between the Departments of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment and the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, which seeks to ensure proper cooperation between the departments on matters such as the management of disease, biodiversity in the agricultural economy, animal welfare management, compliance enforcement, and legislative alignments and reform. We'd like to respectfully submit that this matter of cooperation has been bedeviling wildlife management for years. The 2018 Lion Colloquium resolved that progress in the working relationship between these two departments would be reported to this committee at least quarterly. Simply signing an MOU is only the first step and of itself does not address any of the substantive work on addressing animal welfare, compliance, management, and legislative reform. That work is yet to begin nearly 2 years after the HLP report flagged it as an immediate priority. The rate of work in this regard is entirely inadequate to impact the circumstances on the ground. And in the interim, animals continue to suffer and large portions of the industry that use them for profit remain materially unregulated. I suspect that the NSPCA presentation that follows will constitute yet more testimony that lions in captivity are continuing to suffer systemic, and entirely avoidable welfare harms. I'd also like to direct this committee's attention to page 10 of the DFFE presentation, which sets out this question of state action against non-compliant captive lion breeding operations. By their own information, the last time the department reviewed compliance in the captive lion industry was in 2019-2020. And the last time this was done in the Free State province, where a large number of these facilities are registered, was in the 2017-2018 year. Indeed, only 65% of the facilities were inspected at that time, and yet material non-compliances were noted. I'd like to respectfully suggest that further follow-up compliance inspections by permitting authorities are long overdue, and that the department should present more detail in regard to this committee about what steps were actually taken with regard to non-compliant facilities and what further follow-up was conducted after the original inspections to ensure compliance was in fact restored. Also, at this point, the question of cooperation between the departments would suggest that these inspections would best be conducted in cooperation with the Department of Agriculture. And while I can't speak for the NSPCA, it would seem sensible that they should participate as well from an animal welfare point of view. Other actions set out in the high-level panel for the department, but which appear from today's briefing to have not yet been addressed, is to develop and implement a national responsible sustainable hunting standard. If this is to be done by the department's 2023-24 announced deadline, and that's on page 12 of their presentation, work on this should be far advanced already. The Ministers' Welfare Forum, which we heard about from the department, has only had 2 preliminary meetings in 2 years, but has yet to discuss any substantive matter, nor has a work plan of issues been tabled or settled. As this currently stands, this forum will not be an effective participation in operationalizing animal welfare and government wildlife policy. We're pleased to note that the Minister has approved the terms of reference for this committee, but we urge the department now to move forward promptly with bringing the forum online and to have the members of that forum set out clear goals for work in that forum for this year. We have a few other questions raised by the department's presentation. The number of captive lions reported in the industry differs in 2 of their slides. In slide 9, the total is 8,155 animals, and in slide 21, the number is only 6,834. This needs to be clarified. We understand that this is the work of the task team, but it's unfortunate that this work wasn't undertaken in advance of the task team and that they would then see their way fit to deal with the policy questions about the future of the industry. It's not clear why an audit of permits issued for captive lion breeding cannot be used to complete a national population census in a matter of weeks, and therefore a sample inspection of statistically relevant facilities would inform a view on the actual number of animals on the ground. Noting the short time available for the task team and having this data would take a large body of work off their agenda and free them to focus on the policy challenges of phasing out this industry. In closing, we would like to table that the committee and the department resolve as follows: that the department immediately implement the actions that were listed as immediate in the high-level panel report and the resolutions of the previous parliamentary portfolio committee. We ask also, as we heard Minister Creasy and Honourable Member Phillips discuss earlier today, that consideration be given to the question of other cats in captivity. We have some data that shows here large numbers of non-endemic species are also being bred and traded in South Africa, and it serves little purpose for us to phase out the captive breeding of lion and to see the industry transition to breeding other large cats, which will similarly damage our conservation reputation internationally. We would also ask that the committee table some definite plans for cooperation, specifically with respect to the workstream for the welfare of wild animals, and now a resolution of the National Assembly after the Lion Colloquium in 2018, and that a definite plan of work between these 2 departments be made public so that the question of animal welfare and how it sits between these 2 administrative bodies can be made clear. We also would like to respectfully ask that the Minister of Environment request the Minister of Agriculture to regulate welfare expressly in terms of the power that Minister Didiza has in Section 10 of the Animal Protection Act in order to prevent the unnecessary suffering of wild animals. That is an immediate step that Minister Creasy and Minister Didiza could take at this point, which would bring the matter of animal welfare squarely within the regulatory regime and address a lot of the concerns we have about animals in this industry. We would also like the Minister of Environment to introduce regulations in terms of NEMBA that prohibit the activities affecting the well-being of wild animals and to use those powers to address the ongoing suffering of captive lions. We heard from Minister Creasy that we're awaiting final approval of that NEMBA amendment. And finally, this organization has asked a number of times whether this committee would consider an animal welfare colloquium in order to address how the One Welfare principle set out in the high-level panel can be adopted into wildlife management in South Africa. Thank you, Chair, for the time, and I'm going to make myself available now or perhaps after the NSPCA presentation for some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gerrans. Honorable members, it is my advice that we should take both the presentations before we engage either of them. Now that we have received the presentation of the conservation action, can I now invite the National Council of SPCAs for a presentation? Mr. Gerrans, you'd also note the questions after the presentations of SPCA. Sure, SPCA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you and to all the members. I think from the other legal perspective, I think Mr. Gerrans has covered that very well. So I'm going to just go straight into what we're actually dealing with. And I'm just going to see if I can start my screen sharing. Are you able to see that presentation?
Not yet. Not yet.
And still not yet.
Not yet. We can see a shed that looks like the one of Mr. Gerrans.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just going to. And now?
There we are.
Perfect. Okay, so in terms of what we do, obviously we mandate of animal law enforcement in South Africa. And what we've seen before is obviously we all know wild animals. All wild animals in South Africa are actually managed to some degree. So therefore the Animals Protection Act does apply. When we remove any wildlife from a wild situation, and this is quite clear, we have an undisputed legal obligation to provide for everything that that animal would then need within that sphere. So more about the NSPCA, we're obviously a statutory body. We won't go too much into detail because we've got some pictures to look at. So we're established in terms of the SPCAs Act 169 of 1993. And we need to take cognizance of all applicable laws and do anything that's reasonably necessary for or incidental to achieve our legal mandate, and that is in preventing cruelty to animals. Over the years, we've had some notable judgments, the first of which was in the Supreme Court, where Judge Cameron, in terms of the animals aspect, stated animals are sentient beings capable of suffering and experiencing pain. Then in the Constitutional Court, wherein the NSPCA gained the right to privately prosecute, the Constitutional Court highlighted the connection between the intertwined values of animal welfare and conservation. And then again, in 2017 or 2019, Judge Collopin again ruled that animal welfare and conservation reflect intertwined values. And this effectively means that nobody should be making any decisions regarding an animal without considering its welfare. And that doesn't only pertain to just within South Africa, because if anyone's exporting animals, they need to consider the welfare of the animal where it is actually going to. There's a lot of applicable legislation. We all know most of these. However, we're going to focus on the Animals Protection Act, which is what we're mandated under. In terms of this, we've got the Occupational Health and Safety Act, which was just spoken about just previously. In this screen, you'll see that this gate is open. There's actually 3 gates, but one gate's open. The staff are all there with no gloves, no protective equipment, nothing. And you'll see that this gate is also open. So when you start considering the health, the welfare of animals, it again is intertwined with the health of the people too. In this last year, in 2022, the stats speak for themselves. From the stats you're seeing here on the screen, where it says 21 warrants granted, that's showing the opposition that we're getting to go onto these farms and inspect the farms. 49 warnings have been issued against SAM for contraventions in terms of the Animals Protection Act. We now have 8 dockets in total against lion farming, and in total 17 accused. And I must state that there is great difficulty in getting these cases to court, and that's because of the slow judicial system. And however, we'll persevere. Another point that's quite interesting is 32 joint operations. And we actually have to commend, especially Distia in the Free State, for the amazing cooperative working relationship that we've developed with them in trying to sort out they'll go in and work on their mandate and we go in with ours. And it's really working well. And we hope that that process extends to other provinces. Again, what we see a lot of, inadequate fencing standards, inadequate shelter, unpotable water, unhygienic keeping conditions. What you're actually seeing on that slide are very basics. It's not something that people should be getting wrong. Yet in terms of the Animals Protection Act, those are the very things that we're actually finding wrong and taking legal action over. And here are some other issues that we are coming up against. So we've got varying fencing policies and inconsistencies between the provinces. For instance, in the Free State, you're looking at a minimum enclosure size of 1 hectare for 2 lions. Yet in the Northwest, you can keep up to 10 lions in 1,500 meter squared enclosure. So those are massive inconsistencies. We also keep coming up against the belief that the Animals Protection Act is subordinate to the legislation of provincial ordinances, and that's not the case. Again, we see a need for specialized courts to handle the wildlife cases. For instance, some charges we've laid in 2019 have only got to court now. So it's really hard for us to take these cases forward, and that's why we try and resolve them at the source. And this is some of the stuff that we're getting to see. You'll see in the background there's very little shelter. The Animals Protection Act actually gives very good guidelines for what's adequate and what's inadequate. And the water source that you see there is that one up close and personal. I hope the Department of Health are still on the screen, because although this isn't an animal camp, people have to go in there and clean this lot up. Here you've got carcasses left for animals to eat. And I think you can see from the discoloration on the ground, the amount of leaching of bodily fluids, blood, and whatever else has gone into that ground, which really leads to despicable and dangerous bacteria buildup. Unhygienic conditions, which we encounter on a regular basis. It seems as though fecal matter isn't a priority for most of the lion farmers. However, it is a massive source of contention for us. In this slide, you're seeing potable water, or so-called potable water. So this is fresh water that's left for animals to drink. And I think if any one of you want to drink that water, and I take my hat off to you, because I certainly wouldn't. And again, when we're getting to items that don't quite fall within our mandate, but it's matters that we take very good cognizance of. And that's again in terms of the fencing policies. So you're seeing flimsy droppers, electric fencing not working, lack of concrete strips. And ultimately it does affect welfare, because if that animal escapes the enclosure, there's going to be hunting. You've got to hunt the animal down, either dart it, euthanize it. And during that whole process, as we've seen with Sheba the tiger, there's an incredible amount of stress that's given onto that animal. Now everybody will talk to me, yeah, but lions live in the wild. They don't have built-up shelters. They don't have housing enclosures. And however, it's like the beginning of the slide, where if you're taking an animal from the wild, you have to provide for everything for that animal. In a wild situation, an animal can choose to seek refuge from a storm or to walk around where there's howling wind. In a situation where they're kept in small camps, and I say small, even a hectare is small for a lion, there are no other alternatives. As you can see from this shelter, there's no protection from severe wind, storms, rain. So you've got to provide for those. We move on to diet. We've seen a lot more cases of these being publicized on social media groups where animals are really in poor condition. And to me, it's a breach in your keeping conditions for your permitting. You should not be allowing your animals to get to this condition. So never mind it being a contravention in terms of the Animals Protection Act, there are other factors that should be influencing further action. And what we get told a lot of things on our inspections, but chicken seems to be the preferred diet. It's cheap, quite easily accessible from chicken farms. And this chicken in this photo is actually alive. They were being kept to be fed to the lions. And so your welfare in terms of your lion farming actually extends past the lions that you're actually farming. It extends into what is being fed to the lions and how they're being fed. And we've got some really scientific results from this, where some carcasses that we've taken for post-mortems for cases, basically all those big words really mean that this is an incredibly inadequate diet. The lion was suffering incredibly from malnutrition. And again, in another one of our cases, which we have got a docket that's being assessed by the prosecutors at the moment. And what's quite significant there is nobody should be able to cut a bone with a knife. Yet if you read there, and this is from the pathologist report, all bones throughout each animal, because there was more than one, were able to be cut entirely through with a knife. And again, that speaks to an extremely poor diet. This will speak to your compatibility of species. As a once-off, any interaction like that might be seen as some type of enrichment. However, in situations that we're finding, there's constant stresses, which obviously build up to an immense pressure stress within the animal. The lioness you're seeing on the photo, on the picture at the moment, she's been subjected to bullying within a camp. There is no other camp for her to go to. And there's no real concern for the compatibility of the animals that you're putting with each other. And that's a serious concern because obviously it can lead to these significant injuries and worse, which we'll see shortly. This is another case of ours, which is currently being discussed with the NPA. And it's all about this lion that's circled. Never mind that the other lions are not in good condition, but it's mostly about this one. And in this video clip, the lion that you'll see on the far right is that same lion. The lion was deemed suitable for breeding. And I think most of you should be familiar with the process of mating with lions. the incredible amount of had. So how that line was ever suitable for breeding is belies belief. On a follow-up inspection with this same farm, that lion had actually been killed by the other lions. And you can see in the bottom photo, the incredible bone callousing that's formed over time to try and protect the joint of the lion. And this is also, again, leading into spheres that may not be our competence, but the lack of reporting on carcasses, on dead animals. When that lion was killed, there was no notification given to nature conservation authorities, and we were on site with them. Sometimes pictures speak 1,000 words, and I think this is one where, and I'm sorry for the graphic image, but I think anyone that's watched any bit of TV with CSI or something like that will know that this lioness has suffered incredible damage to her skull. She's been beaten to death. The pathology report spoke to brain fragments throughout. And again, there's euthanasia, there's means and procedures to euthanize lions. You can't just go out and bludgeon them to death. We move on. As we know, there's a cycle within the industry where you've got your cub petting, you're walking with lions, moving on into the ultimate end, either a hunted lion or worse. So in this picture, you can absolutely terrified, moved into the back of the corner of the room. There's nothing else in this room to give any enrichment to these cubs. And this is one of our more recent cases, which we have laid charges against the owner, where a young cub was found in this absolutely neglected state. The paws were burnt severely from being caged in a tiny enclosure, with suffering massive ammonia burns, and the last third of her tail ended up having to be amputated. We did step in, and we've got that little lion to a sanctuary in the interim, and we just hope to see the course of the law follow suit. And on many of our inspections, we're getting to face this harsh reality of what's really going on in the industry. I'm not sure if we'll get lambasted, and I know we will, because we may be seen to be sensationalizing this. We're not. This is what we see on our inspections. The photos don't tell any other story other than what we're seeing and what we're finding. And yeah, it's pretty heartbreaking for our inspectors to deal with, and all the more reason for this whole process to end the industry to come about much faster than what it is doing right now. And the importance of our inspections, we do joint operations with a number of different entities, such as the Hawks Endangered Species Unit, provincial entities, as well as national. And these are the sort of other things that come up as part of our inspections, which we didn't expect to come up against. So all illegal and not good. And ultimately, this is where our challenges lie. When we say access to facilities, it's not only because these facilities are in such really difficult areas to get to, but it's also the amount of the hostility that we're met with on site. Hence the large number of warrants we've had to acquire in this last year. If this is an industry that's clean and decides that it's one that should exist, why would we be getting such opposition to getting on site if there's nothing to hide? Information difficulties. Even though we're a law enforcement body, we're constantly having the PIA applications thrown at us, which is difficult to deal with when we're actually trying to find justice, seek justice. Although we're an NGO, we're also an organ of state in accordance with the Constitution. Yet we don't have access to affordable and prompt science. We don't have the necessary support from experts that should be helping us, that could be helping us. And again, just at the end of the day, we're looking for a speedier judiciary system. We know that it's overloaded. We know the prosecution process is slow. However, like with the SPCAs court, there should be access made, because you'd see there's cases by societies all over the country where they're making this whole process, they're being hindered by the judicial process. We need that to be easier. We need that so you can get more cases through court and with specialist people within the judiciary. And ultimately, I think anybody that's been working within the industry as much as we have, and where you're not trying to seek to change the outcome or change the narrative, would know that this is an industry that should be closed down. And we stand by that. We also support Minister Creasy's her earlier stance about tigers within South Africa. Tigers in residential areas are a problem. However, most of the lion farms we inspect also have tigers. So I think the problem is way bigger than what anybody's really imagining. And we do need to button down on that. And from me, thank you.
Thank you very much, Douglas. Well on time. Honorable members, I invite you to engage both the presentation from Tony and Douglas from the Conservation Action and the NSPCA. Honorable Phillips, you'll be the first. Okay, let's proceed whilst other members are. Honorable Bryant, you'll be the second.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to everyone for the presentations. In light of the SPCA statement that removing wildlife from the wild environment means that we need to support these efforts of the SPCA, because they have obviously done a lot of visits and they've seen exactly what's happening when these animals are taken out of the environment. So in support of that, I would actually like to recommend that this committee adopts the 6 recommendations of the Conservation Action Trust that they presented to us at the end of Mr. Jerring's presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Phillips. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Acting Chair. And thank you to both the Conservation Action Trust and the SPCA for those 2 presentations. I must say, and I'm sure I speak for everybody, the second presentation in particular was not an easy one to sit through, and I hope nobody was still busy with their lunch during that second presentation, because it was very unpleasant. But I suppose important for us to see the reality of some of the participants within the industry, and the shocking treatment of many of these lions. It really was not a pleasant thing to witness. I've just got a couple of questions. The first one is to Mr. Gerrans. I know there has been a lot of discussion around different definitions of captive breeding, captive hunting, canned hunting. I think some of these definitions tend to get lost in translation, and it's difficult sometimes to ascertain exactly what is being referred to. I'd just like you to potentially expand on the concept around canned hunting and captive breeding, just so that we as a committee have a bit more of an understanding as to your position on that as the Conservation Action Trust. And then furthermore, in terms of the inspections, and we did discuss this earlier on in the presentation, as you mentioned yourself, a number of inspections have been undertaken in the past. Some of the ones that are being cited in the DFFE presentation date back to 2015, 2016. And the minister has said that in terms of the task team, in terms of voluntary exit, they will be inspecting those facilities whereby the owners are voluntarily wishing to exit from the industry. Now, my only concern is that we have a similar situation to what's happened with the firearm amnesty, where people who want to do the right thing, so to speak, and ensure that they fall on the right side of this, are voluntarily signing up to be a part of that process. But those who are perhaps not abiding by the rules and the protocols and do not want to be inspected are able to escape that scrutiny. I'd just like to know your opinion on that, and whether or not you believe that all of these facilities should be inspected before any decision is taken. And then just in terms of the NSPCA presentation, what does the NSPCA believe the sort of short-term steps should be in the interim while all of these processes are underway? Do they believe that a moratorium should be placed as has been put forward by Conservation Action Trust? Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Brian, Honorable Weber, Honorable Mbata, Honorable Kanjo.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask a question. I'm reading all the chat here, and to Douglas, I have empathy for everyone and everything. And my question is, it's a horrific presentation that you gave to us, and there's no doubt that these things are happening. Is it all the line breeders, or have you come across people that actually really are there for conservation, and they are neat and the places are well adjusted? I know it's not the ideal, but have you ever come across some good places as well, or you're only going out to the places where there are queries about? Thank you.
Honorable Mbata.
Thank you, Chair. I think from the two presentations, especially the last one, it gives us a clear indication that captive breathing or lion breathing, it's a no-no, it should be banned. And my question is, why are we still discussing it? Because it really doesn't help us. And from the morning when I was listening to other departments, the sister departments, they can't really tell us exactly what are they doing when it comes to this issue. I think I kept on asking this thing to different departments, to more than one or two departments, to say, tell us your role, because this thing cuts across different departments, and us and them as the departments, they are the ones who must stop this brutality that is happening on the captive breeding. Because at the end, even us as the RSA country, we are not benefiting anything from even whatever that is happening there when it comes to financial wise, because it belongs to whoever that is owning that farm. Why are we still having it here? There's SPCA, there's the NGOs, I think it's the NGO that has presented now, and there's the different departments, of which each and every one of them, including the one and only one, which is environment, each one of them have got a role to play here. Why can't they sit together and make sure that this thing it's being stopped immediately? Because really, it can't be happening.
There was a presentation last time in one of the NGOs that they were saying immediately once the lions give birth to the kids, immediately they are removed from the mother. And imagine that thing being done to a human, because these animals are animals. They have the rights also. They need to be protected also. So I don't see why even now there's no solution, because in other countries, it's the hunting and captive breeding has been stopped. It's a no-no, it's been banned. Why can't we ban it in South Africa with all this evidence that is presented to us? And all these departments give us the proper role. What are they doing? Not to give us the general information. What are they really doing when it comes to these issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bata. Honorable Ganjo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me follow suit and thank the presenters. I have a question for both, to both presenters. Chair, when the department was presenting, the department mentioned hundreds of lion farms. Can they tell us how many did they inspect, and how many did they saw that there's a mismanagement of facilities? Just based on their experiences, can they be able to tell us that? Because what we have witnessed here on their presentation, it's really bad. It's really uncalled for. Can they be able to tell us that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Further takers?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Oh, Honorable Mkunu, sorry.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair, for the truth presentations. The only part that I missed, I think I concur with the honorable members in what they are saying, and I fully concur with the fact that we need to be serious on this matter and make sure that we move closer to doing away with it. It's cruelty. The pictures that were shown here by SPCA, they are really not good. The only part that I missed from SPCA, the first presenter gave us some recommendations, and SPCA, I think if we can also get the recommendations, what is it that they are recommending as SPCA to the portfolio committee, to the department, after having viewed all these things that they are doing, and maybe they will answer the question of Honorable Gancho of visiting all these other facilities that were presented by the department, and when the last thing, Honorable Chair, is that when the MECs authorizes the permissions to these facilities, do they participate? The two organizations and other organizations in terms of giving suggestions to the MEC, and also saying yes or no during that process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkunu. Are there further takers? Before I invite the gentleman to respond. I do not see any. Before that, Tony, just two points from me. I think Honorable Bryant says this is the presentation of NSPCA is unpleasant. I think that's an understatement. It's actually despicable. We need to know where these pictures that you showed us, Douglas. where are these people? Because where we live, we don't see these people. And that is the information we want. We need to know where are these people. We need to visit these people. We need to go and see for ourselves. And this does not in any way suggest that your information is unreliable and untrustworthy. But we want to go and satisfy ourselves. That's how the law works. That's odi alteram partem. But you also spoke of, you gave us statistics, about I think 8 dockets, 21 warrants, etc., etc. How far are all these processes, and where are all these people being arrested? You see, if we can get that information, it will lead us to where we want to arrive at. And if you were listening to all the questions from honorable members, and partially the presentation of both Tony and Douglas, I think Tony makes a recommendation that there must be another colloquium where we address the animal welfare, etc., and where we are going to adopt the principle. I don't think time to talk after this presentation of SPCA. I don't think I still want to talk personally. So the society of the SPCA must help us so that we go and see what exactly is happening and these people who are kept holding these things in captivity must explain to us if they are licensed and what does the law say, and if we must stop it, I don't think we really want to send the department again. We must go there and do it ourselves this time. There's consensus from a point of view of all the inputs of members of the committee that these despicable acts must end. But I need to know, and I hope that the departments, both the environment and agriculture are still here, because we would really want to know what is it that they are doing after seeing both the presentation and hearing from both the presenters. What is it that they are doing? Are they interfacing with this information for the first time, like us, or what? But to you, Tony, as it relates to the ministerial lion task team, do you have engagements with them? Have you had engagements with them? And has it borne positive results, or were you found between the rock and the hard place to an extent that you find yourself having to present to the portfolio committee? Are we the last resort? Have you exhausted all these other avenues that you feel that you have to come here? Now, just lastly, well, I think I made this point and I can't overemphasize it. This thing has been going on for a very long time. So time for debates and discussions must really come to an end. If the former Speaker of the National Assembly was dragged to court, I'm sure all of you would remember the situation of the pigs in Potchefstroom. Why is the rules applied? Why are the rules applied differently as it relates to the lions that are kept in captivity? So where these animals are fed, all those beds and everything, is where we want to go. That's exactly what we want to know. So that information is going to come in very handy to us. Let me give you Mr. Gerrans first, and then Mr. Olata will come next.
Thanks, Honourable Medisa. And yes, quite a lot of questions. I'll try weave my answers together and cover everything if I can. Starting with you, if that's all right, and I will work backwards then. We do agree with your sentiments that the time for talk on this industry is over. I think the high-level panel recommendations made that very clear. The language in that document spoke about immediate actions. And so it's, as Mr. Doug's presentation made plain, we can sit and talk about this, but there is substantial suffering happening on the ground, and obviously allowing cruelty of this nature and extent is really not in the public interest at all. We have sought to engage with the state for some time over this, and so avenues for an off-ramp from this industry were tabled with the department at least 2 separate occasions over the last, say, 8 or 9 years. And in fact, the animal welfare community has done quite a lot of work already in proposing how this industry may be brought to a fair conclusion. And that there are members on the task team who have been involved in some of those deliberations previously. So I'm confident that that work is going to find its way into the work of the task team. The task team is bound by a non-disclosure agreement, so we cannot really engage with them extensively on the work that they're doing, but we trust that the minister has put together a body of sufficient experts that's going to do this work. We are here in front of the Portfolio Committee because we believe that the story about South Africa's captive lion breeding industry needs to remain current in the policy and legislative and executive branches of government until such time as we resolve the issues that you've seen today. So we're thankful for the opportunity today and for your engagement really with these broader issues. What the NSPCA has highlighted is a common problem with animal cruelty, in that prosecuting animal cruelty through the courts is a very blunt tool. It's expensive, it's difficult, it involves a huge amount of work. You wait a lot of time to get in front of the courts, and often you don't have the support of the institution of justice in dealing with animal issues. Nevertheless, we are pleased for the NSPCA's work, and I think everyone agrees today with what we've seen, that really must be brought to an end sooner rather than later. Coming back to some of the other questions, I think Honourable Mambata spoke about pathways to shutting down this industry. That work sits squarely within the work of the task team. Honourable Bryant asked a question about whether certain facilities should be exempt in terms of the task team's work. I can't obviously speak for the department or the task team, but it seems entirely iniquitous that organizations who might not be compliant with their permit conditions should be allowed to continue when those that are operating lawfully are in fact those ones that are shut down. In our view, organizations that are not operating lawfully and are in contravention of their permitting conditions, which is the purpose of the audit, should not be offered the same type of exit pathway as those that are operating legally. But this really is the work of the task team. Honourable Brown's question about canned hunting. I think canned hunting is a very emotive issue. In my presentation, I didn't specifically address the question of what is canned hunting, because the legal framework for this issue comes at it from the other direction. If you look at what the resolutions 9.3 of the HLP say, it tasks the minister to put in place decisions for an immediate halt to the hunting of captive bred lion. It doesn't speak of the circumstance in which the lion is hunted. It speaks of the origin of the lion, namely a captive bred lion. So I think everyone on this committee will know that the hunting of top species is a regulated activity. It is restricted in terms of the TOPS regulations. So if you want to shoot a top species, a lion, for example, there needs to be a quota that is issued, and there's a whole range of procedural requirements that must be met before that quota is issued. The minister would then issue a quota, and that the fulfillment of that quota would be subject to the TOPS regulations, one of which was in the department's presentation earlier, Regulation 26, which governs the circumstances in which top species may be hunted and includes some restrictions on hunting animals against a fence or where there is no chance of that animal escaping. And I think really that is an adequate definition in order to define the type of hunting that we would like to see precluded here. I'm really not going to go into more than that at this point, other than to say there have been some instances that have been in the public domain of hunting where the animal has apparently still been suffering from some form of sedation, or in fact is hunted against a fence. I accept that that is not the case always in the industry, but that debate really is irrelevant. The question is the captive lion being hunted, and does that lion have a fair chance of escape? I think Honourable Weber's question was for the SPCA. I think, and Honourable Gancho's question about the extent of non-compliance is a question for the department. So maybe I should hand over to Doug then, and he can take it from here.
Oh, thank you, Tony. Unfortunately, I did lose a bit of signal during the course of some of those questions. However, what did stick out is with what should happen from here, whether a moratorium should be put in place, what our first ideas are. And I think all of those ideas are exactly as Tony's put forward, were outcomes from the high-level panel. They were recommendations back then, and they simply need to be enforced. There should be a moratorium on breeding. There should be everything that's within those recommendations should be put into place. On the question of whether all farms are like this, we had several that didn't have warnings issued or cause to have a notice issued. However, as you can see from the statistics, we're seeing more of the bad than the good. And then we don't believe that there is a conservation value with these captive bred lions. And I'm pretty sure that Kruger Park would hate to see lions introduced into the park that have no genetic heritage that they can be certain of. And then when you're looking at where these facilities are, they're facilities that we've mostly visited with nature conservation officials. These facilities are very well known. The difference between the inspections that the NSPCA do and the inspections that the EMIs might carry out is that we don't make appointments. We do make unannounced inspections, which, to be honest, all your permit conditions, if you're keeping these animals, should include. And it should include for any officer that they should not be denied access during any reasonable hour. So, yeah, our cases are being tested in court. We are aware of the, I think it was the Wachabeki case that went to court early, but since then, that case hasn't reached trial stage. But our cases, we have reached trial stage with one. We are currently in trial, and the other is close to trial. We've got several dockets that are waiting, but like we said before, it's the slow judicial process because we've got to hand our dockets onto the prosecutors, to the investigating officers from the SAPs, who then take it further. So it's a laborious process, but we have to follow all of those. We have to follow that pathway until we can get to a resolution. Whether all facilities should be inspected, yes, I believe so, because those that have nothing to hide would welcome that. And there are one or two of these farmers that actually do welcome us on their properties. So perhaps that should be circulated. Sorry, Mr. Chair, if there's any other question I've left out, if you could please just let me know.
I'm sure honorable members would want to do follow-ups, but before we allow that, Douglas, please be kind to give us those case numbers. I'm not too sure if you were here earlier on when we adopted the agenda, the program of the committee, but I know that at some point we will be having a meeting with the Minister of Police. We want to make follow-ups with the South African Police Services on how far those cases are. We want the case numbers, and so that we can then check where exactly is the backlog. Honorable members, can I invite you to do follow-ups to the two presenters? Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. I think a central point of discussion with these two presentations is the whole idea around animal welfare in particular. And we do often hear from DFFE that the sort of legislative mandate lies with DELRAD in terms of animal welfare. But, there is quite a strong opinion, and I believe that it has been looked into previously, to say that DFFE has to take this into consideration when it makes its own legislation as well. I just want to know from Mr. Geerens, perhaps, or I don't know if Mr. Volhunter would like to take a shot at this. In terms of that legislative mandate, would they be of the opinion that it is shared? That it lies more with DFFE, or that it lies more with DELRAD? Because these are questions that really are guiding the way that we take this forward. And I think both of those two departments would have their own considerations in terms of how to approach the welfare of animals going forward, in particular taking into consideration the comments from Minister Didiza earlier around animals, where she says, all animals are kind of classed the same. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Further takers, honorable members, follow-ups before we release Mr. Woolwater and Mr. Gerrans.
Honorable Medis, I'm happy to quickly answer Dave Brown's question, if that's appropriate.
Okay, let's just take Honorable Mchunu so that she's probably just clustered him. Honorable Mchunu.
Thank you, Chair. Mine, Chair, is the request that you made of getting the case numbers. I'm sure if it can come together with the dates, so that Chairperson will plan, because I'm sure we are interested in even getting there just to observe what is happening here in these courts as the portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair. Maybe lastly, Chair, Chair, maybe can we, as we continue, our guests that we do discourage them not to be so active in the chat box, that such a way that they discuss what we are discussing instead of communicating direct with the chair. Thank you.
Okay, I do not have enough time to go through what is happening in the chat box. I would really love to, but let's discourage it. Perhaps it must be deactivated, otherwise it will influence the discussions that are taking place in the committee. Gentlemen, I give you an opportunity to respond. Tony first.
Thanks, Honourable Medisa. So to answer Honourable Bryant's question, the legislative mandate, in other words, the power to write new law for animal protection, is unequivocally sitting in the Department of Agriculture. That comes with its own problems. I think we heard today from Minister Didiza that department firstly has a mandate to expand the exploitation of animals for food and fiber, but also they don't necessarily have the skills or the capacity to address the complex question of animal welfare for wild animals. However, the question of whether other departments have a duty to consider animal welfare in decision-making has been settled by the courts in the NSPCA's lion bone judgment, which we've heard of a number of times today. And it's very clear then that all branches of government, including the Department of Environment, must consider animal welfare in administrative decision-making. The Minister Creasy is correct in saying that she may not have powers, for example, to regulate the circumstances of tigers in South Africa, because her powers come through NEMBA and TOPS in order to regulate big cats generally. But what the court has said is that she and indeed the entire department do have a responsibility and powers to consider animal welfare in decision-making. So one of our asks here specifically is that the Department of Agriculture engage directly with the Department of Environment about this question of the regulation of welfare. And indeed, the Department of Agriculture has a clear set of powers to regulate on this issue under Section 10 of the Animals Protection Act. And so by cooperation, Minister Didiza's department can regulate, for example, this industry that we're talking about today. And indeed, then in the administration of the permitting, either at a provincial or at a national level, the Department of Agriculture, Environment, it has been clear from the courts, must consider animal welfare in that decision-making, as indeed any other department. I hope that answers your question, Honourable Bryant, and then over to Doug.
Thank you, Tony. Yeah, I don't think I can add too much more to that, apart from the fact that the Animals Protection Act itself, in Section 2, actually speaks to the responsibilities of anyone with respect to animal welfare, and that's in Q&R, where you are accountable for what you do or don't do in allowing animal cruelty to continue. And I think with what Tony said before, and with that, I would like to end, but thank you very much.
Honorable Mkunu, is that the legacy end?
Yes, Chair, I'm sorry.
All right. I think I must make this point before we release the two gentlemen. Well, I know that they take keen interest in this discussion and that they are not going to leave. This whole conversation is very emotive in its nature. It needs all of us to sober up. As honorable members were making follow-ups and the gentlemen were responding, I quickly went through the chat box. There seemed to be a lot of a discussion than we are actually having in the chat box. But that's fine. I think we will note all of that what is being discussed there. But we don't want a situation where one person projects a beautiful picture of themselves and an incorrect picture of the others, whilst they do not have a right of reply. So it is our conviction that everybody who's making a presentation here is doing it in the best interest of conservation, is doing it in the best interest of all South Africans and the welfare of all the species who are currently engaging on. Now, let's get those case numbers so that we follow up with the Minister of Police. The department will have to assist us with the nature conservation officials. And perhaps because we still have about 5 minutes, if the Department of Agriculture is here and the Department of Environment, can you share these 5 minutes to explain to the committee what is it that you're doing about this state of affairs? Agriculture first. Is agriculture here? Is the DG of Agriculture still here?
I am still here, Honorable Chair. I thought that the colleagues would respond to the implicit issues that were raised by the two. So I did not hear them raising the issues, but I've got Mr. Mamabolo on the platform. who will respond to the issues around the animal improvement, and Dr. Mangefo has got to respond around animal protection. If they left the platform, suffice to indicate that Chair is talking about us having the right to respond. I would need to reflect that quite rightly in terms of the response that came from the NSPCA. The Animal Protection Act gives measures or pronounces on measures and provides for measures on how this issue around the engagement and how animals should be handled, and places much bigger responsibility on all role players who are there within the sector. So that is right. So if it has got to be an engagement at that particular level, it is quite also, there were a few judgments that were made previously, Honorable Minister, that I know of, that refers to the engagement when it comes to welfare, that the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in its previous formation, that it was responsible for that area of work. And therefore, that's the work that we really need to be engaging in when there are issues around animal welfare. Now, there was an issue that says that the differences in terms of types of inspections that you would have from different bodies that are looking at animal welfare. And I would like to indicate that maybe at the bottom of the engagement that are there, it's being location specific on where these projects and programs are, so that we can be able then to map them out when we do issues around animal welfare, because it's quite good when you know where the locations are, and you can then also give those reports based on the locations. Coming to the animal improvement, I think Minister earlier this morning was quite clear, and in terms of where we are and how we engage this. In order for any animal then to fully participate in the animal improvement, Honorable Chair, is that you would need to have a breeder society, and therefore all these animals that you are talking about are not fully participating in the area around animal improvement because of a lack of this animal improvement. As soon as there's readiness and there is an engagement along the lines of saying that there is an agreement within the sector of where do we go, as Minister guided earlier this morning, it is only then that the department would be moving on these areas. All that the department within the law is making provision for is if that requirement is needed, then there is a hingent or a provision within a legislation that will enable that to happen. But I should say, in terms of the responses that we got from the two presentations, Honorable Chair, we are in alignment. Just need to get those two clarities to the table. Thank you very much, Honorable. And sorry for taking some time before responding. I thought the colleagues would respond.
All right. No, that's fine. Thank you very much, TG. Environment.
Chairperson, it's gifted the PLO. I think if I remember very well, Minister requested that the department, those that are remaining, they will only take notes and the department will respond in a written form. We've taken note of all the issues that have been raised and they will respond in a written form.
Are you speaking on behalf of the department?
On behalf of the Minister, Chair, because she said we wouldn't be able to respond orally, but in a written form.
No, but the deliberations are taking place here. Gift. Wait, is the DG here?
Okay, sure.
Is the DG here, Gift?
I'm just checking on the list. I don't see her. I don't see a Chairperson.
That's fine. We'll just hope that you will then transmit what has been discussed here. We want those answers.
Sure, thanks, Chair.
Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry, who's listening in then?
Where?
No, I say who is taking the notes? Is it just Gift?
Gift, that's the question. Can you, now is your opportunity to respond to
No. Thanks, Honorable Member. Thanks, Chair. There's a team from DG's office that is also here with us. So it's not only me, there are plus minus 4 of us who are here and are taking notes.
You have been reprimanded from engaging the committee?
No, but you are taking a cue from what Minister said when she was leaving the meeting.
It doesn't work like that, Yesh. Yeah, we want answers, but that's fine. It doesn't really cause much of a problem. We'll still get answers. I see the Skumza Nchanga.
Yes, Chair. I just wanted to confirm that the department is here represented, and we have taken note of the 2 presentations that have been made. And we also note the guidance from the minister, and we will then respond in writing to the issues that have been raised, Chair. Thank you.
That's fine, but I'm sure honorable members will agree with me that this information is not only for members of parliament. What is being discussed here is in the interest of the people of South Africa. There are many other people who take keen interest in what is happening in the meeting today, and they really want to know. So I just wonder if you'd be able to share with all of them what you're going to write to us, but it's okay. Let it not cause a problem. Gentlemen, Mr. Gerrans and Mr. Olata, thank you very much. We know that we hope that you will not leave because it's going to be quite interesting going forward. Let me now invite the Wildlife Ranching Association.
Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. I did have my hand up. It's Honourable Bryant.
Sure.
My colleague, Honourable Phillips, made a point earlier around, I think she was talking about the welfare colloquium, which is something we've been talking about quite a lot, and it was one of the points that was raised during the first presentation, I think, with a couple of other suggestions that are in line with the HLP report. I'm just assuming, because I'm not sure if she's still in the meeting, but I'm assuming there's no objection to any of those or the point that she raised, just to confirm that before we move on to the next one.
Yeah, I had actually noted it too, Honorable Bryant. It came across from the presentation of Mr. Gerrans as part of the recommendations that we should convene an animal welfare colloquium to address how the welfare principle can be adopted into wildlife management in South Africa. I had also noted it. I hope that the Secretariat had also noted it. But that's a point that is sufficiently captured.
Thanks, Chair. No, I was just checking to see if there was any objection to Honourable Phillips' proposal, but thanks very much.
Sure. I did not note any. All right. Wildlife Ranching Association, together with the Professional Hunters Association of South Africa, who will represent the Wildlife Ranching Association. I see Mr. Richard York.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just checking whether my presentation is sharing with you or not.
It is, Mr. York.
Thank you, Chair. It's an honor to be here, and honorable members, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to first just express my humblest regret in what I saw on those slides earlier. As a wildlife ranching sector, we are totally and vehemently opposed to any such mistreatment of animals. And we'll support the SPCA in whatever means possible to ensure the prosecution of those people. And we'll assist and try and stop that as quick as possible. And we'd like to make something very clear. People that mistreat animals like that shouldn't be given an exit strategy. They should be prosecuted. And that should happen without a shadow of a doubt. So on behalf of Wildlife Ranching in South Africa, I'd like to speak about the good side of the industry, the side of the industry that's not been discussed today. and try and put in perspective where the lines are, because we've listened to a lot of emotion today. I think it's time we start taking cognizance of the facts around us. So firstly, when we say, where is the wild? In South Africa, we're talking about captive bred lions being domesticated, but yet photographic tourism has got a key trace of domesticating animals in protected areas where they lose their fear for humans. So when we ask, where is the wild? Where is it? We're talking about 8,000, possibly 12,000 lions. The number varies. What's going to happen to these lions? What's the key exit strategy? Are they all going to be euthanized? Are some going to be put into sanctuaries, but then are those sanctuaries not going to have added values that a normal lion breeder wouldn't have in terms of generating revenue and tourism through donations and through exposing those animals? So those are all key questions we need to ask. What makes the wildlife ranching industry different is that we have not taken protected areas and conserved wildlife. We've taken marginal agricultural land and converted it into key homes for wildlife, where we hands-on looking after our wildlife and we're creating habitat for that wildlife. It's often asked, what will grow the green economy? What will stimulate jobs? What will stimulate funds towards South Africa? What will attract revenue? And is it a hands-on approach or a hands-off approach? On a simple equation, the biggest threat to wildlife is when they become valueless to rural people. And we've gone through this trend where wildlife was decimated in South Africa as it had no value in the 1960s. If you read the book, The Conservation Success Story, as a result of failures, conservation failures, war, drought, and disease between 1800 and 1950, South Africa witnessed the greatest destruction of wildlife that an African continent had ever experienced. South Africa only had an estimated 557,000 game species left. In contrast, currently, we're sitting in 1960 with only 3 privately owned game farms. In the year 2000, we had a figure of 5,000, and per the latest EWT reports, this figure is estimated to be closer to 9,000. With the most wildlife in South Africa's history, and a total of 170,000 kilometers squared, which is about 14% of South Africa's landmass, now being occupied for wildlife ranching. We are champions in wildlife conservation. South Africa now has more wildlife than existed 100 years ago. So the question we need to ask when we put all emotions away is, what happens to the 28.6% of Africa's lions that happen to be captive? The decision we make here today isn't an on-off switch that you can reverse like they do when they do load shedding. It's a permanent on or a permanent off. So we need to take key cognizance of what those impacts will be. Now, to elaborate about what the wildlife ranching industry has done for rewilding, we're sitting with 90% of the Oribi population being found on privately owned land. We're sitting with 88% of the Bontebok. We're sitting with 95% of the roan antelope, 87% of the black wildebeest, 97% of the sable antelope, 90% of the blesbuck, 65% of the world's white rhino population are found on privately owned farmland. We understand that the wildlife economy is the renewable and sustainable gold of Africa. And it's important that we don't do something that could potentially jeopardize this. Because yes, as a game rancher, I've got to manage my farm and I've got to manage my ranch sustainably. But if you make it untenable for me to generate an income, there will be subsequent species that can also be faced under jeopardy. We've seen what's happened with the white rhino population in Kruger that's declined with 75%, while the black rhino population over the same time period declined with 51%. And why is this? If we look at South Africa and we're talking about the challenges of South Africa, there's 8 billion people in the world. Sorry for skipping. That's the 25th, South Africa is the 25th biggest population in the world with 61 million. If we equate that to hectares available, that's 1.99 hectares per person. If we take the 30-30 targets of the United Nations, we're talking about 1 person per every 1.39 hectares. That's less than 2 soccer fields per every person. How can you generate a living? And if we take an even further look at South Africa's geographic map, where is the wild? You can see here you've got grain, sugar, forestry, vegetables, fruit, cattle, sheep, diverse, subsistence, and none. None is for Kruger National Park in Lesotho. Where's the wild in the rest of this map? So our wildlife industry needs to outcompete other agricultural land use options. So for us to be sustainable, we need to be that viable option. We need to compete with food security, with agriculture, with livestock. And we've seen it through the Sustainable Wildlife Economies project that was done by this very Department of Environmental Affairs and the South African National Biodiversity Institute, and we have to congratulate you. It proved clearly that wildlife with mixed agriculture plays a key role in diversity and creating that marginal agricultural land for added wildlife habitat. But unfortunately, while I've got mixed agriculture, I can't have lions and other predators roaming free, eating my sheep, cattle, goats, or game. So in terms of the lion conservation in the South African context, Ma Edna Molewa perfectly said it in her article, Essays, Lion Conservation Policies Rooted in Science, where she said South Africa has a long and well-established track record for lion conservation. South Africa's lion conservation policies are not only backed up by scientific evidence, but remain firmly in line with all the prescriptions of the Conventional International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. What's happened to this scientific evidence? Are we no longer listening to it? Or was Ma Edna Molewa not telling the truth? It is important to note that the African lion, an indigenous species to South Africa, is not facing extinction or an unprecedented crisis from either hunting, captive breeding, or the trade in lion bones. Hunting is allowed in South Africa and forms an integral part of government's sustainable utilization policies as enshrined in our constitution. These are the facts. So when you ask where's the wild, and when you start describing South Africa's wildlife areas, famous lion scientist Hans Bauer says, lion populations are declining rapidly across Africa, except in intensely managed areas, and Kruger National Park is one of the most heavily managed reserves in Africa. So in other words, that's a hand-on approach with intensive management. And I don't think there's any need for me to go through it today with this fine committee, but there's definitions and there's clear strategies and implementation policies for different lions, for wild lions, for managed lions, and for captive lions. But when we talk about protected areas and we talk about wild lion populations, have a look at the two top horns. You've got Kruger and you've got Kalahari. Those are only two current viable populations according to the IUCN. How are we ever going to link those two habitats? How are we ever going to grow more wild habitat for lions in South Africa? With the current unemployment, with the current job security, with the current risk and need for people, we are the most developed country in Africa. Where must the lions be? And if we talk about the wildlist nodes, you've got an increasing conservation value for lion, but while you have that, you've got a decrease in socioeconomic sustainability. The more you increase the conservation value, the more that land is not economically sustainable and benefiting the rural economy. And that needs to be identified. And if you take Bauer's word for it, Kruger National Park is just one step above our captive management. So that's why the wildlife ranching industry, along with FASA, went and identified and said there must be key tiers for lions, that unless a lion is part of the Lion Biodiversity Management Plan in the meta population, it has got no conservation value. Tamed lions have got no conservation value and should be shunned from hunting. So we need to start focusing on the fact. Yes, there's a lot of fiction and there's a lot of emotion, but what's the fact? WRSA set off on a PI application to try and determine what all these facts are and to find out what's really happening out there. We sent a PI application to the DFFE. They referred to the Department of Agriculture, and they said the following regarding animal welfare. DELRA does not retain records of complaints about animal welfare, and certainly not for a period of 12 years. Furthermore, complaints are often received via email or WhatsApp messages, and it will be impossible to track or trace those records, which might have been. If we look at welfare, the same application was transferred to the NSPCA, because it's as important for us as the wildlife ranching industry to know who are these rotten apples so we can root them out. But our proposal was just ignored. We got no information. And it is scary for us that there's only one case currently being prosecuted. You cannot cripple an industry and blame an industry because the legal process is failing. Fix the legal process. We are supporting you. Fix the legal process. If someone is doing something against the law, shut them down. But don't close the entire road network system because of a few drunk drivers or speeding people along the road. Regarding zoonotic transfer, I could have given you this answer before the speaker spoke. We asked the Department of Agriculture what was happening, and they said the department has no records regarding the transfer of zoonotic diseases. So when we look at major threats, and it will be eliminated further again, human-lion conflict, human encroachment, habitat loss, bushmeat poaching, lion poaching, those are all keys that have to do with the growing world population. Why is captive breeding not listed as one of those threats? Why is it not mentioned? We spoke earlier about the biodiversity management plan, which is a fantastic strategy that was developed in 2015. But yet our own NDF from 2018 says, on a national scale, there's no budget or capacity to fund a national coordinated system for the reintroduced lion populations. In other words, we're sitting with a situation that our own government doesn't have the budget or capacity to even fund their own coordinated system for wild managed lions. But now we intend shutting down the entire captive breeding industry. With what funds? With what capacity? We need to identify the vehicle to do that. How are we going to get it right? And on what scale? We're sitting with massive challenges. If we have a look at the consultation on the draft white paper, which the Honourable Minister referred to earlier, we picked it up right away that from the 1997 draft white paper, they mentioned institutional changes required. You note these 4 points here for ease of reference. That's the draft white paper in 2002, 25 years later. There's been no change. The same institutional fragmentation, conflict of interest, drainage of essential government expertise, lack of funding capacity and ability to implement policy, lack of government capacity to effectively monitor implementation, no structured mechanisms to implement, evaluate, and performance of government and other sectors. There's a considerable confusion, overlapping and competing mandates, inefficiencies concerning the role and responsibilities of different spheres of government. There's been no legislative progress in the last 25 years, which is a huge concern for us because we are the law-abiding industry. We are the industry that abides by the regulations, and we do not want illegal behavior to take place. If we have a look at the Biodiversity Management Plan, it tasked the Forest Professional Hunters Association with improving the conservation status of lions within the broader conservation concepts and assessing the management of captive bred lions. They did that. They drew up a lion biodiversity conservation strategy, as well as norms and standards for the hunting of listed large predators. As an industry, we're reaching out and we're engaging with other countries and delegates from Kenya, for example. And why are we doing this? Because yes, they might have 2,589 lion, but they've only got 51 sable. They've only got 15 roan antelope because they do not apply the same management processes we have. On my little farm, that's only 1,000 hectares. I've got more roan antelope, almost double the population of the entire Kenyan population, because we look after it, we manage it. Don't blame the system for poor management. Prosecute those people for poor management. If we have a look at elephants, there are 36,000 in Kenya, but yet having a look at other species such as impala, 26,000, hartebeest, 7,000, 8,000 warthog, 1,000 waterbuck, all least concern, but yet 36,000 elephant with what biomass are considered endangered. And then we have people standing up and saying, don't shoot Africa's last elephant. Let's be honest, people, who are they lying to? There's been a deliberate task of tarnishing Bear in South Africa, as Minister Edwin Molewa pointed out. So if we have a look at the NSPCA, we had a dig in their records from 2015 to 2017 because they ignore our PI applications. There were 113 facilities visited with 3,071 lions, but yet we couldn't find in their reports of any case where the NSPCA laid formal charges. We as the industry stand ready to not only assist the NSPCA in laying those formal charges, but to make sure that the prosecution takes place. The Born Free Foundation raised £6 million in 2016. That's the same amount of money as the entire legal lion hunting industry for 2016, which is a considerable impact. What about the rest of the NGOs? Or like we like to call them the bingos, the big international NGOs. They raised 3.5 billion rand in 2018. Exploitation of emotions and through the exploitation of wildlife is a huge money-making racket that's generating huge funds. How much of that 3.5 billion has come back to South Africa, has come back to conservation? We're sitting with a biodiversity management plan for lion that can't be funded. I'm sure these funds could fund it tenfold, maybe even 100-fold. Bring it back. As Edna Molewa said, peddling half-truths of unsubstantial claims of widespread canned hunting is damaging our reputation for species conservation. There appears to be a deliberate strategy to conflate canned hunting with the captive breeding of lions. To answer the question of the former honourable member, the former is strictly prescribed, but the latter is allowed, but strictly regulated and monitored. Canned lion hunting is outlawed in terms of the TOPS regulations, as promulgated in 2017. If anyone is participating in canned lion hunting, if they are not hunting a lion with a departmental official present, if they are hunting a drug lion, if they are hunting a lion in a cage, prosecute them. We will assist you in prosecuting them because they taint our reputation as well. And we don't want to have that tainted reputation. According to the non-detrimental findings, the trophy hunting of captive bred lions poses no threat to wild populations in South Africa. And it is thought that captive lions may in fact serve as a buffer to potential threats to wild lions by being a primary source of hunting trophies and derived products, such as bones. So if we have a look further, South Africa was the only African country with a growth in every wild lion population, all of which are fenced. If you take the Beyond Sisal African Lions in Crisis, they mentioned the 5 major threats. Taking our non-detrimental finding from 2018, it says it clearly, major threats, none. At present, there are no major threats for wild and managed lion populations within South Africa. That myth is busted. We need to have a look at it holistically. And in the same way that the DDG spoke, lions in the rest of Africa are vulnerable. Lions in South Africa, least concern. In some way, the captive bred lion population must act as a buffer. And I repeat, we are making a decision to permanently switch off almost 30% of Africa's lion population. So what is conservation? Conservation is the protection and wise use of natural resources. Let's put our emotions aside and look at the facts. It's the prevention of the wasteful use of a resource. So lion conservation should be based on science and fact, not emotions and feelings. Is it conservation value in euthanizing 8,000 lions? Is there a conservation value in that? If we have a look at Madikwe Game Reserve, and now we're talking about the wild lion management plan, lion populations quickly exceeded habitat and prey availability. In short, Madikwe Game Reserve culled its own lion population down from 110 individuals in 2009 to just 40 individuals in 2012. Honorable members, this is a disgrace. We're talking about wild managed lion populations. We're talking about Madikwe Game Reserve that belongs to communities. Those animals are put on a on the financial statements of the Department of the Northwest as biological assets, but yet we are euthanizing biological assets that belong to communities and throwing them in a hole. Is that conservation? Is that benefiting local communities? Is that ensuring job creation and development to take place? I've reiterated this on numerous occasions. Burning ivory is not conservation. And getting money to burn ivory is even further away from conservation. This is our own personal rhino. We know what happened when trade bans happened. It just spiked the rhino poaching crisis. And even my Edna Molewa emphasized it. Our experience with illegal trade in rhino horn has shown that poaching operations and illegal trade networks proliferate when there's no legally acquirable supply. Our scientific authority has shown it. Look how the white rhino and the black rhino population grew while we were hunting them, while we were managing them. Cut out the illicit behavior. By all means, we support you fully, but don't shut down an entire industry because of a couple of rotten apples. So just a basic principle that we always use. What is conservation? Would you conserve this rock? Absolutely not, because it's got no value. Would you conserve this rock, which is a diamond? Yes. So why are we surprised to see more cases of lion farms struggling to look after their lions when Minister Creasy admits that she's not allowed a quota for 2019? That's a huge impact on the financial availability and the value of those animals to those farmers. Is this conservation? This is a blessed buck hunted on our property. Nelson Mandela went green and he emphasized the value of hunting in this article, where he said it's important that we look at opportunities. What makes the lion any different? Or is it just a case of animal farm, where some animals have more rights than others? Take this example of an ATM. A robber steals. A rancher puts money in the bank and withdraws it from his dividends. We are not a bunch of robbers. We are validated industries that have done everything legally through the department's legislation, through the mandate, and we have plowed it back into our rural economy. Don't treat us as criminals. Allow us to do what we can do best, to raise an income and look after job security in our areas. If we talk about water conservation, we don't mean that you mustn't use water. We mean you mustn't waste it. Wildlife is no different. This is preservation. This has got no conservation role going forward in wildlife. And the Department of Environment knows this. Look at this fantastic billboard that they built to educate children about the wealth that lies within wildlife. Why does lions not fall within this, but all the other species do? So when we say what will grow the wildlife economy, is it a hands-on or hands-off approach? I reiterate again, protected areas are only 8%, with those two horns up in the north. You've got 22,000 people who work in and around Kruger National Park with a wage bill of excess of 3.4 billion per year. But you're sitting with 3.4 million people living on the outskirts of Kruger National Park. What will their reaction be if they see that we're euthanizing lions? What benefit must they generate? We're sitting with a 44% unemployment rate. We're sitting with an agricultural industry that needs to provide job security. So how do we compete with that agricultural industry? And we've shown it. Our scientific authority has proven it over and over again. The wildlife economy generates income fourfold through the revenue, more return on investment, more jobs per hectare, all positive acronyms of the industry. The wildlife industry is currently 14 to 17% of our formal protected areas, of our formal protected conservation areas. My apology. We need to ensure population management. We need to ensure rangeland management. We need to ensure employment equity and community development. Blanket bans without structuring proper strategies are going to have a detrimental impact on our industry. According to the scientific authority, we're sitting with 418,000 directly related biodiversity jobs in our industry. The SWEP project that rolled over from the department in the Eastern Cape and Limpopo was fantastic in highlighting what the wildlife industry does. Again, they proved that we employ double the amount of people per hectare. To give you some old hunting statistics, because we are asked to do that, I'm sure the department can give more up-to-date statistics. The hunting trophy industry is worth a couple of billion to us as an industry. If we look at the income that's generated, your top species, the lion used to be the #1 income generator. And that wasn't hunting wild lions, that was hunting captive lions that were a buffer for our wild lions. Take away that value and look what happens in the value of those hunted species. If we take the total value of wild lions in terms of income from hunting, we're only talking about 0.28, 0.19, 0.17, 0.17 of the income generated, while captive bred lions 11, 12, 10, 6%. Those are huge incomes. There was a question asked about job creation and income directly contributing. This is a study by Prof. Piet van der Merwe, 1,162 jobs. That's huge in terms of the rural economy. If we have a look at the costs of running game reserves, there's a reason why none of the national parks in South Africa are self-sustaining. Even sand parks, without their 2.6 billion rand grant, they would have had a 2 billion rand shortfall in 2015 and 2016. The costs of keeping lion, the cost of implementation of making sure that the infrastructure is in place is a huge cost. Have a look at these values per year. So lion management costs you 606 million rand, 606,000 rand. So if we talk about the cost, what does an animal consume? And these game prices have shot up astronomically. A male lion consumes close to 300,000 a year, while a female lion is 125,000. Huge costs. And we spoke earlier about the carrion. Lions consume a lot of carrion of dead agricultural products that would end up where, which would be what risk in terms of biohazards on landfills. We need to look at that as well. And if we're looking at emotions and we're talking about welfare, was this chicken's welfare considered? These are all aspects we need to take into consideration. Yes, the lion industry is well regulated, and it's well regulated due to the amount of publicity it attracts. That's why you've got so many conservation NGOs that are continuously hounding the industry to make sure it's done properly. That's why the rotten apples are exposed. But help us get rid of those rotten apples. Help us make sure that the prosecution runs streamlined and effectively. We agree. We fully support the prosecution of those who are guilty and are transgressing the law. It is imperative to remember that the industry developed under the guidance, legislation, framework, and permitting regulations of the DFFE. It can't just be shut down overnight. There's got to be huge consequences that will take place. We currently already seen it. We heard what the DDG said. Permit allocations and subsequent delays are causing non-compliance within our industry. People are not getting their permits, and that's forcing people to become unwilling criminals. We're having the unfair denial of permits and forcing people to act outside the current legislative mandate, which is causing illegal activities. If I'm sitting with lions and I can't renew my permits, you are forcing legislative deprivation and you're forcing me to become a criminal. Not that I want to become a criminal, I just can't get my permits. And what must I do with those lions that are on my property? So WRSA and its members play a crucial role in securing vital wildlife habitat outside of protected areas. We're not competing with protected areas, we're creating buffer zones for protected areas. We are willing and able to work with the department and with this parliamentary colloquium, with this parliamentary panel, to address the challenges we face for the benefit of our people, their environment, and lion conservation. On behalf of the wildlife industry, I'd like to thank you, and I hope we can answer some questions. Thank you.
You're right, Mr.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Good. Honorable Mas, the presentation from the Wildlife Ranching Association. Honorable Weber will be the first, followed by Honorable Phillips, in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Chair. I have a couple of questions, and please bear with me. To me, it is interesting to hear the other side as well. But so I have questions. I think by asking these questions, we just need to understand that the HLP already did ban line breeding, but I still do have some questions regarding that. So, Chair, if you can just bear with me. So I would like to know your estimate of line breeders, percentage-wise. How many fair conservation breeders do you think there are percentage-wise to the bad ones? If I can I hope that comes quite, are the good guys more than the bad guys, for instance? Then conservation. I mean, what is the conservation value? For instance, can captive lion or lion that has been bred in captivity, is there a way that they can be, not all of them, but some of them reintroduced into the wild? Is that a possibility? And then regarding, I hear everything you say, and I want to know, on a good lion farm, where does the animal welfare and well-being come in? do you adhere to the basics of the rules and good food and everything, or do you expand bigger spaces, everything like that? If you do conservation, does that include hunting? Hunting currently, as I understand it, is still legal in this country. It's the breeding that is going to stop, but I don't refer to canned hunting. My assumption is that no one should do canned hunting. I think that's a very bad practice. So will hunting then be the reason, if you do that, for being able to feed the animals and maintain the farm? And then I want to know, line bones. Where does line bones comes into it? Does the good farmers do trade in line bones, or what is that practice? Does that come with the good or the bad? Then legal line hunting, is it financially sustainable without captive breeding? I would really like to know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. Honorable Phillips.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I don't have a question as such. I do, however, have quite a few comments. My first comment is that I'm sure that this presentation we've just had today is the same or very similar to the presentation that was given to the high-level panel. They've already listened to it, they've discussed it, and they've decided, they've made their recommendations. So I don't think that with all the facts that they had at their fingertips, we should start second guessing them. That's the first thing. The second thing is, the presenter mentioned that we have a 44% unemployment rate. We actually have a 44% unemployment rate with this line breeding industry. So yeah, that doesn't really make much difference. And then the damage to South Africa's reputation, these allegations, this is actually horrendous and it's shocking. And no one has ever, and before I start that, let me just say, I travel extensively and I meet a lot of overseas people. And no one has ever objected to visiting a country due to caring people, putting animal rights and welfare above profit and cruelty. The only way that the animal rights people can be accused of damaging South Africa's conservation efforts is if the cruelty that they continually expose and endeavor to stop is classed as damaging the country's reputation. So that is just my statement. And I really think that these organizations who've been accused of taking a lot of money and not putting it back into conservation should be given a right of reply so that they can tell us exactly what they've done. I mean, I know for a fact that Four Paws has been involved in a lot of repatriation and a lot of rehabilitation, and the same for Panthera. And I'm sure the other organizations that were mentioned here as damaging South Africa's reputation could and would love to have an opportunity to give us some feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Phillips. Honorable Bryant.
Thank you very much, Acting Chairperson. And I just want to start off by thanking Mr. York for the presentation. It is important to hear all sides of this discussion, and I think it's something that I missed out on myself during the initial high-level panel negotiations and discussions when before I became a member of this committee. But I have done quite a lot of research and reading into what went into that and some of the discussions in the previous colloquium around that, and the very intense and very impassioned sentiments that were expressed from both sides. And it was heartening to hear Mr. York at the beginning speaking out against the abuses and the mistreatment of lion in many of these facilities, and the condemnation from his organization, which I think is very welcome. And I do understand from an extent where Mr. York is coming from as effectively an organization that purports to work within the frameworks of the law and try and abide by the existing legislation that is now going to change with the outcomes of the HLP report. And one cannot tar everybody in the industry with the same brush and assume that everybody is neglecting animals in the way that the individuals who were exposed by the SPCA's presentation have done. And I'm sure Mr. York treats his animals with great respect and great care. But that is in many ways beside the point if one looks at the recommendations of the HLP that have come out and have quite specifically spoken to ending captive lion breeding. Some of my questions have been covered by my colleague, Honourable Weber, in terms of the financial viability of hunting, which is still legal, and lion hunting in particular, if one is not involved in breeding those animals for hunting, which is, as part of the HLP now going to be done away with. But the other question that I had is in terms of the task team. I think it's important, as I've mentioned earlier, to hear all sides of the discussion and all perspectives. I just want to know whether Mr. York is confident that his organization and other similar organizations such as his are adequately represented on that task team to ensure that their perspectives are also heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Brian. Honourable Weber, I see your hand again.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Honourable Brian just made me think of something now. Mr. York, I would like to know if the lion farming contributes to the economy of South Africa, and if they do, around about how much. I'm probably supposed to know this, but I don't, so I would really like to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Weber. Honourable Tunu.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you for the presentation. My question is on Mr. York spoke about job creation and all that. Is that do they really offer the jobs in terms of the Labour Act? Do they adhere to the Labour, all the Labour Acts? I'm so interested in that one. That's the first part. But he was emphasizing, the second point is that he was emphasizing the issue of the wildlife. What is wildlife? I didn't get where he was really driving to. But my question now is, if we talk about the wildlife and the captivity of the lions or the wild animals and being kept in a particular space, according to him, does that go along with the animal welfare and the wellness of the wildlife? And according to him, can we consider this business at the expense of the wild animals and the brutality that we've experienced and it's been presented before us as the portfolio committee? For Mr. York, is it? I know that he spoke widely about those that are mistreating the animals and that need to be persecuted. it just came to my mind just to ask if I remember at some point there was a case where a farmer decided to punish a worker by throwing that worker in a lion's captive place. Are they able as the organization to go that far to work with those lion breeders and make sure that those such incidents do not happen? But the last part of the breeding, the lion breeding, according to them, is it the breeding of lions in those in that environment? Do they consider the fact that according to the population of the lions, it's not like they are a species that is very, very in danger when it is in the wild. It can survive. And do they look at that if you then keep the others in captive? The last thing that I would like to check, in one of the in the presentation, there is a picture where a lion is eating a chicken, and he was saying, do we consider the life of that of the welfare of that chicken? My question will be, do we consider the deprivation? Do they consider the deprivation that happens to that lion? Because a lion is a hunter, and it must be allowed to hunt. If it's not allowed to hunt and it's given, food or dead carcasses of any other animal which has been killed somewhere, are we not depriving the lion or the wild cat the opportunity of being a wild animal? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mchunu. Honorable Kapa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this presentation. I first of all want to ask, in their understanding of the relation between the wildlife and the development, if there's a contrast or contradiction in that, maybe how do they explain it? Secondly, I would like to understand also, in the wildlife, how do they want it to remain wild? Do they mean wild not being interfered with, or do they want it to be interfered with to a certain extent? And lastly, I would like to get their understanding of the working relations with the two departments, agriculture and rural development, and this one of environment, who are directly affected or related or involved in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kapa. Check their final speakers. Okay, done. Mr. Yog, first things first, I don't think as a portfolio committee we have met anyone or anybody that accuses any other person or any other institution of being a thug or a criminal in this sector. And I think it's a general statement. No one has called anybody a criminal. And it is my assumption that you have been following the proceedings since this morning, and that you must have heard when we made a summary earlier that the position of the portfolio committee is to apply the rule of law, which dictates that both sides of the story must be heard. And I think I used the term odi alteram partem. So we are not in a business of accusing anybody of being a criminal. And as per Honorable Bryant, it will be incorrect for us as a committee to sit here and use the same brush of red paint against everybody. But secondly, the breeding of other species has never been presented to us as a problem yet. But the breeding of captive lions has been. And we can't, it would be very naive of us as a committee to sit here and to disregard what is being presented of us. Otherwise, it would just be a futile exercise and a waste of time. But in the same wavelength, it would be naive of us to think that the breeding of captive lions is not harmful to the brand South Africa. And I think honorable members, to a larger extent, have sufficiently captured my aspirations insofar as their questions are concerned, insofar as the percentage, as per Honorable Weber, of the good and the bad guys, for lack of a better word, the lion bone trading. What is it that you do with those bones? We don't know. And this is a quest to satisfy ourselves as a committee. Honorable Phillips also sufficiently captures me when she says, how far are you contributing in terms of the level of unemployment? Because with or without hunting, the percentage of unemployment remains the same. But I think it would be prudent for you to take us through as a committee on how far you are contributing in terms of employment as a sector, perhaps, if you are able to speak on behalf of the sector. But from where you are sitting, don't you think that the brand South Africa and its reputation, it's brought to disrepute? And this should not be looked at from a point of view of profit generation and income. But do you think it's fair for the wildcats to be kept and not be allowed to be wildcats? And I agree with some, I don't remember which honorable member it is, on the right of reply. And certainly we'll do that. And even if it means we must invite you back, we will certainly do it. But lastly, I think we would want to know as a committee, have you conducted a study? Mr. York, may you please switch off your mic? Have you conducted, do you have empirical evidence, supported probably by international studies, to validate what you are saying? Insofar as, well, the examples are quite relevant and not much helpful, but do you have empirical evidence to support what you are saying in relation to the international norms and standards as it relates to the breeding of of captive lions. It's your opportunity, Mr. York, to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Modise. I really appreciate the frank and honest questions. I've tried to write them down, and please correct me if I have miswritten down one, but I'll try to answer them in order as I receive them. Firstly, to Honorable Weber, the HLP report, and this is where we sit with an issue. The HLP report is actually just a report. It is not law. If it was law, we as an industry would probably have challenged it, because the majority decision that was taken in the HLP report, was that majority of people scientists, or was it taken on emotion? If you guys remember correctly, with the lions in the HLP report, there were 3 recommendations put forward, and they took the majority one as being that. But that as it may, that report stands and that information was done. In terms of a conservation breeder, and that's where we need to get everything across. Our norms and standards in South Africa and our laws do not allow for lions to actually contribute to conservation. We're not allowed to release lions. Lions are, if it's captive bred, no matter where it's released, it remains captive. It can never change its status. So how do you generate a conservation value out of those animals? How do you prove that? And that's where one of the key structures that we've done as an industry, what we've put forward is we have released lions. And my next speaker from FASA, I know Dr. Paul Boyens, will be talking about a study where they've released captive lions to actually prove that they can be released, because that's one of the myths that everyone thinks. And that's why they say they've got no conservation value. We're also busy with a genetic study, which is one of the biggest genetic studies ever done, that proves that captive bred lions are not inbred, and they are not facing huge disease risks from being related to one another. They're actually very outbred, because there was a lot of questions mentioned to welfare, and I might skip this one quickly to go to your question about welfare, Honorable Weber. For me, the day I do not participate in welfare is the day I must shut down my business, because then I'm producing and creating an inferior animal that is productionally unviable for me, and it can't generate an income. So for me as a game rancher, my number one concern is animal welfare. If I don't take welfare into account, I shouldn't be a game rancher, and I should be one of those few people that are kicked out of the industry. In terms of lion bones and what our stance is on that, wildlife ranching supports the sale of lion bone derivatives from hunted animals that were already hunted with a permit, that were already harvested. Why can those bones not be utilized? Why should they just be wasted? It's a byproduct of an activity that was sustainably done with a permit, and it's done under the auspices of the law. Why can those bones not be sold? In terms of hunting, contributing, can it be done outside of the spheres of captive breeding? Absolutely. But it's hugely costly. We saw the stats there of how much it costs to release an animal to allow it to roam freely and eat prey. And that's where a lot of the definitions that we're trying to discuss here today get lost. When we're talking about captive bred lions, those are lions that are raised in a controlled environment. When we're talking about managed wild lions, those are lions that don't actually reach the conservation targets of the IUCN, because they're areas in the small reserves that are less than 100,000 hectares. The IUCN only recognizes 2 reserves for their conservation value, and that's Kruger and Kalahari. Umfolozi is potentially viable, and the rest of our lion populations are considered non-viable. That's why the department developed a biodiversity management plan to try and address that. Honorable Phillips, regarding your point about the unemployment, I agree with you. Our unemployment is astronomically high. We can't jeopardize it further, because yes, the statistics from Van der Merwe talks about 1,162 jobs, but there are also other indirect jobs. I myself don't have any lions. I've never bred with lions. But if I hear that the lion industry is going to be shut down, I'm going to convert my entire game ranch, which is 1,600 hectares, which provides habitat for rhino, buffalo, roan antelope, sable. I'm going to convert it back to cattle, because which animal species is next? If we're going to turn on one type of production It's going to turn on me as well in the end. I'm not going to be able to generate an income. Why must I go down the slippery road? And then we jeopardize more unemployment. And the question, Honorable Modise, and I'm jumping around and I apologize, but it's talking about unemployment. We showed it twice, 2 different studies, one done by the department, one done by EWT. The wildlife sector gives twice as many jobs per hectare than any other form of conventional livestock. That's a huge benefit because we've got the different spheres. We've got hospitality, we've got tourism, we've got hunting, we've got byproducts such as skins, tannery, game meat. That is all produced from wildlife and plays an essential role. And the reason why I mention the sanctuaries is because of consistency. If we're going to shut down captive breeding operations and say, you cannot generate an income from those lions, what court of law will say, but a sanctuary may? A sanctuary may generate donations. A sanctuary may keep their lions. So whatever rule we apply here needs to be consistent, not only for the captive breeding, but for the sanctuaries as well. Because the sanctuaries are busy bringing back lions from the zoos of Europe. What for? We have a policy in place that wants to euthanize all captive bred. Those animals can never be released. Those animals can never go back to Kruger. The same rule applies for sanctuaries as it does for us. Honorable Reinert, you asked about the task team. Interesting enough, Wildlife Ranching's got a carnivore committee, a carnivore forum with scientists, top game ranchers, lion breeders, carnivore breeders. We sent in 12 different applications to serve on the minister's task team. Not one was accepted, not one. So the industry is void from this process. The only obligation that or the only opportunity we might have is the legal route, because we are not included in any of this. We've been totally left out in the dark. And that's another huge concern for us. In terms of the economy, we highlighted the jobs that it creates, but the wildlife ranching sector is 418,000. If we talk about the annual economy, yes, lion breeding is only maybe 316 million, but the entire wildlife economy, which benefits from that, and is part of that, is worth 14 to 20 billion, depending on all the aspects, local hunting, international hunting, tourism, etc., which all play a huge concern. Honorable Mkunu, in terms of job creation, it's our #1 priority. And you spoke about the worker being abused. I'm appalled by that. That's not what my members do. You do not treat your workers disrespectfully. If I can be honest with you, your #1 threat for farm attacks and for rhino poaching is for people who do not treat their workers honorably. If you want to be secure in a rural environment, which I am, in Pretoria, I lock my house. On the farm, I don't even lock my door. I don't even lock our main gate. I sleep soundly because I'm surrounded by people that I trust. And we make sure that they're looked after. Because if I do not look after my staff, they're not going to look after my wildlife. They're not going to look after my family. So it's a principle that we do look after our staff and we do care for our staff and we help them where we can. It's not always possible, but we try our best. And answering your question about what is wildlife, that's where we come back again to controlled environments versus managed versus wild. Where is the wild? When we speak about the word wild, wild means without the hand of man. Show me one place in South Africa that's without the hand of man. So we have to act. We have to look after that and we have to manage those areas. Otherwise, those areas can't look after themselves. To answer the question about the chicken, what do the sanctuaries feed? The sanctuaries also feed chickens, etc. So it comes back to that consistency that needs to be brought in. Honorable Kapa, I must be honest, sir, I'm sorry, the wildlife and development question I didn't quite understand, but I'll answer your other two questions. Where you asked about wild, it's without the hand of man. It's areas that haven't been tainted by man, that man hasn't gone to. We spoke about our human population in South Africa, less than 2 hectares per person. That's a huge impact on the environment. And our working relationships with the departments are very good. We serve with a lot of those members on the ground. Our members serve with those members on the ground, not only on a national, but a provincial level as well. If we don't work together, we can't curb things such as rhino poaching. We can't curb things such as environmental crimes. And that's why we're coming to you today to say, bring us in, let us assist, because it's as important for us that our industry is well regulated. Honourable Modise, my sincere apologies. I don't recall ever mentioning the word criminal, but I did question where the funds go to. So I apologize if I mentioned criminal. That was not my intent at all. But my question is, where do the funds go to? Because the same way we are being questioned, where does the industry funds go to? How much do we create? We're also asking, there's a counter narrative. People are generating income by spreading bad news, by spreading in news about the industry, by blowing up what's happening on our front door to the world's media. And I disagree with some of what Mr. Voltaza from the NSPCA mentioned. Those animals should have been euthanized. Those animals in those conditions should have been euthanized straight away. They shouldn't have been looked after because their chance of survival is naught. They can never be released back into the wild. So what benefit is that? We need to look at all welfare, not just creating sensationalism for media and campaigns. And that was what I was trying to get at, Honourable Modise. So my apologies, I withdraw my statement regarding that. And when we're speaking about the breeding of other species, there's a key reason why I mentioned it, because we are setting precedents. So while you might not have heard about my Blesbok breeding project, or my golden wildebeest, or my sable or my roan, I still have to apply with the department for a captive breeding permit. That captive breeding permit is my management strategy with rotational grazing, making sure I look after my soil, making sure I look after my grass, making sure I look after my water, that I preserve the habitat as best as possible. To release animals in an open, extensive system is one of the worst things for the habitat because your areas of grazing never gets a chance to rest. So while legislation is being put in place to shut down captive lions, what's the difference between a captive wildebeest, which allows me to manage my farm? That animal's not, I can't touch him, I can't catch him. I need a vet and a chopper if I want to even try and work with the animal. That's what I need to even look at it. It's still a wild animal, but my management, according to the law, puts me in a bracket of captive because I want to manage my veld to the best ability of my means. So in short, there are studies, and Dr. Boyens Paul is going to give you clear indication of where captive bred lions have been released. The genetic studies that have been done, we can ask the scientific authority, you can ask SANBI. They can give you the results that we've been going through there. It is yet to be a published scientific report, but it's there. The data is there to show the contribution. Our plea to you today is do not pull the plug on the entire industry without identifying other opportunities for those lions. Because the euthanasia of 8,000 lions is criminal. Thank you very much. I hope I've addressed all the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. York. Chilisi, are we still standing by what you told me about the Professional Hunter Association and the South African Predator Association? Honorable Brian.
Thanks, Chairperson. It's just a very quick one, and it's with regard to the response from Mr. York in terms of representation on the task team. I know that the DFFE are not able to respond to any questions now, but I do think that as per their commitment to respond in a written format to the committee, if they could give comment on that and whether or not they feel that there is adequate representation from all sectors, so that these issues can be ventilated and discussed in a forum that doesn't necessarily require legal intervention, which would be costly not only for the applicants, but also for the state and inevitably for the taxpayer. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable
Sorry, Chair. Did I miss a response? Did I miss a response to my question, or do I have to repeat it?
Yeah, I think he could not capture one of your questions. It will be an honor if you can.
Okay, I was saying, first of all, in their understanding of wildlife, do they envisage a wildlife that is not interfered with, or a wildlife that is interfered with in development in a certain extent? And then the second question was their working relations or understanding of working relations with these departments who are directly linked or related with the process. Thank you.
Did you capture that, Mr. York?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Modise. Thank you, Honorable Kappa. It was your first question about wildlife and development that I didn't capture, but I'll re-answer the last two questions. So the question about what is wild, the easiest way to ask that question is without the hand of man. Show me one area in South Africa that's without the hand of man. So for wildlife to outcompete other agricultural areas and to benefit, there has to be some form of management. That be in fences, which gives us ownership. And with those fences, we get terms and definitions such as captive, controlled, and then we have to apply for certain permits. And that's how our industry is defined. So it's important that the hand of man preserves. Unfortunately, we cannot let wildlife roam wild in South Africa. We've got roads, we've got cities, we've got people, we've got schools, we've got infrastructure. We need to prevent the human-wildlife conflict. And that is why we don't currently sit with a human-wildlife conflict with lions, because our lions are behind fences. They are managed. They are looked after. And the same way we as the private sector have to manage our captive-bred lions, the department has to manage their managed lions because they need to ensure the breeding plans thereof. They need to ensure that there's no forms of inbreeding. So management is a huge key going forward. And then in terms of our working relations with the departments, they are key. We work with every single department on the ground because they are our people that help us ensuring that rhino poachers are caught, ensuring that people that are transgressing the environmental degradation laws are prevented, that soil erosion is prevented, that habitat is looked after. So working with the departments is key. And that's one of our biggest objectives that we need to achieve. So the structures of the WRSA is that we've got a regional interest groups throughout the country that fall in all 9 provinces. So we communicate with all provincial authorities throughout the country on a weekly basis at least. Thank you.
Did you capture the one of Honorable Bryant?
Chair, I think my question was more for the department, but as mentioned, they're not able to answer. So
Okay.
hopefully it was captured and minuted.
All right. Hopefully it's captured. It will come in response, Honorable Brian. Chilega.
Yes,
Chilega.
Mr. Matisam, yeah.
Utheni nge-Provincial Professional Hunters Association, the South African Predator Association.
They won't be presenting, Mr.
I'm here
Matisse.
to present.
They said
Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry.
Chilega.
Hi.
Utheni is it?
Let me see.
His hand is raised, Honorable.
Apparently, he's
Chair.
yeah. Let me see who did not. I'll tell you, Mr. Matisse, just now, there's a lady that said did not get the invite, ne? So they won't be presenting, but will be supporting Mr. Richard's presentation. So I'll tell you just now which organization is that. Just hang on.
The professional hunters, are they here? Professional Hunters Association of South Africa.
Honorable Chairman, I'm Ben Heistek, President of FASA. Now, I think we've got some line cross here. Dr. Paul Boyce will present a presentation on behalf of FASA. Paul Boyens.
Paul Boyens is the one from FASA, Professional Hunters Association.
Correct.
Okay. Let's
yeah, the
proceed
email that
while-
I got was from them that they'll be supporting Richards, but if they are here, Mr. Mutisa, I think we can allow them. Also, the SA Predators, they said they won't be presenting because they didn't get the invite.
Let's confirm. South African Predators are here. Okay, they are not here.
No.
Okay, Mr. Paul. Let's proceed with the Professional Hunters Association. Mr. Paul Boyens, the floor is yours. Am I still in a meeting?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Okay, Dr. Paul Boyens is in the room to present on behalf of PASA. Dr. Paul Boyens, please proceed. Dr. Paul Boyens. Dr. Boyens.
Honorable Chair, it's got a bad connection. If the committee can just avail a moment or so. I don't know, maybe he's got a bad connection. But then I suggest then you carry on with your meeting if he cannot establish a proper connection. Thanks, Chair.
That's fine. Thank you very much. In the meantime, whilst Mr. Boyens is trying to get his connection in order, can we gain South African Predators Association? Are they here?
Marin is on the platform, Mr. Mutise.
Who's that?
Marilyn.
Okay.
From SAPA, SA Predators.
Yeah, can they present?
Mr. Chair, it was us that said that we didn't get the invite. So Richard York said that he'll use our time. That was WRSA. Thank you so much.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Marin. Thank you very much. South African Hunters and Game Conservation Association.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present and represent South African Hunters and Game Conservation Association. I'm going to share my screen. I wonder if you can see that.
Yes, Mr. Sorry. Yes, we can.
Yes, I just want to hide this. Yeah, there we are. Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present on the issue of the management of handling, breeding, hunting, and trade of lions in South Africa. Sorry, I seem to have a technical glitch. There we are. Let us first consider the value proposition. So firstly, South African Hunters and Game Conservation South Africa has not supported the practice of intensive and selective breeding for pure commercial purposes and hunting in both cases. We believe that the iconic status of lion is associated with its wildness, not derivatives or captive facilities. We must acknowledge that the conservation and the economic value of wild habitat and wildlife in South Africa is very important, as South African people see this as part of their cultural heritage. It is very different to how we view agricultural wild stock. The extensive wildlife areas with lion and other wildlife in South Africa contribute not only to range expansion and conservation of all species, but so also for lion. They are key to South Africa's conservation success story. They assist in securing ecosystem services that support other sectors of the economy. They sustainably contribute to poverty reduction and job creation, and they are part of South Africa's brand and a main drawing card in wildlife-based tourism. They can have a low environmental footprint in generating the triple bottom line profit, only if well managed. Sorry, I'm going to have a technical glitch. Thank you. But the sad truth is this, and it is demonstrated by these two slides on the right-hand side of the screen. So in South Africa, when one looks at habitat under the land use of wildlife, as spoken about by Mr. York, the private sector and communities of South Africa have more than 17 million hectares of this. And this does not include the iconic Kruger National Park. To give you an idea of the size of the 17 million hectares, the Kruger Park is a mere 2 million hectares. So in trying to demonstrate this, one can use the species, the blue wildebeest, which occurs across almost all biomes in South Africa. The top slide on the right demonstrates the distribution of this population. The sad truth of wild lion in South Africa is the bottom slide. So which one has the most secure future and why? Basically, for wildlife to persist as the preferred land use, the custodians must be able to generate value from it, or it will change. Wildlife landowners and wildlife owners are no different from everyone else in society. They also aspire to live in a nice house, drive a nice car, send their children to good schools. But why is this, that the wildebeest has done so well in South Africa and wild lion have not? Well, basically, it's due to a couple of points, which I will elaborate on here. Our current policies encourage small land parcels under intensive use, which don't account for the full cost accounting of that use as per NEMIL principles, and that's not considered. There are risks owning wild lion populations, and at present, the risks are not offset by the benefits. I saw some figures which interested me greatly on a study done by the real costs of owning a wild lion. Basically, if a wild lion eats just impala, which is the lowest value of the common antelope in a wild area, or most of our wild areas, one calculates that a wild lion eats approximately 50,000 Rand a year. If an impala is valued at approximately 1,000 Rand, an impala ewe, and a wild lion requires eating one impala per week, which is approximately what they eat, that's over 50,000 Rand a year. In wild situations, lions don't live singly, they live in prides. Approximate 10 would be a good figure to work on. That's 500,000 Rand a year to own a wild lion. If you're not earning more than 500,000 Rand a year from your economic adventure in your wildlife area, you're not breaking even, and wild lion will bankrupt you. So we need to incentivize the ownership of wild lion in wildlife areas. And South African hunters and game conservation is concerned because we are not seeing these issues being dealt with in the biodiversity white paper. You see, in South Africa, not all wildlife areas are suitable, both from an ecological and economic perspective, for photographic or game viewing safaris. Yet we continue to promote exclusively this land use without considering the full cost accounting to the environment of this industry. The massive extraction of water, which is also a resource, comes mostly from boreholes. And these so-called eco-lodges often are using 1 to 2 million liters of water per month. Yet, even with the low impact of hunting and when conducted responsibly, it is still continually being demonized as a land use. The end result is the devaluation of a wildlife's ability to compete as a land use, which results in this limited distribution. We also have serious concerns, and our main concern with the biodiversity white paper is a fatal flaw to wildlife and all other conservation. And it is this definition of animal well-being, which says that the holistic circumstances and conditions of an animal or population of animals which are conducive to their physical, physiological, and here's where we have concern, the mental health and quality of life, including their ability to cope with their environment. How does one assess mental health of an animal? This is not rationally feasible, nor is it ecologically or economically sustainable within a wildlife economy. Important to note that this clause will not only apply to elephant and lion, but also down to the smallest locust. It will be interesting to see how the Department of Agriculture justifies dealing with locust plagues and outbreaks when this legislation is gazetted. Legislating this clause will not only devalue the ability of wildlife, but it will also devalue the ability of all wildlife and wildlife areas to compete as a viable land use, which will result in an almost total collapse of our thriving wildlife economy, which will ultimately lead to a collapse of our rich biodiversity. The inclusion of this clause was not recommended by the high-level panel and has obviously not been properly assessed from a holistic perspective. So South African Hunters and Game Conservation would like to know as to how it did ever arise. With regard to the terminating of captive breeding of lion, we would support a sustainable conservation-based resource management model to guide decisions. There is no quick fix to the solution. We would like to find solutions within the sector to facilitate a voluntary exit. And from a holistic perspective, ecological sustainability, our concerns are regarding policy changes to incentivize extensive systems. We need to rewild where feasible, and we should allow responsible resource use of wild populations. We need to engage CITES and IUCN for support in assessing alternatives. From an economic perspective, these captive breeding facilities have an existing right. They need a period to phase out. Obviously, no new facilities should be endorsed and further breeding endorsed. Some economic activity should be allowed in the phasing out period to reduce animal welfare risks, which obviously are our concern. And we need to include as a condition this condition on trade permits. Sanctuaries with norms and standards is vitally important, and the possibility of sponsors to adapt animals for care, preferably wild sponsors. From a social perspective, we need informative communication strategy to all within the policy and to rationalize it and its implications. We need to develop a national biodiversity policy position in a consultative manner to limit future risks. As Mr. York has already indicated, certain parts of the sector are being ignored. Basically, we endorse holistically sustainable conservation environment. And principles that are applicable to this are ensuring that we keep wildlife and wild habitat as wild as possible. That this wildlife and wild habitat is of value to all society, and especially those communities living with wildlife. We would like to see resources used sustainably And we would like to see natural and regenerative processes encouraged. It is of great concern that we do not see regenerative management, which is the tip of the spear in wild management these days, as part of the biodiversity white paper. We would like to see wildlife kept wild as possible and in as wild a habitat as possible. We would like to see it treated humanely. We need to be respectful, rational, and that is what we see as responsible. Sustainability requires a rational, balanced approach of responsible resource use, where we have full cost accounting and we consider the best options. The biggest threat to South Africa's biodiversity and thriving wildlife industry is the anti-resource use movement. Everything we do as humans on a daily basis, no matter who you are, no matter what your food choices, has an impact on our natural resources, even the growing of soya or photographic tourism, as I've demonstrated. It's simply put, by proxy, we are all hunters, farmers, and miners, whether we like it or not. Anti-resource use standpoints result in the devaluing of wildlife as a land use. And where more than 50% of South Africa's wildlife areas rely on hunting to be financially viable, this will be catastrophic to our biodiversity. Anti-resource use approach is simply not ecologically or economically feasible, and nor is it sustainable. From an intensive resource perspective, it is the canning of wildlife. It does result in reputational damage. It is disrespectful to wildlife the more intensive it gets. It is not demonstrating the conservation value that wilder wildlife and wildlife areas have demonstrated. Intensive resource use does result in the dewilding and the devaluing. It is a fact. And there are limited benefits to a few at high cost. Wildlife generate up to 7 times the income of a captive hunt. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Modise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sorry. I apologize. I've also been hit by what hits everybody else in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it has just visited me. Honorable members, I present to you the presentation by Mr. Sorry. But before we do that, just in the interest of time, Mr. Sorry, I'm going to request that we check if there are further presentations, then we can couple them, and then we can take both of them. The Professional Hunters Association, are they back, Chilega?
Chairperson, yes, I'm online. I'm online, finally.
Mr. Boyens, is it Mr. Boyens?
Boyens, yes, correct, Chairman. Sorry for the interruption, technical difficulties and load shedding and whatnot, but I'm here now.
No, we live under those conditions and circumstances. Welcome, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Let me just try and share my screen. If you can tell me. Let me see this one. Share. Can you see my presentation?
It is loading. There we are.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, first of all, Chairperson and members of the committee, and also all of the guests, all of the presenters before me, and also those who follow me. Thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity. I've been asked by the Professional Hunters Association of South Africa to present on their behalf, mostly because most of the members are currently abroad at marketing campaigns for the industry. And second of all, because I was personally involved with a research project which they supported for a very long time. That research project also developed into my doctorate degree, my PhD, which I did at the University of the Free State. I'd like to make it abundantly clear before I go on just for the sake of being unbiased, I have absolutely no financial investment in breeding of any sorts of animals, be it lions, buffalo, sable, or whatever. I am a manager of a wildlife reserve, so I am in the business of conservation. But just to make sure that everyone understands where I'm coming from, I'm presenting on behalf of FASA, although, like I said, I have no financial investment in captive breeding of lions. So if I can start with my presentation, if it allows me. There we go. Okay, so first of all, we need to identify the problem. The problem is that we're all asking is, are African lions really in trouble? The answer to most of you are online, know a lot more about lions than I probably do. 50% decline in wild populations in the last 4 decades. That's on the continent, not in South Africa. South Africa is actually one of only 4 countries which has shown a significant growth in lion populations, wild lion populations, that is. The issue that we found with that is that when we want to use these lions, these wild lions from South Africa, we find them in 4 major parks. I know Mr. York spoke about 2. I found 4 that are quite large, which can be identified as wild lions, according to the definition given in the Biodiversity Management Plan of 2015. The issues are that the Kruger National Park's lions cannot be used in reintroduction programs or in augmentation programs because of the risk of bovine tuberculosis that they carry. There's a possible risk of inbreeding within the Shishluwi and Fallows populations. I don't know if that has been eradicated. And then, according to my calculations, the Greater Mapungubwe Trans-Frontier Conservation Area, as well as the Kalahari, don't carry viable population sizes so that they can be considered for reintroduction programs from their populations. So that is a major concern for us. So in other words, in a second, I'll get to the definitions or the classifications of lions, which is set out in the Biodiversity Management Plan. And that this becomes really important. So if we talk about captive versus wild managed or managed wild and wild lions, then it becomes really important to note that these 4 populations in South Africa, which carry about approximately 85% of the wild lion population in South Africa, are not viable for reintroduction programs should we encounter in the future a mass die-off of lions in any circumstance. Is the moral high ground that there is regarding the genetic diversity of lions across Africa. So I think one of the previous presenters alluded to the fact that we have subspecies of lions in Africa. Southern and eastern are grouped together, and a central and western, and they are apparently so genetically distinct that they cannot be mixed. I'm not one to comment on that. That is not my field of expertise. It is just an issue that complicates the process of reintroduction and of lion conservation on a continental scale. So then we should ask, why are wildlife numbers decreasing across Africa? Several presenters have spoken about the obvious primary causes of declining lion populations. The depletion of natural habitat, which is caused by human encroachment, and along with that comes the prey-based depletion, retaliatory killings, which is subject to all of the above, and the unregulated sport hunting. Please focus on the unregulated part of that sentence. I'm not saying that sport hunting is bad per se. I'm saying that unregulated sport hunting might be a cause, or is identified as a cause of lion numbers decreasing on the continental scale. So we had one of the presenters quite nicely distinguished between canned hunting and captive breeding. I was very happy that happened. It's a massive issue in the media and on a global scale. The perception of what captive breeding and canned hunting is shockingly wrong. So if you're not clear on that, please ask me in the time slot that we had afterwards, so I can explain it. There's a very large difference between those two phrases. Important definitions, as I said, the wild lions. So these are the categories or the categorization of lions in South Africa, as set out in the biodiversity management plan. Wild lions completely fulfill their role in biodiversity processes and are largely unmanaged and exist only in formal proclaimed national parks and game reserves. That is very important, and I'll tell you why when we get to the next classification. What is important also is that conservationists do not actively manipulate vital rates and lion demographics. So technically speaking, definition, I just want to make a point here. So if you take the Kruger National Park is our largest national park, conservationists do not actively manipulate vital rates. So in other words, there can be absolutely no management from the Kruger National Park, while what do they call themselves? The Scientific Services Department in the lion population management, or in the lion populations. Then they would not classify as wild lions, they would be classified as wild managed lions. Because the second part of the wild managed lions classification says managers actively manipulate some vital rates and demographics. I just want to make it clear that the department actually accepted these classifications as the classifications of lions in South Africa. So this is an accepted document, so that everyone is clear on that. So wild managed lions include all lions that have been reintroduced into smaller fenced reserve. I think the word smaller is not really applicable here. First of all, 100,000 hectares, there are not a lot of 100,000 hectare reserves on South Africa. Our wildlife model works completely different, but this automatically excludes places like Tswalu Kalahari, who actually is larger than 100,000 hectares. So they wouldn't actually know if they have wild or wild managed lions. So a lot of confusion in the classification and definitions. And then lastly, the captive bred lions are bred exclusively to generate money. This is the only definition or classification where the birthing place of a specific lion is relevant. All of the others is where it is currently found. And this classification of captive bred lions is actually focused on where it was bred. So in other words, like Mr. York also said, it can never lose that identification of being captive bred. Even if you release it into the Kruger National Park, still captive bred. So just to get you all up to date on that. Okay, so now that we have the definitions that are important, so we had to, I had the opportunity to be part of a project where captive bred lions were released on a property in the Limpopo province, who wishes to stay anonymous for obvious reasons. The area is still about 22,000 hectares. And we had to ask the questions that why can't lions, captive bred lions, be used in reintroduction or introduction programs? It's a question that we had to ask the management of that reserve, and that they had to ask themselves, obviously. So in the media, you'll find it, these reasons why I actually pulled from peer-reviewed published articles. And it is the inability of the lions to adapt to a wild environment, and therefore poses a great risk to human and livestock populations. My counter to that would be that humans and livestock have been and still are tormented by lions long before the CBL or captive bred lion industry, and in countries where only wild lions exist. So that's not, for me, that's not a viable reason not to release captive bred lions. The inferior genetic diversity, like Mr. York said as well, Sambi and some other partners are in the process of doing a study which actually would show that the wild lions that they sampled have a lower genetic diversity than those that they took from captive bred lions. And the reason for that, I would assume, is simple, because most responsible ranchers, or be it with lions or buffalo or sable, would avoid inbreeding into their flocks. their herds or their prides. It's a common method of management, even if you're farming with cattle. So I don't believe that statement to be entirely true throughout the bank. Sure, there are instances where they can prove that, but like I said, with responsible ranchers, you would struggle to find that to be true. Then the last point is, or the second to last point, is the inability to self-sustain. This is the inability of captive bred lions to self-sustain and reproduce in a wild environment should they be released. That is where I came in, where I had the opportunity to study these lions for a period of about 5 years. It took me about 3 years to write it up. And that I will elaborate on in a second. The last point, why captive bred lions presumably cannot be used for reintroduction programs, is because of the idea that it damages brand South Africa, which I struggle to believe, because if you look at all the problems within South Africa, I doubt that captive breeding of lions comes up very high on the priority list. And I'm sure there's a lot of people jumping around on their seats right now. Just bear with me, please. That's my personal opinion, not the opinion of FASA. And that's just how I feel about it. Okay, so let's get to the project. Like I said, the project, you can go look it up. It is publicly available. It was published in 2001. And the title was The Introduction of Captive Bred African Lions to a Private Wildlife Reserve in the Limpopo Province, South Africa. So just a little background on the reserve where the lions were released. The reserve was founded in about 2014 when the owners put together about 19 or 20 cattle and livestock and other livestock and wildlife farming, mixed farmings together. They took off all the internal fences to create about a 22,000 hectare wildlife area. The area currently supports about 5,500 ungulates, which is important because that is the prey base for the lions. Permanent water sources, which is also very important. It's a typical dense western bushveld area, and it hosts the big five of Africa. I think the only animal they do not have is the black rhino, which is really irrelevant to the subject. But anyways, it's important that you know, just get an idea of the reserve and what it looked like. So in 2017, early 2017, they released 5 captive bred lions, 1 adult male and 4 sub-adult females. They were released into a boma, a holding facility of about 4 hectares, just for a period of about 6 weeks, so they could be monitored and make sure that they adapt to the new environment. They came from the Free State, so it was quite a change in habitat and temperature and so forth. So after that, they were released and we started recording. The objective of the study obviously was identified before we started, and the objective was to utilize, monitor and explore the social and feeding behavior and the reproductive ability of captive bred and reared African lions when reintroduced as a founder population on a large private wildlife reserve, and not to justify the captive breeding of lions. Very important to note that also. So in order for us to establish whether or not these lions were capable of being used as founder lions in reintroduction programs, we had to set out some hypotheses. We set out 5 which we thought were important. The ability to form social groups in a free roaming wild habitat, because lions are very known social felids. The ability to become self-sustaining with no interference or supplementation by management, otherwise they would not be self-sustaining and they would get back to the old ways of being fed and being cared for. And then per definition or categorization of lions in South Africa, they would not be managed wild lions. So thirdly, the ability to reproduce by raising offspring to maturity, female sexual maturity, and or the dispersal of males from natal prides. These are natural processes in the life cycle of lions. So it was important for us to obviously see that these things come through. The ability to teach offspring to hunt effectively, interact socially, reproduce, and secure a healthy and viable F2 generation, characteristic of wild managed lions, which is important. So in terms of the F2 generation, that was important for us to show or to determine whether or not these lions could actually procreate up to a point where there was a generation of lions that could not be linked to the captive bred industry. In other words, they would actually contribute to the reintroduction or introduction or augmentation of lion populations elsewhere. So these lions would then, of course, have absolutely no recollection or know about of any breeding industry whatsoever. That was really important. I'm putting it in layman's terms. Sorry, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just trying to make a point. Lastly, be regarded as suitable potential founders for reintroduction programs where wild populations have disappeared or need to be augmented. So, of course, if one of the 4 hypotheses before that would found to be not viable, we would. So, in other words, what are we trying to establish here or to determine? Is what is expected of lions. What is normal lion behavior? I'm saying normal with caution. What is lion behavior? How do they behave? What do we expect of them? Become very vague in the past years with all the media attention and people trying to prove different points. So the approach of the research, the project that we did was to create habitat as close to natural as possible that the reserve already consisted of. So there was no point for us in trying to get involved with that. The lions were released, so we had to monitor them. We had different teams of people monitoring the lions. I'll get to how we did that just now. And then, of course, there was a mandate that there would be no interference or management on these lions other than trying to manage the growth of the population should it expand to a point where it was necessary. And then, of course, everything was recorded. We measured the lions. Every time that we had to work with a lion, they were measured and weighed and checked by a veterinarian to make sure that they were healthy and in good condition and adapting to the new environment. To us, it was really important that these lions kept a good state of health. So from a distance, because we could not put them in a cattle crush, so from a distance, we could basically do that on sighting value, just evaluating how their condition looks. In other words, how full their bellies are they, do they have extending hip bones or back bones, or, you know, when were they possibly last at a possible meal of some sort. So that was our only way of knowing how these lions were doing. So how we collected the data was that most of the adult lions were fitted with satellite tracking collars with software downloaded on both cell phones and laptops of the team. And we used this so for several reasons. The one is, the first reason was so we could evaluate the spatial utilization of the habitat that was available to them using a GIS program, and then also to compare that data to each other from the different lions. So we also had to go on visual sightings of how often these lions were together, how large the groups were, that they stick together, that they split up. All of those things were recorded and then analyzed and measured and weighed against what was published in literature. Yeah, that's about that. We did do some feeding and hunting behavior we did have a look, but it was really difficult in the type of terrain that these lions were in now. Some of the blocks are really large, so you wouldn't necessarily get to all of the kills that they would have made. We did use the satellite tracking collar because if they do spend a certain amount of time on one spot, you might have some luck if you walk into that area finding that they have killed something. So those are the methods that we used. The data that came to us looked more or less like this, and then we had to make sense of it all. Luckily, we had some intelligent people who helped us with the analysis of the data so that we could get it organized like this. So just to give you, like I said in a previous slide or two, we created illustrations through a GIS program, ArcGIS, which gave us these 3 maps from left to center, basically, which indicate different things. Right on the left here, we've got the comparison of 2 different groups of lions and their spatial utilization of the property over a period of, I can't really read there, it's really small, but it's about almost a year, let's say 9 months or 10 months worth of data, so that we could evaluate how they would influence each other's movements and utilization of the reserve. So I just realized that I actually missed a very valuable point, but I am getting to it. You're wondering why we're evaluating different groups. It's because the lions actually bred after we released them. So we had different groups, but that comes in the next slide, and I'll show you some more details of that. The second slide from the left, or the second photo from the left, this is of one specific female, and this is where we calculated or tried to calculate as accurately as possible a possible date of birth for a litter of cubs. So using the data that we had available, we knew that lions decrease their spatial utilization just before they get cubs and just shortly after they give birth to cubs. So using that and a possible sighting of mating behavior between a male and a female, we could then, within say 30 days accuracy, determine when cubs were born. This data was the third map from the left. We compared the spatial utilization of the property for basically the majority of the adult lions that were released, and some lions that made a contribution, a large contribution to the data that we gathered later on, just to see how they utilize the reserve and the differences between the sexes of lions, how they use the reserve differently, and so forth. Also important here, the first point on my slide was actually organizing data chronologically, something I did not do with presenting this slide to you at all. But anyway, so this is how we created timelines for each and every lion, just to put it into perspective as to how the lions reacted and how long it took them to reach certain milestones. Okay, so what did we find in the results? I'm going to go through this quickly. There were absolutely no human imprinting that we could record at any stage or that got reported back to us from the staff on the reserve. The first kill was made within the first 14 days of the release. I'd just like to mention the adult male, when he was released, was, if I'm not mistaken, was about 10 years old. You're welcome to read the thesis from the study. He was about 10 years old when he was released, and he was hand reared in a lion breeder's house, and then made his way gradually down as a breeding male in a breeding project. And after about 10 years of that, he was released on the farm, and he was part of that first kill after the first 14 days. Like I said, remember the objective of the study, it was not to promote captive breeding. We simply wrote down what we saw and we present the results. So within the study period of about 5 years, we collected more than 200 recorded kills. That's not to say that's all that they made, that's just all that we could find. There were definite decline in certain ungulate species that we gathered from the data of the annual wildlife surveys that happens on the reserve. There was a comparative prey selection comparative to other reserves with wild managed lions and as well as wild lions. So in terms of prey selection, hunting frequency, hunting success, all of those parameters were very comparative to what we could find in literature. The first litter of cubs from the 4 sub-adult females that were released in 2017 occurred within the first 150 days of the release. So considering that a female lion or a lioness is pregnant for about 110 days, give or take, the mating actually had to happen after their release from the release boma, which surprised me as well. We had a very high cub survival rate, which is very comparable to wild managed populations, and not as much as wild populations. Wild populations have a lot lower cub survival rates up to the age of about 1 year. We saw a very high survival rate. To date, there were 31 cubs that survived to adulthood. Obviously, a lot of these lions have been relocated to other reserves, simply because 22,000 hectares could not carry the burden of 36 lions constantly feeding of the population of antelope. 12 of those 31 cubs were F2 generation cubs, which actually proved a very valid point for us, and the population control methods had to be implemented. Like I said, the reserve could just simply not carry that amount of lions, and also there were legislative parameters that had to be kept in mind and that they had to comply with. So what we saw in males and females was very early sexual maturity, 24 to 30 months. We saw lionesses conceiving as young as 28 months, which is not completely out of the realm of possibility. There have been records of lionesses in other projects that have been recorded to get into early sexual maturity as well. And the same with the males. We saw a normal dispersal of males from prides and cohort formation. You'll see the photo on the right bottom. Those are 4 brothers. The 2 at the bottom are full blood brothers, and the 2 at the top also. The 4 share a father, but they have 2 separate mothers. This is actually a coalition of males that basically they were the rulers of the reserve for the time that since they left their pride and became a cohort of sub-adult males. So very interesting findings from this. The home range sizes that we calculated from the satellite collars were quite normal, quite comparative to other studies. And then the groups of family members ranging from 2 to 14 lions, which is quite normal. I'll get to that in a second. So what did we actually learn is we learned that lions don't like to read the manuals that we do, and they actually quite like to do what they like to do. So if we can get back to the hypothesis, I'll take them one by one, considering the results that we gathered from the study. The ability to form social groups in extensive wild habitat. That was obviously proven by groups of 2 to 14 groups of lions interacting intermittently, which is called a fission-fusion group, which is actually the correct classification of lion groups. And they are not lifelong mates and stay together forever and ever after in happiness shall they pass. That is something that we get fed, but it's not entirely true. So back to the hypothesis again, the second hypothesis that we tested the project or the release of the lions to was the ability to become self-sustaining without interference. Like I said, the first kill recorded within 14 days of the release, more than 200 recorded kills, a marked decline in certain ungulate species, and actually a very certain preference for certain species, which was quite interesting. I'm not going to bore you with the details. Like I said, you're more than welcome to read the report. The third hypothesis, the ability to reproduce by raising offspring. First litters of cubs within 150 days. I've read all of this to you, so you can just scan through them just to give you an idea. This female here with the blue collar, that's all 4 of those cubs are her cubs. They were born in August of 2021. She was born on the reserve. This lioness was born on the reserve herself in 2018, 2019, she was born. In 2021, she gave birth to the first F2 generation of lion cubs on that reserve, which was quite remarkable. Just to show you graphically what that would look like. So the fourth hypothesis was the ability to teach offspring to hunt effectively, interact socially, reproduce, and secure a healthy and viable F2 generation, characteristic of wild managed lions. In other words, be a lion. That is what we wanted to see. So complete the life cycle of a normal, what is expected of a normal lion. So that was obviously well provided within the data that we recorded during the project. And then the last point, be regarded as a suit of potential founders for reintroduction programs. We have to establish what is a successful reintroduction. And from literature, I could gather these 4 important points: successful breeding by a F1 generation of wild individuals, which these lions successfully did. Population growth exceeding adult death rate within 3 years of breeding, which these lions actually did quite successfully. And then a self-sustaining wild population exceeding 500 individuals. I had to put this in here because it was part of the theory, which was not possible because the reserve was not large enough to accommodate 500 individual lions. And then the last point, a self-sustained wild population. Once again, I want to point you back to what is the definition of a wild population. So like Mr. York said in his presentation, by no hand of man, I think is the term that you used, Richard. So if you want to be critical on the definition of what a wild population of lions should be, then sure, yes, these lions that were released did not comply. But if you consider that they were not, the only parameters that were controlled were actually the exponential growth of the population. So then, in other words, in my head, they were quite successful in proving the hypothesis that we set out. So along with that, of course, we wrote down some recommendations for future reintroduction or augmentation projects. First of all, there needs to be suitable habitat. This is a no-brainer for that. So for any species anywhere, there needs to be suitable habitat. There needs to be protection from persecution, which is probably, in my opinion, the largest problem that we have in Africa as a whole in the wildlife sector or in the conservation arena. This is our largest problem, is the human-wildlife conflict. And as to date, I don't know of a solution to that. So up until that point in time, I'm afraid that we might still lose a lot of lions and other wildlife. The safety of humans in close proximity of the wildlife, it goes without saying. We don't want to release lions in areas where they can hurt or kill people. The demographics of any existing population in the area would be important. It would be ill-advised, for instance, to release a single female lioness into a population on a reserve where there are already a pride of 5 or 6 adult female lionesses. She would walk right into trouble and she would have no chance in surviving. So that would not make any sense, conservation-wise, safety-wise, or animal welfare-wise. The founder population source and reproductive fitness. So the founder population source and the reproductive fitness is obviously very important. It does not make sense to introduce any animal into a wildlife area or a wild area if it is not fit to care for itself. In other words, something that is malnutrition or comes with, has a chronic disease or something like that would not make sense. I don't know why someone would do that, but it is a recommendation that we set up. The captive breeding cannot be a substitute for protection of natural habitat. This is very important to us. It's important that we create natural habitat. We cannot create natural habitat, but that we protect natural habitat, and that we convert marginal agricultural land back to natural habitat. I think is very important, both on an economic and environmental perspective. That is really important. The financial viability, I think Richard also showed. Richard, it's really, really difficult to follow a presentation that you made. I just want to say that, but I am trying. So you also made a presentation, or you showed a slide of the financial implications of housing lions. So just to give the audience an idea, that we did a calculation based on a wildlife survey that was conducted on the reserve where these lions were, and we saw a reduction of about 250 blue wildebeest within a single calendar year from just after the lions had been released. Just to give you an idea, you can multiply 250 by approximately 4,500 rand. That gives you an idea of the financial implications of letting lions loose on a reserve and let them be classified as wild managed lions. So it's important that the owners of said area where the lions are supposed to be released consider that as well. And then continuous scientific research. Obviously, to me, that's really important. That is something that I carry really close to my heart. While I was doing the study, I came upon numerous publications of captive, not only lions, captive predators which were released into wild areas, and they were recorded or monitored for a period of 2 to 3 months, and it just stopped. So this debate could actually have been finished off a long time ago if people had just had the contingency to carry on with the research. So that is basically my story. I'm looking forward to some questions and remarks. Thank you very much for the time once again for everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boyens. Thank you very much also to Mr. Sori from the South African Hunters and Game Conservation Association. Honorable members, it is now our opportunity to engage both the presentation from the Professional Hunters Association of South Africa, represented by Dr. Paul Boyens without interest, and South African Hunters Game Conservation. Honorable Weber.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, very much. Thank you to both presenters. I enjoyed your presentations. I just have one question, and that's to Dr. Boyens, and that is, we've seen today in one of the presentations the results of feeding the lions or cats the chicken heads in captivity. My question to you is, one of the male cats that or lions that you set free, you said was 10 years old. So what were they fed that at the age of 10 he could breed and didn't have all the thin bones and everything that it was presented to us? And then I want to know, what is your point or your point of view on feeding animals? Because I visit a lot of sanctuaries where they only feed them chicken heads. What's your point on that? Is it effective? Is it effective? Maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Weber. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Chair, both presentations, I think the second one in particular was very extensive, and there's a lot of information provided, and I certainly is something that one can go back to and read again, and look through all of the research that's been undertaken by Mr. Boyens. I've just got 2 points to raise. I mean, I think the first one is that this is information that I hope will be fed through as part of the process, as potentially part of ongoing discussions and consultations in terms of the transition away from captive breeding. But the second aspect is, I was quite interested to hear the points raised around genetic diversity, and whether or not this is something that is identified as being seen in other types of captive bred animals, or whether or not this is particular to lions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Honorable Weber, is that the old hand?
Sorry, Your Chair, I'll lower it now.
All right. Honorable members, further take us on the two presentations. Will I be right to assume that members are almost tired?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Honorable Chair, if I can start with Honorable Weber's question regarding the feeding, if you don't mind.
No, Dr. Boyens. Perhaps I think because you are in a hurry, we must start with Mr. Sori. Don't you think so?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Sori, are you still around, or are you probably exhausted too?
No, Honorable Chair, I'm still around. Thank you. I didn't hear any specific questions addressed to me from SA Hunters. I think the genetic issue was probably directed to Dr. Boyens.
Okay, let's invite Dr. Boyens. I suspect there's a caucus going on between yourself and Mr. Sori on WhatsApp.
No, not entirely, Chair. I just realized the questions were all directed at me, so ready to answer them and get these people home on time. So, Chair, if I to answer Honorable Weber's question regarding what the male lion was fed, first of all, I'd like to start by saying that without naming any organizations, the institution where these lions came from, or let's call them the breeding farm where these lions came from, would be an example of responsible lion farming in my point of view. I have not visited hundreds and thousands of lion farms, and that's not the order of my business or of my research, but I have visited the one where these lions came from, and to me, these animals were not in any way could be compared to what we saw in the NSPCA presentation. So to me, responsible farming with animals, these lions, according to the owner of them, the previous owner of the lions, they were fed a mixture of horse, cattle, donkey, and now and then chicken. So in my opinion, you asked for my opinion, I would say that when you feed any wild animal, be it a impala or a lion, one would have to go to literature, which there is a lot of available to us, and do research in terms of what the nutritional requirements of that species is. So that would obviously be part of the calculation of the viability of the business of farming with any wild animal, which is fairly so. But to me, that's the most important thing, because if I strongly believe that if you do not feed an animal above its nutritional value, it will never get to its genetic potential. So underfeeding an animal to a point where you get animals like what we saw in the NSPCA presentation, that is beyond me why people would do that. There would be no economic benefit in having such a lion at your disposal. I hope that answers your question. If not, please rephrase. And then to Honourable Bryant, I don't think you raised the question more than you made a statement, just to make a counter statement on the genetic diversity. There is published documentation available, peer-reviewed published documentation available on the genetic viability or genetic diversity of other ranched animals, specifically African buffalo. And they were also compared to samples that were taken of African buffalo in the Kruger National Park. So yes, there is a lot of research that is done on other wildlife species as well, not just on lions.
Thanks very much, Dr. Boyens. Honorable Weber had said she was going to lower the hand. I suspect
I did, but I raised it again. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, well, you did not have to raise it to lower it in the first time, but that's fine.
Chair, only one question. If wild lions if no wild lions can be used to replace a crushed population, should there happen a crisis that wipes out the lions, for instance, the Pilanesberg population, would that pose a problem? I don't know if I said it correctly. Let me do that again. Should the captive lions no longer exist and some crisis wipes them out, the Pilanesberg population, for instance, would that pose a problem? Am I very clear on this?
Yeah. I think I understand. So what you're suggesting is that if there is a total wipeout of lion populations, the Pilanesberg lions would be the savior of the lion population in South Africa, the wild lion population.
Yes.
Okay. So sure, they can be used in some instances. I'm sure that we can take some of them and relocate them or reintroduce them. The problem is with using one specific or only one population of lions in reintroduction is that you get into a genetic bottleneck. And I'm treading on very dangerous ground now because I'm not fond of genetics. It's way above my head. But it is advisable to at least use individuals from different populations or set up groups from other populations and then set them or reintroduce them into wild areas. And so that you would later get a very high genetic diversity, or at least a plausible genetic diversity within that new population, within a pod. I know for instance, and it's very interesting that we've got, I can't get the information for some reason. I think we're up to 54 or 56 privately owned game reserves within South Africa, which accommodates wild managed lions. And according to my calculation, but because I cannot get the information, it's very hard to calculate, but according to my calculations, approximately 70% of those lions in this meta population all originate from Pilanesberg. So in other words, you're basically setting up, you're just distributing your family across the country. And like I said, I'm talking without the facts in front of me, but that is what it looks like. And also, just to correct you, I did not say that the wild populations in South Africa cannot be used. I just said it would be very difficult. For instance, the Kgalagadi lion population and the Greater Mapungubwe Transfrontier Conservation Area, they have lions that would be viable for relocation or reintroduction. They just have very small populations. So once again, you get into a situation where you would have to mix individuals from different populations from these reserves and do genetic testing to make sure that they are not related to one another. And in such a way, you could definitely, sure, you could reintroduce. It would just be really difficult. I would not consider the Kruger National Park populations at all, because they carry the health risk of bovine tuberculosis. And the unfortunate thing is, I think that the Kruger National Park contains 75% of South Africa's lions, which is a sad story. I'm not getting into politics, but that's the situation that we have.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boyens. Just from my side, out of curiosity, and this might not specifically speak to any slide on your presentation or that of Mr. Sorry, but in your presentation you posed a number of questions, and when you started, and the expectation was that you would provide answers at a later stage. And as the presentation evolved, I'm still stuck with some of those questions. For instance, I think the very first question you're asking there is, are African lions really in trouble? And I thought you'd unpack if yes, to what extent are they in trouble? You spoke a bit about unregulated sport hunting, for instance, etc., on what could lead to them being in trouble. But over and above, because I don't want to assume that what you enlisted in your presentation is the only responses to that question. But because of the nature of your presentation, and this does not in any way seek to undermine any other presentation that has been made throughout the day. But because this is the last one, and I think we must just venture into it, go deeper. It was quite interesting to listen to it, because you were posing some of the questions, and some of the questions you were really providing answers to. So in an event where the captive lions, the lions that were kept in captive for breeding and all of that are released, I think you said they will be unable to adapt to wild environment, and they might pose a threat to human and life population, if I capture you well. But then I wanted to check, and I'm not suggesting that there's going to be a determination that these lions are going to be released into the wild, but in an instance that they are, how do we expect them then to survive? Because I think you also spoke about their inability to self-sustain and to reproduce. But how will they survive? That's one. But two, like I said, that there are a number of questions, and almost all the presentations that we interfaced on during the day, Dr. Boyens, we spoke about the damage that captive lion breeding is causing to the brand South Africa. Are you of the same view? Perhaps because you have done research to a larger extent, what have you noticed, and how do you think we'll be able to salvage some of those shortcomings that are encountered by this damage, or the damage that is being caused to the brand? Lastly, do you think the industry overall, and I'm not referring to any particular presentation that is being made today, And I'm asking this from a research point of view because you have done it. Do you think the industry is contributing effectively to the reductions of high levels of unemployment in the country, or do you think is it really helpful insofar as the reduction of unemployment is concerned? I don't really want to delve deeply into the livelihood of these particular animals. I'm sure this is a debate that we'll have another day. I'm not sure if I'm captured, Dr. Boyens.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the questions. I'd like to start at your first comment, which you said that I did not really answer my own question about are lions really in trouble. And I thought that I might have not been clear enough about that when I said that 50%. We've lost 50% of the lion populations in Africa. So, in other words, suggestively, yes, they are in trouble. And then I went on to say that in South Africa, I do not think that wild lions might be in such a big predicament. So that was the first answer to the question that I posed there. I also carried on then stating that even though South Africa does have a positive growth in lion populations, in other words, our lion populations seem healthy in terms of how they procreate. In other words, they're becoming more. But in terms of their usefulness in conservation on a continental scale throughout Africa, they might not be as viable as we thought they might be. So in essence, the population growth that we so dearly hold on to in our wild population of lions might not be worth anything. Like I just explained to Honorable Weber is, we might be able to use these lions in reintroduction programs, but it would be really difficult and very risky to attempt this. And if you look at, Southern Africa, I think Botswana, Namibia, and I think Mozambique also had a bit of an increase in their lion populations. But as soon as you move north from that, there's a real big problem with lions, and that's where the IUCN started defining lion populations as being vulnerable and close to extinction and critical and whatnot. In South Africa, that's not the issue. In South Africa, I've had the experience where we've tried to move these lions from the reserve where they were released because they become too many. And we sent out emails to 92 recipients who either work or are directly influenced by people who work on wildlife reserves, and they did not want the lions for free. So in other words, we have an overpopulation of lions in South Africa at this stage. I'm talking specifically wild lions and wild managed lions. So, that brings me to another point where I have a quote here that Minister Creasy said in an interview in May 2021, and I'm not blaming anyone or pointing fingers, but she said that the panel identified, I'm supposing she's referring to the high-level panel, that the captive lion industry poses risks to the sustainability of wild lion conservation. And I'm really struggling to figure out how they came to that conclusion. I just told you that we're struggling to get rid of lions in a wild environment. But yet the captive bred lions on their farms in their small cages or enclosures, they pose the biggest risk to wild lion populations. That doesn't make sense. Anyways, so your second question is, you asked me about the lions and how will they survive. If you remember, sorry, let me share my screen again, just to clarify. Yep. If you don't mind, don't want to waste everyone's time. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. So the first point that I alluded to was this, and this was why captive bred lions presumably cannot be used for reintroduction programs. So this was referring to what is made publicly available. This is what the public is fed by whoever is feeding them, be it documentaries or whoever. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm saying that if you talk to a person on the street, they will tell you these 4 points. It is the inability to adapt to wild environment and therefore pose a great risk to human and livestock population, inferior genetic diversity, and the inability to self-sustain and reproduce. This inability to self-sustain and reproduce, that we have, without any doubt, proved the contrary with the project that we have done on the reserve where the captive bred lions were released. So we're done with this point. That's no longer a viable argument for why we cannot breed with captive bred lions. In fact, I would go as far as to say that I would join Mr. York in his plea to the government not to punish an entire industry for the wrongdoings of a few bad apples, but rather exploit the positive outcomes that can come from some of these captive facilities that might actually be able to contribute to the conservation of African lions on a continental scale. There's a very large potential here. And I'm not talking financial or economic, I'm talking conservation. There's a massive conservation potential that's lying right here. If we can prove that all of these things that I'm showing you on the screen now is not true and is only a fantasy of those who wish to condemn Brand South Africa. And that comes to the next point that you made on my opinion of Brand South Africa and how we can fix that or eradicate the misconception. Because according to me, the captive breeding of lion has been going on for a lot longer than the public has known about it. So in other words, that if anything is damaging Brown South Africa, it's what we're letting the people know. You know, we can either show the presentation of the NSPCA with all due respect. We can show that presentation only, and that's what we use as our media campaigns, or we can show that presentation of the NSPCA, but also show the presentation or maybe a more informative presentation of our research that we've done, and then let the public decide what's, you know, let them make up their own minds, let them choose their side. And I think that's what's damaging Brand South Africa, is we're allowing the media to run riot with only the emotional and the bad and the worst and the ugly. We're not showing the world that what we're capable of anymore. And I've said this on numerous occasions to many of my friends and colleagues and other people who I don't know so personally well. I've told them that I believe that South Africa has got one of the, if not the best conservation model in the world, but we're struggling to get it to work correctly. And that's something that we really need to work hard on, is making it work. And I strongly believe that by ending, you know, euthanizing 8,000 lions, what kind of damage are you going to do to Brand South Africa with that? You know, I don't think that's fair to the lions. Forget the owners. It's not fair to the lions. They didn't ask to be there. Now we want to euthanize them. Anyways, of that point, you asked what is or is the industry, the wildlife industry, contributing to unemployment? So first of all, yes. Let me put it to you bluntly, yes, absolutely. The reserve where these lions were released, they employ close to 60 people who come from rural areas. They do not come from Johannesburg or Cape Town or Pretoria or even Polokwane. These people come from rural areas where they struggle to survive. That is only this reserve where these lions, where we did this project. 60 people that at least get a minimum of a minimum wage and a lot more. that reserve specifically is encircled by at least another 6 or 7 reserves of similar size, which house similar amount, if not more people. And I know on a national scale that might not seem as a lot, but if you put it into perspective, if you drive if you drive from Johannesburg to Kroonstad and you take one of those secondary roads and you drive off there and you get 40 kilometers away from the N1, you're most likely going to find a rural settlement. Those people need to generate an income of some sort. And the most viable way for them to generate an income is to go work on a farm. More than likely, because they simply cannot afford to travel all the way to a larger metropolitan area where they can procure maybe larger salaries. I don't know. I don't know what the comparison is. I'm not the economist. So in terms of the rural communities in South Africa, I think that the wildlife industry and the agricultural sector is looking after these people. And I think that's really important because they simply cannot be supported by the metropolitan areas anymore. I hope I answered your question.
No, indeed you do. Indeed you have, Dr. Point. Indeed you have. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your presentation. May I request that all the presenters, everybody who made the presentation today, make sure that we forward them to Chileka for further perusal. It will help us so that at the time when we engage with other institutions who are able to compare notes on where does Mr. Holata stand, where does Mr. Geran stand, Mr. Sori, Mr. Boysens, Mr. York, and all the presenters. Let's just ensure that we leave a copy of those presentations. Thank you very much once again to all of you. Thank you very much to all the members of Parliament and all the people who take keen interest in the deliberations that ensued the whole day. It has been a very long day. At least we are knocking off 15 minutes earlier. We were scheduled to finish at 6 o'clock. I'm very generous. I'm giving you extra 15 minutes. But I want to take this opportunity to thank all the presenters from this morning, members of Parliament, all the ministers who were here and deputy ministers. I want to thank all the officials of various departments of government, all the NGOs, the Conservation Action, the National Council of SPCAs, the Wildlife Ranching Association, the Professional Hunters Association of South Africa, the South African Predators Association, although represented, and the South African Hunters and Game Conservation Association. This has been very fruitful meeting. This has been very enlightening. I'm sure those who came to this meeting without knowing what exactly are we engaging on are in a better position now to can make a proper determination. We've taken notes of all the recommendations that have been made, including the convention of another colloquium, where I hope if this committee arrives at a determination that such a colloquium must be convened, all these participants will be there so that we are able to encapsulate all the different views for us to make a proper conclusion. I want to take this opportunity to thank you once again. It has been a great informative session. Thank you once again, and all members of Parliament until we meet on Friday. With all of that being said, the meeting stands adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Recording stopped.
Thanks, Chairperson.
The recording has stopped.
Thank you, Chairperson.